Chapter 1848, Ancient Demon. Guild Leader, did you find something good? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she watched Shifeng's blank expression. The rest of the team turned to look at Shifeng, as well, anticipation flashing in their eyes. They all wanted to know what kind of treasure a fine gold treasure chest had to offer. A fine gold treasure chest was almost impossible to find in level 50+ maps. The best players normally found were secret silver rank. Meanwhile, even mysterious iron treasure chests could cause a heated struggle between guild teams. The higher quality treasure chest players found, the more of a commotion activating the treasure chest would cause. In turn, this would lead to more players finding out about the treasure chest. Moreover, after players acquired the items inside a treasure chest, there was a 2-hour period when the items would be guaranteed to drop upon death. Hence, whenever a treasure chest appeared in the fields, a slaughter would soon follow. Fortunately, Zero Wing's team didn't have to worry about being attacked. After all, this place was the Flame Demon's Valley. The only other players that might see the glow from the fine gold treasure chest were the 9th Heaven members. Even if other players with hostile intentions discovered them, they had no fear that anyone would try to rob them. Something good has dropped, Shifeng said, laughing. He then retrieved the Flame Demon's crown and shared its statistics in the team chat. Flame Demon's crown, head, fine gold rank. Equipment requirement, strength 800, agility 800, and intelligence 800 defense plus 100 additional passive /. Flame Demon's body allows the wearer to gain the body of a flame demon, increasing fire resistance by 200 and becoming immune to burning effects. Additional active /. Flame Avatar becomes immune to all flame damage for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. After reading the Flame Demon's crown's details, the team lost their prior excitement. Guild Leader, this crown is a scam. Not only does it have such a high equipment requirement, but it doesn't actually offer any basic attributes. The only good thing about it is its high fire resistance, but it isn't worth sacrificing everything else. I feel the same. The monsters in harsh environments are generally very powerful. Although this crown can provide sufficient fire resistance to survive in these maps, without the basic attributes, you'll have a difficult time dealing with monsters. It would be much better to equip several pieces of equipment that provide less fire resistance but have significant basic attributes. Its defensive properties are even more important. No matter how I look at this crown, it doesn't seem to have any. Everyone quickly discerned the pros and cons of the Flame Demon's crown. Even level 50 common cloth armor had more than 100 defense. The Flame Demon's crown's defense was practically a useless decoration. In addition, losing the basic attributes from a piece of equipment would reduce a player's attributes by around 10%. This would cause at least a 20% reduction in combat power. Moreover, due to the lack of defense in the head section, others would have a weakness to exploit. If one were struck in the head, it was entirely possible that they'd suffer a fainted state. As God's domain continued to update, the equipment player's war would have greater importance. Equipment would play a role in a player's defense beyond basic attributes. Take 2 players with the same defense, for example. If one of these players wore chest armor while the other player did not, the player without a chest piece would receive more damage when struck in that area and suffer additional negative effects. If a player took a blow to the head, they would feel dizzy and powerless, and their reactions would become sluggish. If one were stuck in the arm, it would go numb and become difficult to move. There were subtle differences in the negative effects depending on the materials of their equipment as well. An attack's impact was one such example. During the early stages of the game, these negative effects were barely noticeable, but as players took on higher-leveled monsters, these negative effects would become more prominent. As a result, players would have to choose their equipment carefully. It wasn't enough to prioritize basic attributes. Players also needed to focus on their equipment's compatibility and defensive properties. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon's crown, made of fire with a pitiful 100 points in defense, clearly didn't have any. It was a costume piece at best. If one equipped the Flame Demon's crown during battle, they'd be asking for an early death. Shi Feng simply revealed a bitter smile as he stored the Flame Demon's crown. He had to admit that his guild members' standards had significantly improved. Their understanding of weapons and equipment was no longer limited to basic attributes. Unfortunately, they were still somewhat ignorant. This didn't particularly surprise Shi Feng. His teammates were still relatively low-leveled, after all. They still didn't fully understand resistances. They did not know just how valuable a piece of equipment capable of increasing fire resistance by 200 points was. Among the items in the fine gold treasure chest, the Flame Demon's crown was easily more valuable than the other items combined. By the time mainstream players had reached level 100 and beyond in the past, a Flame Demon's crown had sold for a whopping 5,000 gold. With that amount of money, one could purchase an epic equipment with poor attributes. Even so, players rarely sold their Flame Demon's crowns. Equipment that added 200 fire resistance was extremely rare. Most importantly, the Flame Demon's crown's Flame Demon's body allowed its wearer to become immune to burning effects. In other words, no matter how hot an environment was, players would not suffer any negative effects. They could maintain their combat power at its peak. Of course, due to the Flame Demon's crown's glaring weakness, it was only suitable for expert players. Ordinary players would be better off wearing several pieces of equipment that provided both basic attributes and fire resistance. Ordinary players already fought to get their basic attributes up to standard and, as a result, struggled against monsters and in team dungeon raids. They would be asking for trouble by using a piece of specialized equipment like the Flame Demon's crown. However, expert players were different. They would easily have enough basic attributes even without wearing a headpiece. When fighting in sweltering environments, it was far more important for expert players to have high fire resistance. Hence, during the later stages of the game, the various large guilds' main force members had stopped focusing on basic attributes. Instead, they had prioritized resistances and physique. Moreover, the Flame Demon's crown was like an entry pass to the Flame Demon's Valley. As long as one had a Flame Demon's crown, they could travel anywhere within the valley. They wouldn't even have any issues exploring the Flaming Valley's core. Originally, Shi Feng had worried that he didn't have enough fire resistance to survive in the central area, but now that he had the Flame Demon's crown, he wasn't concerned. Now, only the Flame Demon King himself would be a problem. In God's domain, the Flame Demon King was categorized as a world boss. Counter to most expectations, world bosses were not much stronger than ordinary field bosses. The system did not grant world bosses any special traits either. However, they did have full control over their territories. While in a world boss's territory, players would be prevented from using magic scrolls and magic arrays. It wasn't even possible to use magical tools. At most, players could use their weapons and equipment skills. It was a nightmare for most players. After emptying the fine gold treasure chest, Shi Feng and the others continued towards the central region. After traveling for a little over an hour, they finally arrived before a fiery world. White-hot flames danced along the mountain range before them. The ring of mountains resembled a burning sun, making it difficult to look at. "This place is so hot," Blackie exclaimed as he looked at the flaming mountain range. Despite standing some distance away from the mountain range, he felt as if like roasting meat. Everyone on the team felt the sweltering heat. Even walking exhausted their stamina. Meanwhile, a gigantic figure wielding a trident patrolled the center of this mountain ring. Every one of this figure's movements stirred the flames around it as lava rose into the air. Even from several thousand yards away, Zero Wing's team could feel the figure's fierce aura. When they saw the Flame Demon King's true appearance, they couldn't help their gasps. Even Shi Feng was shocked. Flame Demon King, elemental creature, ancient fiend, mythic, level 83. HP 720, 000/720, 000/000. An ancient fiend. How is this possible? Shi Feng was indescribably shocked when he saw the Flame Demon King's statistics. Shouldn't it be an archaic species? Chapter 1849, World Gate. Guild Leader, Don't tell me we're supposed to fight that boss. Is that really a mythic monster? The Flame Demon King was a 50-meter-tall giant. Every one of its movements stirred up a storm in the sea of fire around it. Zero Wing's team could tell how terrifying this monster was just by looking at it. When he saw the Flame Demon King, Cola, who had brimmed with confidence, felt his scalp tingle. This boss could likely even slay a 1,000-man team of level 80, Tier 2 experts. Compared to the mythic monsters they've encountered thus far, the Flame Demon King was on an entirely different level. Could the new expansion pack I triggered have made the Flame Demon King stronger? Shi Feng pondered as he looked at the Flame Demon King. The more he thought about it, the more his theory seemed plausible. After all, the Flame Demon's Valley was only a level 70+ map. It wasn't a level 100+ map. An ancient fiend shouldn't be here. An ancient fiend was an elemental creature that had fully unlocked its bloodline and reverted to its ancestral form. Although ancient fiends were no match for dragons in terms of life rating, they were fully capable of rivaling ferocious beasts. Even an expert team that was 20 levels higher wouldn't be a match for a mythic-ranked ancient fiend, much less an expert team of the same level. In addition, the Flame Demon King had a world boss's special ability. Not even a 100-man team of level 100, Tier 3 players could defeat this monster. There's no helping it, I can only adjust my plans. Following which, Shi Feng addressed his team. I had thought that I could complete this quest and get everyone out of here safely, but that's no longer possible. I'll have to ask you all to sacrifice yourselves to lure the Flame Demon King away from its territory. Try to buy as much time for me as possible. Violet, you won't be joining the fight. I need you to hide in the distance. Once the battle is over, you'll be responsible for resurrecting the team. All he could do now was lure the Flame Demon King away from the World Gate. The players that would be responsible for buying time would die, but with the resurrection skill he had given Violet Cloud, they could reduce the death penalty his teammates suffered. I understand. Violet Cloud nodded. None of his teammates had any objections to Shi Feng's proposal. They were the guild's main force members. Their weapons, equipment, and levels had been granted by their guild. It wasn't unusual to die for their guild's benefit very quickly. The team followed Shi Feng's instructions. Cola would be the first player responsible for attracting the Flame Demon King's attention and luring it to the designated area. After Cola died, Turtledove and Iwumien would take over. Once all 3 MTs had died, the rest of the team would split up and flee, forcing the Flame Demon King to waste as much time as possible chasing them down. Move out. Shi Feng commanded once he was in position a short distance away from the valley's entrance. Following his orders, Cola charged into the flaming valley. Shortly after he had set foot in the sea of fire, a deafening roar echoed from the valley's center. Little human, you dare trespass in the Flame Demon King, Monacoland's, territory? I'll show you just how frightening fire's anger is. As the voice faded, the Flame Demon King emerged from the raging flames, its movements causing waves of fire that washed over Cola. Not daring to be careless, Cola immediately activated Power of Darkness and hid behind Titan Guard. Boom! As the firestorm slammed into him, Cola stumbled 3 steps backward, a damage exceeding -20,000 appearing above his head. So strong. Just its movements caused such a powerful attack. Aqua Rose, who watched from afar, could not help her shock when she saw Cola lose 1/8 of his HP despite his active Berserk skill. Normally, Cola could face a level 70 mythic monster head-on after activating his Berserk skill, yet he had just lost so much HP after an indirect attack from the Flame Demon King. The team's other members paled when they saw this. If they had received that indirect attack, they would have likely lost over 50% of their HP. They felt like ants before this world boss. As the Flame Demon King's frightening strength stunned Zero Wing's players, the boss had arrived before Cola. The Flame Demon King then thrust its trident at the Guardian Knight with so much speed that the attack had been invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Cola had already raised Titan Guard and blocked the attack in time. After blocking the attack, however, Cola had lost all feeling in his arms. Like a cannonball, he had been thrown back, only stopping as he crashed into a massive boulder. Cola's HP instantly fell by over 80,000, more than half of his total. The team was stunned. Just one attack had left Cola so miserable. The gap in strength was despairing. "Heal him quickly," Feng shouted through the team chat. The outcome didn't surprise him. After all, their opponent was a mythic-ranked ancient fiend. If not for the fragmented legendary rank Titan Guard, Cola might have died instantly. Upon hearing Feng's command, the Tier 2 healers snapped out of their daze and cast healing spells on Cola, instantly restoring the Guardian Knight's HP to 70%. However, the Flame Demon King was already stabbing its trident at Cola again, the weapon releasing white-hot fire. The white-hot flames shocked Cola. Hurriedly, he activated Protection Blessing. After its upgrade to Tier 2, Protection Blessing reduced the damage he took by 60%. However, when the trident met Cola's shield, the stone under his feet shattered, forming a crater. Meanwhile, Cola's HP fell by more than 60,000, dropping his HP into the red. By the time the Flame Demon King executed another attack, the team's healers only recovered Cola's HP to 50% of his total. Realizing how precarious his situation was, Cola used Titan's Heart, forming 3 layers of protective energy, which could absorb up to 10 times his maximum HP, around him. With Titan's Heart in effect, Cola quickly fled the Sea of Fire. Seeing Cola pull away from the valley, Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had upgraded Titan Guard to the fragmented legendary rank earlier. Otherwise, the 3 MTs wouldn't be able to lure the Flame Demon King away before they died, even if Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian worked together. Afterward equipping the Flame Demon's crown, Feng activated Gale Domain and charged into the flames that could even melt fine iron. As expected of the Flame Demon's crown, it really is wondrously effective. When Feng soared through the fire, he only felt a little warm. He wasn't in any pain at all. Due to the additional 200 fire resistance the crown provided, he now had over 400 fire resistance. His HP only fell by a little over 100 each second he remained in the fire. After flying for about 40 seconds, he noticed Cola's name darken among the list of his team members. It was obvious that the Flame Demon King had killed Cola. So quickly? When Feng realized that he was still over 200 yards away from the stone gate in the center of the valley, his expression darkened. Cola was the sturdiest player in the team. He had thought that the Guardian Knight alone would be able to buy him enough time to reach the World Gate, but it seemed that the Flame Demon King was much stronger than he had expected. As soon as Feng reached the World Gate, he pulled out the Philosopher's Hand and used it to activate the stone doors. At this point, Turtledove had also fallen, and only Yi Wumian remained alive of the team's 3 MTs. "I need to hurry." Feng used the Philosopher's Hand's power to repair the broken magic arrays on the World Gate. As he did, a furious roar reached him from outside of the valley. "Despicable trespasser! You dare to open the World Gate!" As the voice faded, a pillar of fire rose from its origin, following which everyone but Feng and Violet Cloud's names went dark. This situation put immense pressure on Feng. He pushed himself to work faster. Faster! While Feng repaired the World Gate's magic arrays, he could feel the space around him boil. This meant that he was already standing within the Flame Demon King's sphere of influence. The ancient fiend's movement speed had completely exceeded his expectations. "Despicable human! Vanish alongside your sins!" When the Flame Demon King caught sight of Feng, it threw its flaming trident at the swordsman. However, before the trident could reach Feng, he activated the aura of Earth's absolute domain. It's done! Using the period of invulnerability absolute domain granted him, Feng completed the final magic array. Following which, he placed a hand on the World Gate's main magic array and said, "Open, World Gate." Chapter 1850, Hidden Reward. With Feng's command, the divine runes on the gigantic pair of doors before him began to glow with a purple-gold light. A moment later, the divine runes released a beam of light that threatened to devour the Flame Demon King. No! Upon seeing the beam, the Flame Demon King, who was within 50 yards of Shi Feng, turned in a panic and tried to flee. However, the beam of light was much faster than the Flame Demon King. In the blink of an eye, the purple gold light enveloped the world boss, and the ancient fiend cried out in pain. In the next moment, the Flame Demon King began to shrink, and the flames around its body gradually extinguished. A short moment later, the world gate slowly opened. Some force sucked the valley's fire through the opening gates, and the Flame Demon King began to shrink even faster. From its original height of 50 meters, the Flame Demon King quickly shrunk to 40 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. By the time the world gate was fully open, the black hole within had devoured every last flame in the valley. The Flame Demon King had also been dragged towards the world gate by the black hole's powerful gravity. No! This is my power! The Flame Demon King shouted, panicking as it used every shred of power to fight the black hole's pull. Seeing this, Shi Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had no hope against a level 83 mythic-ranked ancient fiend right now. Fortunately, the world gate could remove things that didn't originate from the continent of God's domain. While the world gate had activated, the Philosopher's Hand had also undergone a transformation. The Philosopher's Hand had originally been made of translucent crystal, radiating an ominous feeling. Now, however, not only had the ominous feeling disappeared, but the translucent hand had also transformed into a blood-red bead. What pristine mana! As Shi Feng held the blood-red bead, he could feel incredibly pure mana emerge from it. This mana was even purer than that from the 7 luminaries crystals. Suddenly, Shi Feng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations! You have completed the epic-ranked main storyline quest, Philosopher's Wish, before level 80. Rewarding Philosopher's Hand, plus 40% EXP of current level, 5 legacy skill points, 30 free mastery points, 30,000 subclass proficiency points, and 1 subclass dark gold design. When the system notification ended, Shi Feng's experience bar rose to 52% of level 68. However, obtaining the complete Philosopher's Hand excited Shi Feng far more than the bountiful EXP. This was a bona fide legendary item. Any superpower in God's domain would easily go mad over this. Moreover, Shi Feng was surprised by the additional reward for completing the quest before reaching level 80. 5 legacy skill points were no small matter. In addition, the awarded 30,000 subclass proficiency points would save him a lot of time when upgrading his Forger subclass. After reaching the master rank, players would still need a ridiculous number of proficiency points to rise from a basic master to an intermediate master. While ordinary master lifestyle players might not have trouble earning the required proficiency points, it was a different story for Shi Feng. Shi Feng had many matters he needed to deal with, and he only had a small amount of time to invest in his forging. As a result, he didn't obtain forging proficiency points very quickly. However, the most valuable of the rewards had to be the subclass Dark Gold design. This subclass Dark Gold design wasn't like ordinary designs. Not only could it upgrade a design to Dark Gold rank, but the new design would be a player creation. It was common knowledge that becoming a master lifestyle player was incredibly difficult. Players needed to create completely new items, which had to meet certain requirements. To accomplish this feat, players needed a certain understanding of items and materials. This was also the case when players tried to rise from a basic master to an intermediate master. In fact, the promotion to an intermediate master was even more difficult since players would have to create 1 dark gold item or 3 fine gold items. This hurdle had been the end of the line for many basic master lifestyle players during Shi Feng's previous life. In the past, when one had referred to a master lifestyle player, they had generally meant basic masters. The majority of God's domain's master lifestyle players had been basic rank. After 10 years in the game, basic masters hadn't received as much attention from first-rate guilds, although they were still VIPs in second-rate guilds. At most, they would be treated slightly better than the average lifestyle player. Only intermediate masters had earned first-rate guilds' respect. Now that he had a subclass dark gold design, he had received a free pass to become an intermediate master. Of course, an intermediate master that reached the rank by using a subclass dark gold design wasn't as capable as a player that reached the rank through their own hard work and original items. The latter had solidified their foundation, while the former had none. A player who became an intermediate master, though their work would have a higher possibility of creating more dark gold items in the future, soon becoming an advanced master. On the other hand, the intermediate master that did not possess a sturdy foundation would struggle to advance. The only real benefit of using such a cheap method to become an intermediate master was the higher production success rates that came with the rank. Even so, many basic master lifestyle players had spent their entire life savings to get their hands on a subclass dark gold design during Shifeng's previous life, since they had already reached their limits. As Shifeng celebrated his additional rewards, the world gate began to close. By the time the world gate had shut, the valley was void of fire. Only the scorched earth remained. Despicable human. It took me hundreds of years to accumulate that power. And now it's all gone. You will pay for this with your soul. I will turn you into a puppet that will forever live under my command. The Flame Demon King bellowed as it glared at Shifeng. Currently, the Flame Demon King was only 8 meters tall. It looked like an infant compared to its previous size. Its aura was also much weaker. Flame Demon King, Elemental Creature, Mythic. Level 81. HP 32, 000/32,000,000. The Flame Demon King didn't even have the HP of a mythic monster anymore. A mana depletion debuff also graced its status bar, lasting for a whole hour. The World Gate has robbed it of so much energy? Shifeng was astonished when he saw the enraged Flame Demon King. The valley's flames had originated from a higher plane, containing unparalleled power. The fire had been highly sought after by fire elementals since they could increase the elemental's power. The Flame Demon King had only grown so strong because it had continuously absorbed these flames' power. Now that the World Gate had returned these flames to their source, the Flame Demon King had lost the power it had accumulated over the years. With the energy that had bolstered its physical form gone, it was only natural that the Flame Demon King had weakened. Only, Shifeng never thought that the Flame Demon King would grow this weak. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng abandoned all thoughts of escape. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When the time the mana depletion debuff ended, the Flame Demon King would recover its strength. Although it wouldn't be as strong as it had been, it would still be beyond current players' capabilities. Before the Flame Demon King could launch an attack, Shifeng activated Power of Darkness, Phantom Kill, and Dragon Soul. A level 68 High Lord ranked Black Dragon should have 0 chances against a level 80 mythic monster, but now, the Black Dragon had the upper hand against the weakened Flame Demon King. While the Black Dragon kept the Flame Demon King busy, Shifeng activated every skill he had to the weakened boss. Thunder Flame Explosion. Flame Burst. 9 Dragon Slash. Lightning Slash. Although the weakened Flame Demon King was still a world boss, whose ability prevented players from using external tools, it no longer mattered. The Flame Demon King's defense had drastically fallen, after all. Now, Shifeng's normal attacks dealt over -30,000 damage, while critical hits dealt over -70,000 damage. Even the weakest of his skills inflicted over -100,000 damage. Even when the Flame Demon King used its powerful AoE attacks, Shifeng, who had over 400 fire resistance, only took a little over -3,000 damage from each hit. The Flame Demon King's HP continued to fall. 80%, 50%, 20%. When the Black Dragon's duration was almost over, the Flame Demon King had around 10% HP remaining. Once the Black Dragon was gone, Shifeng would have to fight the world boss head-on. I guess there's no other choice. Shifeng sighed as he came to terms with his current predicament. A moment later, he retrieved the evil god's inheritance from his bag once more. Trying to escape a world boss was an extremely difficult task. This was especially true now that he had used all of his skills. Furthermore, it wasn't every day that he found himself in such a favorable position against a world boss. Die. Gritting his teeth, Shi Feng sacrificed his attributes to activate the evil god's inheritance. He then activated Godslayer. 5 pitch-black sword lights instantly pierced the Flame Demon King, leaving 5 deep grooves in the rocky ground before Shi Feng. Despicable human. If the World Gate hadn't taken my power from me, the Flame Demon King's eyes burned with rage as it glared at Shi Feng, but despite its fury, the Flame Demon King's HP didn't stop depleting before it eventually reached 0. Boom! As the Flame Demon King fell to the ground, its fiery body started to dissipate. A short moment later, only Shi Feng remained in the scorched valley. Chapter 1851 Flame Demon King's Loot. After the Flame Demon King died, the rampaging mana in the valley settled down. It's finally dead. Shi Feng breathed out a sigh of relief as the Black Dragon disappeared, shortly after the Flame Demon King died. If not for the Black Dragon's assistance, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Flame Demon King. After all, even though the Flame Demon King was weakened, it was still a mythic monster. The boss had possessed not only superior strength but also far more HP. Even if the Flame Demon King had only 10% of its HP left, it would still have had more than enough time to kill him. Although he had to sacrifice another 10 points of every basic attribute to kill the Flame Demon King, he forgot about the loss when he saw the small mountain of items the boss dropped. The Flame Demon King was a world boss. Although it had been weakened due to his quest, it was still a mythic-ranked world boss, hence the extremely bountiful loot. Not to mention, as this was the first time the Flame Demon King was killed, it was guaranteed to drop a 4-star guild promotion order. Future Flame Demon Kings killed would have only a certain chance of dropping the promotion order. This item was also the reason why he had persisted in killing the Flame Demon King to the point of permanently weakening himself. Currently, Zero Wing was a 3-star guild and held a significant advantage over other guilds. However, as the various superpowers started raiding level 50, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons, it was only a matter of time before they became 3-star guilds as well. Meanwhile, compared to Zero Wing, the various superpowers would gain much more of an advantage from being a 3-star guild. Be it the Guild Employment Center or Guild Training Room, these two facilities needed guilds to reach a certain scale in order to display their usefulness fully. In other words, the larger a guild was, the better the guild could leverage these two facilities. In the case of Zero Wing, despite the rapid expansion it was currently undergoing in terms of member count, it was far from rivaling even first-rate guilds. The operations of the various superpowers spanned over a dozen kingdoms and empires. Their member counts naturally dwarfed Zero Wing's. Once these superpowers became 3-star guilds, their development speed would undoubtedly skyrocket. At that time, not only would these superpowers be able to nurture a large number of elite players, but the income their guilds generated would also increase substantially. If Zero Wing, a guild that ruled over only a single kingdom, wished to surpass these superpowers, which had become 3-star guilds, in terms of development speed, then there was only one way to do so: by getting promoted into a 4-star guild. Unlike a 3-star guild, the benefits offered by a 4-star guild did not manifest with the scale of a guild. Instead, these benefits were apparent in the finer details. Reaching the 4-star rank would not give a guild the privilege to construct any additional facilities. Instead, what a guild gained from the 4-star rank was the recognition of the Adventurers Association as a large-scale guild. At that time, the Adventurers Association would directly issue large-scale quests to the guild. These large-scale quests ranged from easy to very difficult. Even national-level quests were available. The rewards for these quests were extremely generous. Moreover, these quests also provided players with good opportunities to raise their ranks in the Adventurers Association. In addition to receiving large-scale quests, 4-star guilds would be designated a temporary rest area in every Adventurers Association on the continent of God's domain. While this rest area was relatively small, It allowed members of 4-star guilds to receive commission quests from every NPC town and city on the continent, not just from towns and cities where their respective guilds had residences. Due to this benefit, members of 4-star guilds could travel all over the continent to do quests, no longer hindered in their leveling speed and acquirement of resources by competition over a limited number of quests. The only downside to this was the Adventurers Association's tax on players' quest rewards when completing commissioned quests accepted from these designated rest areas. This, in turn, reduced the guild's income from these quests. Even so, this benefit would still help guilds generate much more wealth than before. At the same time, guilds would also be able to raise their popularity in the various NPC kingdoms and empires significantly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This was the distinguishing feature of a 4-star guild. After reaching the 4-star rank, a guild's development would no longer be tied down to the territories they controlled. Of course, the consequence of this feature was also very obvious. The amount of competition guilds had to face would increase drastically. However, so long as Zero Wing managed to become a 4-star guild ahead of others, it would seize a significant advantage over the other guilds, hence Shi Feng's persistence in killing the Flame Demon King. Following which, Shi Feng started going through the Flame Demon King's loot. Just like he expected, there was indeed a 4-star guild promotion order among the dropped items. So long as a 3-star guild possessed 200,000 guild popularity, it could be upgraded into a 4-star guild using this promotion order. As expected of a world boss, its loot sure is bountiful. Shi Feng was inwardly astonished as he looked over the statistics of the other dropped items. The Flame Demon King had dropped over 100 items in total, the majority of which were rare materials, including the extremely rare 7 Luminaries crystal. Although only 3 7 Luminaries crystals dropped, the equivalent often units, the value of these 7 Luminaries crystals still exceeded that of the other materials by a large margin. The rest of the loot were level 70+ weapons and equipment. Practically every one of these weapons and equipment was of fine gold rank, only one of them was epic rank. Among the fine gold equipment dropped, 4 pieces belonged to the level 70 fine gold ranked Sins of Thunderfire set. The boss also dropped the entire level 70 fine gold ranked Scorching Wind set. While the weapons and equipment dropped looked subpar at best, Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement when he saw them. His reaction was because the Sins of Thunderfire set was top-tier set equipment for magical classes. This was set equipment that only level 70+ mythic-ranked field bosses dropped. The set had a total of 6 pieces, and even superpowers would need to expend a lot of effort to collect the complete set. As for the Scorching Wind set, it was similarly top-tier set equipment but for plate armor classes instead of magical classes. Not only did the Scorching Wind set provide higher fire resistance than the Dark Corrosion set, but its 6-piece set effect was also extremely heaven-defying. It allowed players to transform into a war god of fire and acquire a life rating that could rival archaic species. Although players would incur double damage from ice and water-type attacks than they normally would, it was still plenty amazing. The Sins of Thunderfire set's 6-piece set effect was similar to the Scorching Wind set's, allowing its user to transform into a Thunderfire messenger. Due to these 2 set effects, despite the ordinary basic attributes the 2 sets provided, they had ended up publicly recognized as the strongest level 70 set equipment available in the game. Even level 70 Dark Gold set equipment could not rival them. Shi Feng had never thought that he would be able to obtain the entire Scorching Wind set. As for the Sins of Thunderfire set, he was just short of 2 set pieces to complete the set. Once he geared 2 guild experts in these 2 sets, he would have himself 2 peak experts. As for the sole epic equipment dropped, it was a pair of cloth armor gloves named Hands of Fire. Not only did the gloves provide a significant amount of fire resistance, but it even increased the spell completion rate of players by 2%. It also had a skill that allowed its user to summon a Lord-ranked fire familiar, making this pair of gloves perfect for Magicka-class players that were not adept in melee combat. After Shi Feng was done going through the Flame Demon King's loot, he then took out the Philosopher's hand from his bag and inspected it, suppressing the excitement in his heart as he looked through its attribute panel. As he needed to deal with the Flame Demon King before, he had not had any time to inspect the fully recovered Philosopher's Hand. Now that the Flame Demon King was dealt with, he naturally had to take a good look at this legendary item, which had disappeared from God's domain in his previous life. Chapter 1852, Complete Philosopher's Hand. The instant Shi Feng retrieved the Philosopher's Hand from his bag, he felt the space around him grow heavier. It felt as if space itself couldn't withstand the pristine energy within the Philosopher's Hand. Now that Shi Feng had the chance to get a better feel for the Philosopher's Hand, he felt a powerful inspiration well within him. His mind felt sharp and focused like never before. It was as if the world had faded away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. So, this is the true Philosopher's Hand? Shi Feng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the crimson bead in his hand. Philosopher's Hand, legendary rank item. A special gemstone crafted by the philosopher Erhard, containing incredible power that is capable of manipulating the soul. Additional passive effect. The wielder of the Philosopher's Hand will have all of their subclasses temporarily raised by 1 rank. Additional active skill 1-. Philosopher's Soul offers players guidance for 10 hours when crafting items. Cooldown, 12 hours. Additional active skill 2-. Soul Fantasy allows players to enter an imaginary world for 8 hours. During this time, players may use the materials that they know of to produce items without limit. Cooldown, 15 hours. Although the Philosopher's Hand only possessed 3 skills, these skills were heaven-defying. Based on Shi Feng's knowledge, only the epic-ranked Icarus's Heart could temporarily raise a lifestyle player to master rank. In Shi Feng's opinion, Icarus's Heart's ability to do so was already heaven-defying, but compared to the Philosopher's Hand, Icarus's Heart was a cheap knockoff. However, compared to the Philosopher's Hand, Icarus's Heart couldn't even be considered a cheap knockoff. The fact that the Philosopher's Hand could unconditionally raise a player's subclass by 1 rank meant that it could transform a basic master into an intermediate master or an intermediate master into an advanced master. The Philosopher's Soul also offered the system's guidance, which would be a great help to players when they produced items. Originally, the skill had been limited to a 1-hour duration. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible to accomplish anything useful in that time. Crafting items was a time-consuming process, after all, especially complex items. How many items could players possibly make within 1 hour? Now that the skill's duration had increased to 10 hours, players could attempt to craft far more complex items with the system's guidance. Lastly, Soul Fantasy granted players access to the main god system's resource warehouse. After seeing the Philosopher's Hand's 2 active skills, Shi Feng finally understood why the item was capable of producing so many lifestyle masters. Regardless of the subclass, any lifestyle player would require materials to craft new items. Although some tools allowed players to participate in simulations, these simulations couldn't truly replicate the material's properties. At most, these simulations allowed players to get a feel of the production procedures. An actual attempt would still require real materials. Meanwhile, to reach the master rank, players needed very high-ranked items. Hence, the material requirements were quite high. However, high-ranking materials were not easy to obtain, and players would need these materials in large quantities. Experimenting with a few sets of materials would barely yield any results. Every lifestyle master was born of an astronomical resource investment. This was even true for the talented geniuses. Only, geniuses would need to spend fewer materials compared to ordinary lifestyle masters. However, with Soul Fantasy, players could experiment to their heart's content without worrying about lacking materials. Naturally, this would make new item creation very easy. I'm going to have a headache once I return. Shi Feng revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the Philosopher's Hand. While he had acquired the alchemy treasure, there was still the matter of how to use it. There was only one Philosopher's Hand, yet the candlelight trading firm had tons of advanced lifestyle players waiting to use it. He would have to decide which players were worthy of the privilege. Most importantly, he'd have to worry about information leaks. Due to an information Leah, Kingdom's sword, the Philosopher's Hand's owner in the past, had become a target for the various superpowers, eventually vanishing from God's domain altogether. Although Zero Wing was impressively powerful right now, if multiple superpowers decided to make it their target, it would suffer a similar fate. He needed to be extremely careful when using the Philosopher's Hand. Shi Feng stored the Philosopher's Hand and exited the Scorched Valley. When Zero Wing's members, whom Violet Cloud had resurrected, saw Shi Feng emerge, they breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the Flame Demon King's outburst, the entire team had been annihilated in an instant. They had barely bought their guild leader any time. Guild leader, how did the quest go? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. Not only were high-ranked quests incredibly dangerous, but they also gave players very few chances of success. Plenty of quests only gave players a single attempt, and since their deaths had been so unexpected, they knew it was likely that this attempt had been a failure. Hence, Aqua Rose wondered if they'd have a second chance. On the off chance that this quest didn't offer a second chance, Shi Feng would have to suffer the system's penalty. To ordinary guild experts, suffering a system penalty wouldn't be much of a problem. At worst, if the penalty were severe, they could just start over with a new account. However, Shi Feng was different. He was Zero Wing's guild leader. If he suffered such a severe penalty, it would shake the very foundation of the guild. Relax. I completed my quest, Shi Feng said, chuckling at the worried expression on Aqua Rose's face. That's wonderful. I worried that we had failed the quest and you'd have to pay a high price for it. Now that the quest is complete, we didn't waste our trip here, Aqua Rose said, breathing a sigh of relief. She then looked at Shi Feng curiously and asked, "But, Guild Leader, you really are amazing. You actually escaped the Flame Demon King after completing your quest. Looking at the terrain, there should only be one path out of the valley. How did you manage to hide from the boss, Guild Leader?" She had experienced the Flame Demon King's frightening might personally. The world boss had been beyond terrifying. It was basically a god to current players. She found it very difficult to imagine any players defeating the Flame Demon King, even after reaching the same level. She didn't even know if a 100-man team of level 100 players had any hope against the Flame Demon King. Hearing Aqua Rose's question, the rest of Shi Feng's team turned towards him, curious. The Flame Demon King had slain Turtledove, a tier 2 metric tons who had activated her berserk skill, in just 3 hits, yet Shi Feng had escaped the boss unharmed. It was incredible. Hide? I wish I could have hidden from it, but the valley is only so large. Where would I possibly hide? Shi Feng said, shaking his head. If you didn't hide from it, how did you get away safely, Guild Leader? Didn't the Flame Demon King discover you as you left? Shi Feng's reply on confused Aqua Rose further. When the Flame Demon King had killed her, she had caught a glimpse of the boss as it charged back into the valley, where Shi Feng had still been. It discovered me, of course, Shi Feng said, smiling. But rather than wait for it to attack, I decided to strike first. Then, Guild Leader, how did you get out? Aqua Rose asked, utterly confounded. Did you use an auto-resurrection tool? Although auto-resurrection tools were very rare and precious in God's domain, they were nothing new. Aqua Rose couldn't think of any other way that Shi Feng would have escaped the Flame Demon King's pursuit. Take a look at this, Shi Feng said, smiling as he retrieved a gigantic, crimson crystal ball from his bag. The fire-type mana within the crystal ball was so dense that the ambient fire-type mana automatically gathered around it. Isn't that a flame core? But the fire-type mana in the core is incredibly dense. It's even denser than the flame cores we obtained from Great Lord-ranked flame demons. Looking at the gigantic flame core in Shi Feng's hands, Aqua Rose realized a possibility. Doubtfully she asked, "Could it be, Guild Leader? Did you kill the Flame Demon King?" Chapter 1853, Returning to White River City. Looking at the flame core in Shi Feng's hand, Cola and the others fell silent, incredulity flashing in their eyes. "Guild Leader, are you for real?" They had all witnessed and experienced the Flame Demon King's might. Only Kola had been able to stand against the boss for any length of time. The rest of the team had been forced to flee to buy their guild leader the time he needed. While they considered the possibility of Shi Feng fighting such a boss, they knew that it would only be a matter of time before he died as well. As for Shi Feng slaying the Flame Demon King, that was simply impossible. However, the flame core before them was proof of the swordsman's claim. Moreover, the raging inferno that had consumed the valley was gone, not even a spark remained. For a time, they were utterly baffled. I have killed the Flame Demon King, but only its weakened version, Shi Feng explained, smiling. With the explanation, the team could, more or less, accept the fact that Shi Feng had killed the boss. Otherwise, they would have suspected Shi Feng of abusing some bug in the game. Right, Kola? How far are you from level 58 right now? Shi Feng asked as he turned to the MT. Level 58? After taking a look at his experience bar, Kola said, after my recent death, I'm 73% away from level 58. What about you, Summer? Shi Feng asked as he turned to alluring Summer, who wore an exquisite set of light blue robes. How far are you from level 59? I'm down to 6% of level 58. I'll need quite a few days before I reach level 59, alluring Summer said. Guild leader, what's going on? Aqua Rose asked, giving Shi Feng a strange look. She didn't understand why he suddenly asked about those two's levels. It's nothing. You two are a little low-leveled right now. Once we return, stop raiding dungeons and come level with me. Violet, you'll join us as well, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. Now that he had the Scorching Wind set and Sins of Thunderfire set, it would be a waste to let them collect dust. Although the level 70 equipment requirement was quite high, it wasn't a problem without its solutions. Both Kola and Alluring Summer had equipment that reduced items' level requirements, though only by 5 levels. However, he had requirement gemstones which could reduce the level requirements by another 5 levels. Once they equipped the requirement gemstones, Kola and Alluring Summer could wear items that were 10 levels higher than them. Once they donned the set equipment, it would increase the overall strength of the guild's main force by a significant margin. We're low-leveled? Alluring Summer blinked in astonishment at her own level. She already had the highest level in the team. Even in an empire, she'd be the undisputed #1 player on the empire's ranking list. However, the comment didn't dampen Alluring Summer's excitement in the least. After all, she was going to level up alongside Shi Feng. Guild leader, we've rested already. Let's hurry and head back, Kola said impatiently after hearing Shi Feng's intentions. Their teammates looked on with a little envy. When leveling up with Shi Feng, not only would they rise in levels with astonishing speed, but they'd also improve their combat standards quickly. Following which, everyone used return scrolls to teleport back to White River City. Once they returned, Shi Feng had Aqua Rose organize a team to mine the Source Fire Vein, only selecting trustworthy players. He then contacted Melancholic Smile, instructing her to select trustworthy advanced lifestyle players from the Candlelight trading firm for the Philosopher's Hand. These players would be required to sign an extremely strict contract, since containing the secret of the Philosopher's Hand was of the utmost importance. He could not afford for the public to discover its existence. He'd only be able to relax after Zero Wing could properly protect itself. Otherwise, Zero Wing would definitely follow in the Kingdom's Sword's footsteps. While Shi Feng rode an advanced horse carriage towards the Adventurers Association to promote Zero Wing to a 4-star guild, Gentle Snow contacted him. Guild leader, big trouble? Gentle Snow said anxiously. Not long ago, there was a system announcement in the Orc Empire, stating that Blackwater had captured the Crimson Flame Fortress. The Crimson Flame Fortress? Isn't that a transit hub to the Orc capital city? They actually managed to capture it? Shi Feng had already investigated the Orc Empire's various fortresses. Each fortress varied in its importance. The more important it was, the more orcs it would contain. The Crimson Flame Fortress was a crucial transit hub for the Orc Empire. Players heading for the Orc capital city or other kingdoms or empires through the Orc Empire would have to pass through this fortress. Because of this, the Crimson Flame Fortress was invaluable to the Orc Empire. According to player reports, over 700,000 orcs were stationed there, including 4 mythic orcs. One of these 4 mythic orcs even had a special bloodline, which made it far stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. In addition, the Crimson Flame Fortress was protected by powerful war weapons and defensive walls. Current players shouldn't be capable of raiding the Crimson Flame Fortress, even with Beast Emperor's help. We don't know how they managed to do it exactly, but based on the current reports, Blackwater has already dispatched a large number of players to garrison in the Crimson Flame Fortress. Blackwater has also officially announced the fortress's grand opening to the public on the Orc Empire's official forums. In addition, Blackwater has placed a bounty on every Zero-Wing member. Right now, players gain 1 point for killing a normal member, 5 points for elite members, and 50 points for core members. These points can then be traded for coins or weapons and equipment. In addition, depending on how many points a player has collected, they can get discounts for the Crimson Flame Fortress's teleportation arrays. Players will receive a 10% discount for 500 accumulated points, 20% if they accumulate 3,000 points, and 30% if they accumulate 10,000 points. Those with over 10,000 points will even enjoy the benefits of a Blackwater core member. Shortly after this forum post was uploaded, a large number of players swarmed towards the Crimson Flame Fortress. The Orc Empire is in chaos. I doubt it will be long before this news reaches players in the neighboring kingdoms as well. Even more players will join this madness. I've also heard that a large number of dark players have set their sights on our members. As he listened to Gentle Snow's report, Shifeng's expression darkened. They're being so ruthless? Shifeng also could not help his surprise at Blackwater's generosity. To secure a share of the pie known as God's Domain, the Blackwater Corporation had invested heavily into the Blackwater Guild. That investment enabled the guild to offer its members even greater benefits than other superpowers. As a result, many expert players had sought to join the guild, especially when they had learned of its core member benefits. The benefits were so generous that even large guilds' upper echelons envied Blackwater's core members. However, becoming a core member in Blackwater wasn't easy. It wasn't enough to be an expert player. One also needed a list of noteworthy achievements. Moreover, Blackwater limited the number of core members the guild could have at a single time. With how many expert players Blackwater had, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to become a core member. Even so, a vast number of players did everything they could to achieve that status. Now that Blackwater offered those same benefits for kill points, how could players ignore the temptation? Moreover, by doing so, Blackwater could scout for true peak experts. Even if Blackwater couldn't convince these peak experts to bear the responsibility of a core member, the guild could persuade these experts to become allies. Guild leader, should we limit our guild members' activity within the Orc Empire? Gentle Snow suggested. No. Shifeng shook his head. We're already limited to a small area. If we reduce that further, our members in Silverwing Town won't be able to level up. Since Blackwater has already declared war against us, then we'll prepare for war as well. Post an announcement on the Orc Empire's forums, stating that Zero Wing will offer the same point system as Blackwater. But Blackwater has too many advantages over us. Even if we establish a similar system, I'm afraid that very few people will side with us, Gentle Snow said worriedly. Relax. I have a surprise for Blackwater, Shifeng said, smiling. Shifeng disconnected the call as the carriage arrived before the Adventurers Association. After alighting from the carriage, he walked into the building, brimming with confidence. Chapter 1854, Promotion to a 4-star Guild. Dark Knight Empire, Light Shadow City, Dark Souls main headquarters. Zero Wing is quite interesting. I don't know if this guild is brave or overestimates itself. It's provoked so many powers that nobody usually dares to. Not only has Lu Xingluo targeted Zero Wing now, but Blackwater also wants to exterminate the guild, Tigerbreaker said, smiling as he read the report he had just received regarding Blackwater's official declaration of war against Zero Wing. This latest move from Blackwater was particularly vicious. Not only could Blackwater's bounty destroy Zero Wing's members regardless of rank, but the guild would also be able to lure a large number of players to the Crimson Flame Fortress, earning considerable profits. In addition, it would have its pick of peak experts, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Although Zero Wing's foundation was sturdy, Blackwater was on an entirely different level. It wouldn't be long before Zero Wing's economy crumbled. Alliance Master, should we proceed with our original plan? Pathless, the Tier 2 Elementalist, quietly asked from beside Tigerbreaker. Of course, we had only accepted Starlink's commission, but now that Blackwater has joined the fray, not only are we going to proceed with our plan, but we'll also increase the number of participating members, Tigerbreaker said, snorting. We suffered quite a loss at Zero Wing's hands. It's time for Zero Wing to pay back that debt tenfold. Notify every adventurer team and tell them to send their experts to the Ore Empire. I'll take command of the operation personally. We'll teach Zero Wing to fear Dark Soul. Understood. Pathless nodded slightly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Since Dark Soul had grown famous, his and Tigerbreaker's adventurer team, the strongest in the alliance, had rarely taken action. Normally, they left the toughest commissions to the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw adventurer teams. White River City, Adventurers Association. As soon as Shifeng entered the building, he noticed players crowding the lobby, chatting about Blackwater and its Crimson Flame Fortress. Blackwater is amazing. It actually captured the Crimson Flame Fortress so quickly. Exploring the Ore Empire will be much easier now. I've also heard that the Crimson Flame Fortress can teleport players to any nearby locations like Zero Wing City. We'll be able to avoid the Ore's inspection points in the Empire's inner region and reach its core area. That's right. I've heard that the Empire's core area is basically a treasure trove. It has a lot of rare ores and herbs, and the monsters in that area provide far more EXP than in the inner region. If we can get into the Ore capital city, we'll have an even greater time. I've heard that the monsters in the regional dungeon have a chance of dropping magic crystals. I've heard that as well. The Ore capital city is an extremely rare Azura mode regional dungeon. Moreover, it's a level 50 to level 100 super large-scale regional dungeon. Including the fact that it's in a neutral map, it'll offer far better loot than any regional dungeon available right now. Zero Wing is in trouble this time. Now that Blackwater has made such a vicious move, I'm afraid Zero Wing will struggle to survive in the Ore Empire. I've heard that quite a few known and top adventurer teams were doing everything they could to garrison in Silverwing Town, but those that succeeded probably regret their decisions now. When the players in the lobby spoke about the Crimson Flame Fortress, their eyes glowed with excitement and anticipation. When they spoke about Zero Wing, their tone carried disappointment and pity. At this point, nobody had an optimistic view of Zero Wing's chances against Blackwater. After all, the difference between both sides was simply massive. Previously, Zero Wing had held its ground thanks to Silverwing Town, but now that Blackwater had secured the Crimson Flame Fortress, Zero Wing had lost the advantage Silverwing Town granted. News sure spreads quickly. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile when he overheard the conversations around him. It seems Blackwater had prepared to advertise this matter, waiting for the right moment. Blackwater's successful capture of the Crimson Flame Fortress had only been announced recently, yet White River City's public was already talking about it. No matter how he thought about it, this shouldn't be possible. While it wasn't unusual that the various major powers' upper echelons had learned of the situation very quickly, they had intelligence members everywhere, but the same couldn't be said for ordinary players. Most ordinary players only learned about other countries' news through other players. Normally, it took a few hours or even days before White River City's populace would learn of something happening in the Ore Empire. Yet, as soon as he had received news about the Crimson Flame Fortress from Gentle Snow, the ordinary players in the Adventurers Association were already talking about it. The information had spread too quickly. The only explanation was that Blackwater had sent some of its members to White River City to talk about the news, secretly spreading the word. However, Shifeng did not particularly mind as he headed toward the association's second-floor hall. As Shifeng arrived before the VIP counter on the second-floor hall, he received a call. The caller was none other than Phoenix Rain. Guild Leader Black Flame, I've just heard about Blackwater's declaration of war on Zero Wing. As an ally, how can I be of help? Phoenix Rain asked. Zero Wing's development had progressed well lately. Moreover, Zero Wing's naval force continued to grow stronger, assisting her on Thunder Island. This help gave her more leeway. Now that Zero Wing was in such a predicament, she had to pay back the debt she owed. Since Phoenix Pavilion Master has offered, I won't shy away. I've been informed that Blackwater has been quite close with Nine Dragons Emperor recently. I'm guessing that Nine Dragons Emperor helped the guild capture the Crimson Flame Fortress. I hope that you can help me hinder Nine Dragons Emperor as much as possible, Shifeng said, his gratitude obvious in his voice. That won't be a problem. I'll send some people to cause him some trouble. We'll make sure that Nine Dragons Emperor has no time to assist in the Ore Empire, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. However, Blackwater and Beast Emperor are still allies. Their combined forces should not be underestimated. I can have Blue Phoenix lead a team of experts to assist you. Although they wouldn't be enough to contend with Blackwater and Beast Emperor's forces, they can deter dark players from participating. That won't be necessary. Blue Phoenix is your capable and trusted aide. She must have a lot to do as well, Shifeng said, chuckling. As for Blackwater, Beast Emperor, and the dark players, I have a plan to deal with them. They'll soon learn that Zero Wing shouldn't be trifled with. He knew that Phoenix Rain had her own issues right now. The struggle on Thunder Island was far more troublesome than the struggle in the Ore Empire. Every competitor on Thunder Island was a superpower with an extraordinary foundation, and a single misstep could eliminate one from the competition. If Phoenix Rain could prevent Nine Dragons Emperor from joining the fight in the Ore Empire, that would be enough. Alright, if you need extra funds, you can contact me for help at any time. Phoenix Rain was a little surprised that Shifeng had rejected her goodwill, but it wouldn't be right to insist on sending him reinforcements. After discussing the Dark Corrosion set, Phoenix Rain disconnected the call. Big Sis Rain, how did things go with Zero Wing? Should I lead some of my men over? Blue Phoenix asked curiously. Not at the moment. It seems that Zero Wing has already prepared for this. However, since Blackwater has decided to go all out, I doubt those preparations will last very long. It's best if you are ready to head out at a moment's notice, Phoenix Rain said. I understand. Blue Phoenix nodded. She felt as if Zero Wing was being too stubborn this time. Blackwater had occupied the Iron Empire, and its development speed was ridiculously fast. Even the Great Pavilion Master was awed by Blackwater's success. Blackwater even had more experts than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion right now. The guild only lacked Domain Realm experts. However, while Blackwater didn't have Domain Realm experts, it had countermeasures for such monstrous players. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to remove the super first-rate guilds that had occupied the empire. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room of White River City's Adventurers Association. Lord Protector, how may I be of service today? An NPC senior administrator asked Shifeng respectfully. I wish to promote Zero Wing to a 4-star guild. Here is the promotion order, Shifeng said. He then retrieved the 4-star guild promotion order and placed it on the table for the senior administrator to inspect. Chapter 1855, Town Level Guild. Promotion to a 4-star guild? That won't be a problem, the NPC senior administrator said as he turned his eyes towards the purple golden token on the table. Once he saw the token, however, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he asked, Lord Protector, do you really intend to use this advanced 4-star guild promotion order? Is something wrong with it? Shifeng asked. Although he had noticed that the 4-star guild promotion order he had acquired was a different color than those he had seen in his previous life, it was a 4-star guild promotion order. He hadn't paid it much attention, assuming that the promotion order was slightly different since it had dropped from a world boss. Lord Protector, advanced 4-star guild promotion orders were produced when the Adventurers Association had first established. There are only 22 of these advanced promotion orders in existence scattered across God's Domain's continent. They are considered a trial for adventurer guilds, and the more advanced promotion orders an adventurer guild collects, the higher its status will be, enjoying greater treatment in the Adventurer Association once it becomes a 4-star guild. If an adventurer guild collects 3 advanced 4-star guild promotion orders, it will be treated as a city-state level guild. If an adventurer guild collects 7 advanced promotion orders, it'll be treated as a kingdom level guild. Currently, you already have 1 advanced promotion order. If you collect another 2, the Adventurers Association will recognize your guild as a city-state Lord Protector. However, if you promote your guild now, you will lose the opportunity and will have to climb the ranks slowly, starting as a town-level guild. Are you sure that you want to use this advanced 4-star guild promotion order now? After listening to the senior administrator's explanation, Shi Feng looked at the purple gold token on the table, a little surprised. So, the Adventurers Association has this kind of method to elevate a guild status. Shi Feng understood what the statuses the senior administrator had mentioned represented. Other guilds would only come to learn and value the information after they were promoted to 4-star status. Once guilds reached 4-star status, they'd open a path in the Adventurers Association, gaining a temporary residence in every Adventurers Association across the continent of God's Domain. From then on, members of 4-star guilds' base of operations wouldn't be limited to 1 or a few locations. They could expand their development across the entire continent and use the opportunity to increase the EXP and income they earned. This so-called path meant recognition from the Adventurers Association as an official guild. Official guilds would then be able to engage in adventurer guild work. However, even after becoming an official guild, guilds would receive varying benefits from the Adventurers Association. When a guild first became a 4-star guild, it would be treated as an ordinary level guild. If the guild wished to receive more support from the association, it would have to raise its status. The simplest method of doing so involved upgrading the guild's status from ordinary to town level, city-state level, kingdom level, and finally, empire level. Depending on the guild's rank in the Adventurers Association, the guild would have access to different degrees of problems. At the ordinary level, guilds would be commissioned to solve civilian problems. Generally, these problems were similar to large-scale guild quests that required guilds to wipe out some demonic beasts harassing the civilian population. Only, they might reward more EXP than ordinary large-scale guild quests. After an adventurer guild reached the town level, the Adventurers Association would acknowledge the guild's ability to solve a town's problems. Normally, town-level guilds would receive commissions from town nobles, and the rewards would be much better than ordinary-level commissions. Even when a town-level guild accepted a civilian commission, the quest would reward more than what an ordinary-level guild would receive. After all, a town-level guild was much stronger than an ordinary-level guild. When a guild reached city-state level, it proved to the Adventurers Association that it was strong enough to solve issues that plagued an entire region. Commissions city-state level guilds generally received involved crusades against the dark forces in a particular area. Normally, to rise from ordinary level to city-state level, a guild had to complete a significant number of large-scale guild quests, slowly accumulating prestige in the Adventurers Association. Large-scale guild quests only awarded 3 to 5 prestige points, but becoming a town-level guild required 700 to 1,000 prestige, depending on where the guild's main headquarters was located. The number and quality of large-scale guild quests would differ depending on the size of its NPC city, so the more prosperous the city was, the more prestige a guild needed to increase its rank. Thank you for the advice, but I have decided to go through with the promotion, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. The revelation was indeed surprising. After all, just one advanced promotion order was enough to promote a guild to town level. Normally, it would take a large guild several years to achieve such a feat as for reaching the city-state levels. Not many large guilds would rise so high within their lifetimes. This was because promotion to the city-state level required a guild to complete a large-scale promotion quest in addition to earning enough prestige. This promotion quest was despairingly difficult. In the past, only a small number of second-rate guilds had completed the quest, yet a guild only needed 3 advanced promotion orders to become a city-state level guild. As for kingdom level, only a small number of first-rate guilds had reached that rank in the past. However, Shifeng didn't have the time to search for more advanced 4-star guild promotion orders. Most importantly, he didn't have a clear idea of where to obtain them. Even if he knew that world bosses dropped them, he wasn't strong enough to hunt those bosses yet. He had only slain the Flame Demon King thanks to his quest. If he tried to raid a mythic-ranked world boss, he'd only be asking for a beating. Since Lord Protector has decided, the processing fees and guild residence reconstruction fees come to a total of 60,000 gold. However, due to your status, we can offer you a discount of 10,000 gold, dropping your total to 50,000 gold, the senior administrator said after making some calculations. 50,000? Doesn't a normal promotion to 4-star status only cost 12,000 gold? Shifeng had already begun to retrieve the money from his bag, but after hearing the total cost, he froze with shock. As you are using the advanced 4-star guild promotion order, the promotion will require more work than usual. We also have to notify the various cities' nobles and announce the officialization of the Zero Wing Guild. Hence, the procedural fees are slightly higher, the senior administrator said. How fraudulent! The senior administrator's statement rendered Shifeng speechless. However, when he thought about how Zero Wing would instantly become a town-level guild, he considered the cost relatively low. This was basically spending money to save time. Following which, he obediently took out 50,000 gold and handed it to the NPC. While he had seen to his quest, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart had paid off the materials they had purchased, earning him another 120,000 gold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford the promotion fees. Once the NPC confirmed Shifeng's payment, a series of system notifications reached Shifeng's ears. Chapter 1856, Shock. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming Starmoon Kingdom's first 4-star guild. Rewarding 1 set of intermediate guild defensive magic arrays, 3,000 gold in guild funds, and 50,000 guild popularity. Guild emblem upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to own a 4-star guild residence. Rewarding 100 Adventurers Association prestige and 20,000 guild popularity. Guild battle flag upgraded to bronze rank. Upon hearing the system announcements, Starmoon Kingdom's players couldn't help but gasp. I'm not hearing things, am I? Zero Wing actually became a 4-star guild? Zero Wing is amazing. I haven't even heard of a 3-star super guild, yet Zero Wing has already been promoted to a 4-star guild. Zero Wing's members are so lucky. I've heard that joining a 3-star guild will help new players quickly become elites. The Bronze Guild emblem even increases the buffs when you're in a party with other guild members. A 3-star guild receives more high-ranked quests than a 2-star guild, too. What kind of benefits will a 4-star guild enjoy? I don't know, but the benefits are definitely going to be better. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild emblem has been upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank. The buffs the emblem provides will be much stronger. Maybe I should try my luck with joining Zero Wing. As expected of Zero Wing, Blackwater has just declared war on the guild, yet Zero Wing has retaliated with such power. Blackwater will likely find Zero Wing a difficult opponent. There's no doubt about that. I just received some insider information from a friend of mine. He just got his Mysterious Iron guild emblem from the guild residence, and he says it's much stronger than before. The bronze emblem only provides 3% more HP and 1% more attack power, but the Mysterious Iron version provides up to 2% to all basic attributes, attack power, defense, and EXP gain. As long as 6 or more guild members are within 150 yards, players will enjoy the maximum buff. There's no need to be in the same party. Right? There's also the Bronze Ranked Guild Battle Flag. That's basically a treasure for raiding dungeons. As long as you purchase it, you can plant it in a dungeon, and all guild members within 200 yards will receive a 10% increase to all attributes for 5 minutes. After seeing the system announcements, Star Moon Kingdom's independent players engaged in a heated discussion on the official forums. Many players had abandoned the thought of joining Zero Wing after Blackwater's declaration of war, but now that Zero Wing was a 4-star guild, it offered even better benefits. When these independent players learned about these benefits, they began to reconsider their positions. Zero Wing's new benefits were simply too tempting, especially the guild emblem. Previously, the Bronze Guild emblem had offered free teleportation between guild residences and increased attributes when in a party with other guild members. Not only did the Bronze Guild emblem save Zero Wing's members money, but it also made it easier to grind monsters. Now that the guild emblem had been upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank, its effects had more than doubled. Moreover, the guild now had access to the Bronze Guild Battle Flag. With the Battle Flag's help, Zero Wing's members would have a much easier time with dungeon bosses. After all, not every player in the game had the opportunity to learn a Berserk skill. Meanwhile, the Guild Battle Flag's buff was akin to a mini Berserk skill for the entire team. Meanwhile, the various major powers soon learned of Zero Wing's latest promotion. So, this is what Black Flame was talking about? Phoenix Rain could not help but shake her head and smile as she read the latest report regarding Zero Wing. Sure enough, Zero Wing hasn't changed. It is always full of surprises. Big Sis Rain, I wish I could see the expressions of Blackwater and Nine Dragons Emperor's people when they hear about this, Blue Phoenix said, giggling. Even she was tempted by the benefits a 4-star guild enjoyed, not to mention independent players. She could already imagine the massive crowd that would form outside of Zero Wing's guild residences. Zero Wing would definitely increase its strength in a short time. Moreover, with the Mysterious Iron Guild emblem and Bronze Guild Battle Flag, she could already foresee Zero Wing's members improving significantly in a short time. After all, both items would drastically reduce the difficulty of raiding team dungeons. Players that had struggled to increase their attributes could now raid these dungeons, acquiring better weapons and equipment. These players could then use these weapons and equipment to raid team dungeons of greater difficulty and acquire even better items, creating an endless cycle. Black Flame's latest trump card is certainly impressive. With the benefits of a 4-star guild hastening its development, Zero Wing has a chance in a war of attrition against Blackwater in the Orc Empire. As more time passes, Zero Wing will also be able to include more members in the fight. On the other hand, Blackwater severely lacks manpower, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. She hadn't actually thought that Shifeng was capable of such a move. It was no wonder why the man had rejected her offer for reinforcements. Orc Empire, Crimson Flame Fortress. After the Crimson Flame Fortress had opened to the public, a large number of players had gathered there, seeking the Orc capital city's treasures. The fortress's player population was even more frightening than Silverwing Town's. However, while the town was quite lively, the meeting room in the castle was not. Vice Guild Leader, according to our investigation, many experts from the neighboring kingdoms have begun to consider visiting Star Moon Kingdom to join Zero Wing due to its promotion to a 4-star guild, Falling Fire said, reading the report in his hands with a grim expression. All 20-plus guild upper echelons inside the meeting room were deathly silent as they looked at the woman in the seat of honor. The woman had long, light red hair draped over her shoulders, and she wore a suit of sacred crimson armor. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26 and radiated a majestic charm. However, when everyone present looked at this charming beauty, fear and cowardice overwhelmed them, clear on their faces. Even Falling Fire, who was responsible for Blackwater's forces in the Orc Empire, only engaged this woman with trepidation. Their reaction was not because she was a level 57, Tier 2 shield warrior. Rather, it was due to her identity as one of Blackwater's Vice Guild leaders and her title as the Iron Valkyrie, granted by the Secret Pavilion. Wuxia. Despite her age, Wuxia had become a master-level expert in the Blackwater Corporation's dojo. She was also one of the corporation's heirs. After joining God's domain, she had displayed monstrous talent. First, she had defeated over 50 experts on the God's domain experts list. Then, she had challenged several old monsters from the various super guilds before leading Blackwater's forces to dominate the Iron Empire, relying on her vicious tactics until she secured the guild's position as the Empire's overlord. Now, to secure Blackwater's hold of the Orc Empire, she had arrived to oversee the guild's development personally. She was also responsible for the plan to target Zero Wing. Then, can anyone here tell me why we only learned about Zero Wing's promotion after the fact? Wuxia asked softly as she swept her gaze over the people before her. Chapter 1857, Airport. The atmosphere inside the quiet meeting room became even tenser at Wuxia's question. After the silence continued for some time, a young man, who was a level 56, Tier 2 assassin, stood up. Vice Guild Leader, my subordinates did not do their job properly and failed to notice Zero Wing's actions in time. Afterward, I'll have them transferred. No, I'll send them packing right away. The assassin youth said nervously. Blackwater has no need for incompetent people. When everyone present heard the intelligence team leader's decision, they did not express any opinions about it, neither did they feel surprised by it. After all, the vice guild leader before them was extremely vicious in her actions. Moreover, her viciousness wasn't limited to her enemies but extended to her allies as well. Wuxia did not tolerate mistakes from her subordinates. A subordinate that slipped up would incur terrifying consequences. Not to mention, Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild was a huge incident, yet the intelligence team spying on Zero Wing had actually failed to get any hint of it. Well said. Wuxia smiled, clapping her hands as she walked up to the assassin youth. In that case, you can also get lost now. Following Wuxia's words, everyone in the room received a notification that the assassin youth had been expelled from the guild and was no longer a member of Blackwater. Vice Guild Leader. When the assassin youth saw the expulsion notice, he turned to Wuxia in shock. He had never thought that she would actually remove a managerial figure like himself just like that. Just as the assassin youth was about to say something more, Wuxia suddenly unsheathed the sword hanging from her waist and sent a dark purple arc cutting at him. Before the assassin youth could even react, his vision started darkening. A moment later, the assassin youth's body collapsed to the ground, and multiple weapons and equipment dropped beside his body. After the assassin youth died, his corpse slowly disintegrated, transforming into dark purple smoke. The smoke then flowed into Wuxia's sword. Everyone inside the room could faintly hear agonizing screams coming from the purple smoke. Suddenly, fear permeated the entire room. Everyone present looked at Wuxia with a dumbfounded expression. The assassin youth, named Greyblade, was the vice commander of the Orc Empire Branch Guild's main force. At the same time, he was the head of the Branch Guild's intelligence department. Despite his high position, Wuxia had actually expelled him after just a few words. She had even killed Greyblade without hesitation. This situation evoked an unprecedented fear in everyone. They could tell that Greyblade had not died an ordinary death. Otherwise, the assassin youth wouldn't have dropped over half of the weapons and equipment he wielded and let loose such soul-piercing cries. He also definitely did not lose just one level. Once Greyblade resurrected, his account would most likely be crippled. After Wuxia sheathed the glowing purple sword she wielded, no one inside the meeting room dared to look at her in the eye. Everyone simply lowered their heads and fixed their eyes on the floor, deeply afraid of becoming the next Greyblade. Snow Scar, you'll take over his job from now on. I believe you won't disappoint me, right? Wuxia said as she looked toward a cloaked and thin level 56, Tier 2 berserker standing by the entrance of the room. Vice Guild Leader, please rest assured. The Heavenly Eagle Legion I lead definitely will not disappoint you, the berserker addressed as Snow Scar said respectfully as he lowered the hood of his black cloak. Upon hearing the name, Snow Scar, everyone present turned automatically to look at the berserker. When they saw the man's appearance, they could not help but gape in shock. Snow Scar? Isn't he the #1 berserker of the super first-rate guild Puzzled Star? Falling Fire was also surprised when he saw Snow Scar. Everyone present was no stranger to this name. Puzzled Star was a super first-rate guild that had contended against Blackwater over the Iron Empire. Meanwhile, among Puzzled Star's forces, the berserker named Snow Scar had given Blackwater plenty of headaches. Yet now, Snow Scar had actually joined Blackwater. Moreover, he had even become one of Xuan Wuxia's direct subordinates. This revelation was simply too shocking. Since Zero Wing plans on using the benefits of a 4-star guild to fight a war of attrition with us, let's play along with them, Xuan Wuxia said as she eyed the map of the Ore Empire displayed at the center of the meeting table. When she looked at the terrain around Silverwing City, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. The Iron Empire has become very boring lately, now that no more enemies remain there. Hopefully, Zero Wing can bring me some entertainment. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence in White River City, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Due to Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild, the guild residence in White River City had gotten upgraded into a 4-star residence. The new guild residence was much more majestic than before. The guild hall was now a massive 9-story tall building. Not only were there more private rooms available, but even the first-floor lobby had undergone significant changes. Now, aside from the counter that issued high-ranking quests, there was also a counter operated by the Adventurers Association inside the lobby. This counter allowed players to pick up high-ranking quests that were normally out of reach. Meanwhile, these quests could help Tier 2 players not only quickly raise their reputation in the Adventurers Association but also acquire tons of EXP and remuneration. Guild Leader. Thus far, the number of applicants for the guild test has increased by 50%. Many of our guild's experts have also started forming teams with elite members to raid level 50 team dungeons. I believe it won't be long before our guild elites have level 50 secret silver equipment as well, Aqua Rose reported excitedly. Then, we'll be able to dispatch large numbers of well-equipped elite and expert members to Silverwing Town and show Blackwater and those dark players who's boss. Although mainstream players had already reached level 50, due to the sharp decrease in drop rate for level 50 weapons and equipment, players weren't particularly well-equipped right now. Let alone elite players, even level 50+ expert players currently had only a few pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment on them. Excellent. Since so many people in the guild wish to raid level 50 team dungeons, let them prioritize raiding these team dungeons, Shi Feng said as he pointed out a few level 50 team dungeons in Star Moon Kingdom. Although these team dungeons did not drop the best weapons, equipment, and materials, they were sources of fire essence stones, ice crystal water, and Titan Oregon. These 3 materials were extremely rare and were very difficult to acquire from the market. However, they were also the main materials necessary for the Hell Tank. Currently, due to Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild, the guild's fame had skyrocketed, and the guild's growth potential had risen considerably. As a result of this change, however, the guild had also earned the attention of many superpowers. Originally, he had planned on directly taking control of the secret stone fortress. However, if he did so now, the consequences would be extremely severe. The various superpowers coveting the fortress would definitely go crazy over the matter. Hence, what he needed to do right now wasn't to take control of the secret stone fortress but to boost the guild's combat power. Meanwhile, the simplest way to do so was to expand the guild's arsenal of war weapons. Currently, he had 2 new war weapons he could make. One was the Guardian Puppet, while the other was the Hell Tank. He had just acquired the Philosopher's Hand, and it would take Melancholic Smile some time to select trustworthy advanced lifestyle players. Nurturing these advanced lifestyle players into masters would also take quite a lot of time. The production of the Guardian Puppet required too many masters. It simply wasn't feasible to nurture the necessary masters within the amount of time remaining to take control of the secret stone fortress. Hence, the only option he had left was the Hell Tank. With sufficient Hell Tanks, although these wouldn't allow Zero Wings members to roam the Ore Empire uncontested, defending the secret stone fortress should not be a problem. I understand. I'll have our guild members focus on raiding these dungeons, Aqua Rose said, nodding. She then started making the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, after Shifeng was done assigning tasks, he went to White River City's teleportation hall and teleported to Star Moon City, then headed to the capital's City Hall. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? An NPC senior administrator greeted Shifeng as soon as he entered the building. Hello, I wish to construct an airport linked to Star Moon City in Silverwing Town. Here is my airport's construction certificate, Shifeng replied as he retrieved an ancient parchment from his bag. Chapter 1858, Medium Airship. After the senior administrator verified the airport building order's authenticity, he presented a list of airport designs for Shifeng to choose from. Unlike other advanced constructions, players only needed an airport building order to construct an airport. The airport size would depend on the player's budget. Players had 3 sizes to choose from: small, medium, and large. The larger an airport was, the more airship docks it would have. Moreover, the system would allocate higher quality airships. How expensive! As Shifeng examined the various airports' prices, he felt like a poor bastard. The cheapest airport on the list the senior administrator had provided cost 50,000 gold to construct, whereas the most expensive small airport cost 150,000 gold. Needless to say, the medium and large airports cost even more. Although he had known the minimum price for constructing a small airport, he hadn't expected such a large price disparity between the cheapest and most expensive small airports available. Of course, the most expensive small airport was worth every coin. The 50,000 gold airport looked shabby next to the 150,000 gold option. The 50,000 gold airport only had 4 small docks, which were only available to ordinary small airships. The 150,000 gold option had 6 small docks, and all 6 housed small bronze airships. Not only were small bronze airships 30% faster than ordinary small airships, but their load capacity was also 50% higher. The profits a small bronze airship could generate was more than double that of an ordinary small airship. However, after deducting the promotion fees he had paid earlier, he only had a little over 90,000 gold on hand. It was obviously not possible to construct the best small airport available right now. Moreover, if he wished to become the Secret Stone Fortress's advanced manager, he needed to fork over another 60,000 gold. He still had 2 days left before he had to pay the 60,000 gold for the Secret Stone Fortress. Although he could earn a lot of money through the guild's territories and selling the rare materials from the Ice Crystal world, he should have barely enough money for the cheapest airport and the required fees for the Secret Stone Fortress with the total profits. It seems I have no choice but to go with the cheapest option for now and rebuild a better one once I have the money to do so. Shifeng could not help his sigh as he read the list. As long as players qualified to build an airport in a town, they could build whatever kind of airport they wished. However, once an airport had been constructed, it couldn't be upgraded. If players weren't satisfied with their small airport and wanted to construct a medium airport, they'd have to remove the current construction and build the desired airport from scratch. In other words, players would have to pay the full price for a medium airport, rather than the price difference. This was why even super guilds didn't dare to expand their airports casually. Lord Protector, as you are the first heaven-blessed individual in Star Moon Kingdom to construct an airport, we have 2 additional small airport models and 1 medium airport model we can offer. May I know if you are interested in seeing them? The senior administrator asked, smiling at Shifeng, who was deep in thought. Let me take a look. Shifeng's eyes glowed with interest when he heard the NPC's offer. This additional recommendation was the equivalent of a bonus reward. Naturally, he wouldn't ignore the potential opportunity. The senior administrator then retrieved a second list, handing it to Shifeng. Although the list only had 1 page, listing only 3 airport variations, descriptions covered the page. Only a fraction of the descriptions included simple introductions, while rules and regulations took up the majority of the page. Model 024 Small Airport. Price, 150,000 gold. Has 5 small docks, each equipped with a small bronze airship. Has 1 medium dock, equipped with a medium bronze airship. Installment plan, down payment of 60,000 gold and pay an additional 200,000 gold within 1 month. If payment is not completed within that time, the airport will be repossessed. Model 039, Small Airport. Price, 180,000 gold. Has 6 small docks, each equipped with a small bronze airship. Has 1 medium dock, equipped with a medium bronze airship. Installment plan, down payment of 80,000 gold and pay an additional 240,000 gold within 1 month. If payment is not completed within that time, the airport will be repossessed. Shifeng couldn't ignore the temptation of these 2 models. Not only could he pay in installments, but the small airports even had a medium dock and a medium bronze airship. Normally, this benefit was only included with medium airports. A medium airship wasn't just larger than a small airship, it also allowed NPC merchants to transport large and special cargo that small airships couldn't handle. As for the medium airport the NPC recommended, Shifeng had instinctively ignored it. 500,000 gold was more than enough of a reason to pass the option by. Lord Protector, are you satisfied with the airports listed? The senior administrator asked. If you cannot decide or lack sufficient funds, we can reserve these 3 options for you for 3 days. No need. I'll go with Model 024, Shifeng said without hesitation. He definitely couldn't afford the medium airport, even if he bankrupted himself. As for Model 039, he would have chosen it if he could have. After all, it only cost an additional 30,000 gold, or a total of 60,000 if he chose the installment plan, for an additional small dock and small bronze airship. However, if he paid the 80,000 down payment, he would have a very difficult time collecting the 60,000 gold required to claim the secret stone fortress. Hence, he had chosen Model 024. Although playing the remaining 200,000 gold within 1 month would be a little troublesome, with Zero Wing's current development rate, it wasn't entirely impossible. Moreover, with an additional medium dock and medium bronze airship, his airport would likely generate enough income to cover a significant portion of his debt. Furthermore, the airport's construction would increase the income from Silverwing Town's other facilities. Lord Protector, the Model 024 you have chosen comes to 150,000 gold. Would you like to issue a one-time payment or pay in installments? The senior administrator asked respectfully. I'll pay in installments, Shifeng said. He then retrieved 60,000 gold from his bag, leaving him with just a little over 30,000 gold. All right. Once the senior administrator confirmed the payment, he explained, I have received the 60,000 gold. I will soon send people to Silverwing Town to start the construction. The airport will take 2 natural days to complete. If you wish it, you can reduce the construction time to 1 natural day by paying an additional 6,000 gold. Just build it normally, Shifeng replied. Building an airport required a lot of time, which he knew. That was also why he had chosen to construct the airport now. If he completed the airport a day before schedule, it would do more harm than good. Once Shifeng finished with the airport selection, he returned to White River City's candlelight trading firm. He had to set aside his original plan of helping Cola and Alluring Summer level up, sending the 2 to Beslow Hills, a neutral map near Starred Moon Kingdom, once they had formed a 6-man party instead. The Beslow Hills was a level 70 neutral map and home to the undead. Although the monsters there were roughly as strong as the monsters in the Flame Demon's Valley, the party would face far less danger than in the valley. Moreover, undead generally had below average HP. With Cola's current equipment, he'd be able to resist the undead army in the area. His 5 party members would simply need to consume holy light potions, converting their attacks into light type. Light type attacks dealt double damage to undead, which would significantly increase the party's grinding speed. Many of Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds had used this method to power level new, low-level members in the past. The only downside to this was that undead monsters were very poor. Even after killing an army of several hundred undead, one wouldn't earn enough money to cover the cost of a single holy light potion. After making the necessary arrangements for Cola and alluring Summer's leveling, Shi Feng returned to his special forging room in the candlelight trading firm. He then took the subclass dark gold design from his bag. Anticipation flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as he gazed at the blank parchment before him. He then pulled the Hell Tank design from his bag. The Hell Tank required multiple subclasses to craft its various components. The Forger subclass was only one of them. Among the parts the Forger subclass had to craft, the most important were the power source and the sturdy, outer shell. As an intermediate tank, both were fine gold rank. If he could upgrade one of them to dark gold rank, it would definitely improve the overall Hell Tank. With his current forging standards, modifying the Hell Tank's power source or outer shell would be impossible. Not even an advanced master forger was guaranteed to accomplish the task. However, the subclass dark gold design before him could forcefully modify and upgrade a low-ranked design to dark gold rank, making the impossible possible. Of course, he had never actually heard of anyone achieving the feat, so he wasn't sure if it was possible, but if he succeeded, the Hell Tank would become far more powerful. Improving the outer shell will only increase the tank's defense and durability, but the tank's offensive abilities are more important. Let's go with the power source. After examining the Hell Tank design before him for some time, Shi Feng decided to upgrade the tank's power source. Shi Feng activated the subclass dark gold design and designated the Hell Tank's power source design as the target. A loading bar then appeared as the system analyzed and modified the design. Please succeed. Shi Feng silently prayed as he watched the loading bar slowly fill. TL notes. Hell Tank, changed Hell Chariot from Chapter 1771, Hell Tank. Chapter 1859, Improved Power Source. As the light blue loading bar filled, the analysis began to take more time to complete. Once the analysis reached 90% completion, each subsequent percentage took over a dozen seconds. Don't tell me it's going to fail? Shi Feng couldn't help his growing nerves as he watched the loading bar. Blank subclass designs generally had a 100% modification success rate, but as far as he knew, no one had ever tried to modify parts of a design. The subclass design was a one-time use item, vanishing regardless of whether the modification succeeded or not. Nobody would take the risk of losing an opportunity to upgrade their subclass to the next rank. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the modification finished. And Shi Feng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have modified the Hell Tank's power source and acquired the dark gold ranked Hell Tank power source design. System, congratulations. You have created the dark gold ranked Hell Tank power source design. Wonderful. Shi Feng was ecstatic as he watched words and diagrams appear on the blank parchment before him. Now that he had created a new dark gold item, he only needed to accumulate 100,000 forging proficiency points to become an intermediate master forger. Following which, Shi Feng eagerly clicked to inspect the dark gold power source design. The upgrade would improve the power source's transfer of energy throughout the Hell Tank. Not only would this increase the Hell Tank's movement speed, but it would also increase the power of the tank's cannons. Amazing! It's so much stronger after the modification. Shi Feng was astonished as he inspected the upgraded power source. At the fine gold rank, the power source could supply anywhere from 200 to 300 units of energy per second. This energy would power the Hell Tank's movement, defenses, and attacks. After its upgrade to dark gold rank, the power source could generate between 320 and 400 units of energy per second. In terms of performance, the power source had improved by more than 30%. Moreover, the new power source's energy output was far more stable. Now, the Hell Tank's dark gold power source could rival the power source of an advanced tank. Although advanced tanks' power sources were also dark gold rank, they required far more precious materials to construct the required materials for the Hell Tank's modified power source, on the other hand, hadn't changed. Only, the design now required a higher quantity of materials. The fact that it could rival an advanced tank's power source was amazing. The various empires commanded advanced tanks to combat mythic monsters. These war weapons weren't available to players. Guild leader, I've already collected all the materials you've requested in Blackwing City. Abyss and the others have also returned from Ocean Viewing Town. Melancholic Smile reported joyfully as she entered Shifeng's forging room. Should I bring them to you? Send them here, Shifeng said, nodding. Now that he had completed the modifications, he could start the Hell Tank's production. With Titan City and Burning Abyss's tutelage, the Candlelight trading firm had gained 2 more master engineers, bringing the total to 3, the minimum required to craft the Hell Tank. Although Shifeng wasn't an intermediate master forger yet, with the Philosopher's hand, he could perform like one. In addition, he had a much higher success rate when forging the power source than ordinary intermediate master forgers since he had created the upgraded power source. A short moment later, Burning Abyss and the 2 other master engineers stepped into Shifeng's special forging room. Despite these 3 players' status as master engineers, they still looked at Shifeng with nervous and excited energy. Anywhere else, even a first-rate guild's guild leader would have to treat them with respect due to their identities as master engineers. However, as employees of the Candlelight trading firm, they knew their place in the trading firm. Master lifestyle players might be good, but they were not irreplaceable. With the Candlelight trading firm's strength, it would have no issues nurturing more masters in the future. They were proof of this. Guild leader, do you need us for something? Burning Abyss asked. I've asked you here today to help me produce an item. However, before we do, you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement, Shifeng told Burning Abyss's group of 3. If any of you don't wish to do so, I won't force you. I'll just find someone else to replace you later. If there are no problems, the contracts are on the table. Burning Abyss and his companions revealed confused expressions. Before they had become master engineers, they had signed Candlelight's core member contract, which was already quite strict. Logically, there should be no need to sign an additional confidentiality agreement. Although these 3 were curious, they didn't hesitate to sign the new contract Shifeng had presented. Good. Since you've signed the contract, take a look at this, Shifeng said as he revealed the Hell Chariot design to the 3 master engineers. If you don't have any issues with it, you may begin production right away. When the 3 master engineers saw the design, they were dazed. Amazing! This is an intermediate tank. Burning Abyss's eyes glowed with excitement as Head read the Hell Tank's introduction. The other 2 master engineers couldn't tear themselves away from the design after seeing it, and they wanted nothing more than to test their skills on the Hell Tank's production. Although they had learned a lot while producing speedboats, the knowledge they had gained was a drop in the ocean compared to what they would learn as they crafted this intermediate tank. If they grasped the Hell Tank's production method, it could even help promote them to intermediate masters. Guild leader, we don't have any problems with the engineering aspects of this design, but some of its components will require an intermediate master forger, Burning Abyss said awkwardly. Don't worry about that. I'll send the components to you soon, Shifeng said. Shifeng's decisive, confident replies stunned the 3 engineers. Has the guild leader already been promoted to intermediate master forger? This thought popped into the master engineers' minds. They couldn't think of any other explanation for how Shifeng would acquire the required components. An intermediate master. They had only become basic masters after a long struggle, and even now, they had no idea how to become intermediate masters. They didn't even know if they could reach the intermediate master rank, yet Shifeng had just hinted that he had already become one. Alright, you guys should get to work on the basic components. I'll have the forging components sent over soon. Naturally, Shifeng knew what these 3 were thinking, but he didn't bother to refute their assumptions. Although he wasn't an official intermediate master, he wasn't far from becoming one. After all, he only lacked sufficient proficiency points. He could easily deal with that by investing time into forging items. Following which, Burning Abyss and the others went to another special workshop and started to craft the necessary basic components. As for Shifeng, he activated the Philosopher's Hand's Philosopher's Soul. He then began to refine the Titan ore and the various other materials Melancholic Smile had delivered. After 8 straight hours of work, Shifeng had finally crafted all of the Hell Tank's forged components. Although he had failed multiple times and wasted a lot of materials, the losses were within his expectations. Burning Abyss and his engineers had long since completed their part, and once they received the forged components, the trio carefully began to piece it all together. As Shifeng watched the 3 master engineers combine the individual components and transform them into a full-fledged tank, he could not help his growing excitement. The Hell Tank was crimson and 4 times the size of a tank in the real world. The Hell Tank took up nearly half of the special forming room like some gigantic, slumbering beast. Guild Leader. It's a success. We combined all of the components successfully. Burning Abyss shouted in elation as he inserted the final piece and received a notification from the system. Chapter I-860 New Hell Tank. Burning Abyss's joyful voice echoed inside the spacious and messy special workshop. When the other 2 master engineers saw the cold, pitch-black Hell Tank before them, they, too, could not help but become excited. As the makers of the Hell Tank, they knew very clearly just how amazing it was. The Hell Tank's armor was made from Titan ore, an incomparably tough material that was basically indestructible to current players. If players couldn't damage the Hell Tank's armor, then they wouldn't be able to reduce its durability either. With the frightening mana output of the Hell Tank's power source, the tank would be capable of rolling over any Tier 3 monsters in its path. As for Tier 2 players, they were no different from powerless children before the Hell Tank. The destructive power of the Hell Tank's body itself was already plenty troublesome to players. What more the firepower the Hell Tank possessed. When they thought about fielding the Hell Tank in combat in the future, they could easily imagine the Hell Tank's destructive power instilling fear into their enemies. They really wished they could put the Hell Tank to use right away. Excellent! Shifeng also could not help a little excitement as he looked at the completed Hell Tank. Burning Abyss and the other 2 only understood that the Hell Tank was a very powerful weapon. However, they failed to appreciate what an intermediate tank represented, never having witnessed how frightening an existence an intermediate tank was when used against players out in the fields. Even a 100-man, Tier 2 expert team would be helpless against a fully armed intermediate tank. There would only be one outcome: death. The powerful armor of an intermediate tank was not something that Tier 2 skills and spells could destroy. Only Tier 3 attacks stood a chance of damaging an intermediate tank slightly. Hence, for Tier 2 players, going up against an intermediate tank would be akin to raiding an invincible monster. However, the immunity to Tier 2 attacks and below still wasn't the most amazing aspect of an intermediate tank. The crucial detail about an intermediate tank was its speed and power. If one had an intermediate tank, one could basically move unhindered, so long as one did not come across Tier 3 or above players and monsters or players that wielded war weapons. After verifying that the production was a success, Shifeng arrived before the Hell Tank and stored it inside his epic-ranked spatial bag. This scene stupefied Burning Abyss and his fellow master engineers. The Hell Tank wasn't an item that could be stored whole in a player's bag space. If players wished to store it there, they would have to disassemble it first into smaller parts because not only did the Hell Tank occupy too many bag space slots, but its weight was also extraordinary. Normally, several players would be required to lug it around. Currently, even the most expensive 1,000 slot bag sold on the market could hold only 1/10 of the Hell Tank. If one wanted to store the entire Hell Tank in a single bag, said bag would need a capacity of 10,000 slots. However, this was still not the most crucial point. The deciding factor was the weight. Carrying a Hell Tank required at least 5 strength-focused Tier 2 players. Nevertheless, Shifeng had actually stored the entire Hell Tank all by himself. What Burning Abyss and the other two did not know was that epic-ranked spatial bags existed in God's domain. Take Shifeng's spatial bag for example. Not only could it store 12,000 slots worth of items, but it also had a built-in warehouse that allowed the storage of non-bag space items. In addition, items stored inside the spatial bag wouldn't add to the load of players. Hence, Shifeng was able to store the Hell Tank without problems. After collecting the Hell Tank, Shifeng had to inspect its attributes. As the Hell Tank was a war weapon, its attribute panel could not be inspected while it was present in the outside world. At most, one would see only its name when inspecting it. Only after storing it in a bag space could one inspect it. Hell Tank, intermediate tank equipped with a dark gold rank power source. Maximum capacity, 20 people increases movement speed by 210%. Possesses upper rank tier 2 defensive capabilities. Durability 400 additional skill 1 dash. Magic Shield. Constructs a tier 3 magic barrier that can absorb up to a maximum of 3 million damage for 24 minutes. Each use costs 18 magic crystals. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Hell Cannon, 1,700 yard range. Deals a devastating blow at the tier 3 standard to a 35-yard radius. Each use costs 90 magic crystals. Cooldown, 14 seconds. Additional skill 3 dash. Flame Spears, creates 14 flame spears. Each flame spear carries power at the peak of tier 2 and has a 150-yard attack range. Cooldown, 7 seconds. It's improved by so much? Shifeng hid his astonishment as he looked at the attributes of the Hell Tank. The original Hell Tank was already top tier among intermediate tanks. However, upgrading its power source to dark gold rank had improved it significantly in every aspect. Not only did the higher mana output bring a 30% increase to its movement speed, but it also amplified the magic runes carved on the Hell Tank's armor, boosting the Hell Tank's defensive capabilities from tier 2 to upper rank tier 2. With this, even tier 3 attacks would barely damage the Hell Tank. Aside from that, the upgraded power source had also strengthened the Hell Tank's firepower slightly and reduced its energy consumption somewhat. Overall, the Hell Tank's combat power had improved by at least 40%. Although it still wasn't comparable to an advanced tank, it also far superior to an ordinary intermediate tank. Guild Leader, now that we've completed the first Hell Tank, may we start production on the second one? Burning Abyss asked carefully as he looked at the silent Shifeng. He was already captivated with the Hell Tank at this point. The engineering techniques involved in the Hell Tank's production were superior to the production techniques for the ships he had made thus far. One could say that tanks were his current romance. Right now, all he wanted to do was mass-produce the Hell Tank and research the theories behind its production so that he could create his own tank in the future. However, the materials required to produce the Hell Tank were simply too staggering. Just the engineering materials needed were already extremely difficult to acquire, not to mention the forging materials. Without permission from the guild, the Hell Tank was not something he could produce as he wished. Of course, currently, what you all need to do is produce the Hell Tank's engineering components from the materials on hand. If you run out, you can ask Melancholic for some more. I'll also try to have the forging components delivered to you as soon as possible, Shifeng replied, nodding. After seeing the Hell Tank's strength, he was even more certain of its necessity. Although Melancholic's smile had collected barely enough materials for 3 or 4 Hell Tanks, which would be hardly sufficient to accomplish anything major, he had already mobilized the entire guild's power to collect the necessary main materials. It wouldn't be long before they acquired more Titan Oregon. Upon hearing Shifeng's command, the 3 master engineers grew even more excited. Without hesitation, they rushed back to their respective workstations and resumed producing the engineering components. As for Shifeng, he returned to his special forging room and crafted the forging components. He wanted to fabricate as many Hell Tanks as possible before the airport's completion. Like so, 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zero Wings members were continuously raiding the dungeons Shi Feng specified and collected a large amount of Titan Oregon, including the other rare materials Melancholic Smile sourced from other kingdoms and empires, which were integral to the Hell Tanks production. Shi Feng and the others had managed to build 5 more Hell Tanks. Now, a total of 6 Hell Tanks were sitting inside the Candlelight Trading Firm's underground warehouse. Looking at the 6 Hell Tanks, Shi Feng found them to be a spectacle to behold. Shi Feng's forging proficiency had also increased rapidly during this period. Including the proficiency points the system awarded him before, he had over 70,000 forging proficiency points accumulated. He now needed just a little over 20,000 points to officially reach the intermediate master rank. As Shi Feng was considering producing the components for the 7th Hell Tank, he suddenly received a system notification. System: the construction of Silverwing Town's airport is completed. Please check and ratify the construction work. Chapter 1861, Airport opening time's up already. After reading the system notification, Shi Feng promptly stopped his work, contacted Cream Cocoa, and instructed her to take his place. He had worked constantly over the past 2 days to produce the Hell Tank. He had also used the Philosopher's Hand to help Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile forge the Hell Tank's components. After all, he was Zero Wings guild leader. He didn't have a lot of spare time to commit to the Hell Tank. Now that the 2 women had become basic master forgers, the Philosopher's Hand could help them perform as intermediate master forgers as well. As the 2 women forged more components, their forging standards improved. Likewise, their production success rate increased. Although they weren't nearly as skilled as Shi Feng when crafting the Hell Tank's upgraded power source, their success range was tolerable. With this, Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa could work on the Hell Tank's forged components as long as they had materials, even if he wasn't around. When Hell Tanks were used on a battlefield, they weren't very effective unless an army had a certain number of them. However, once they had a sufficient force, players wouldn't be able to compare to their destructive power. Hence, production of the Hell Tanks must continue without pause. Moreover, once she used and familiarized herself with the Philosopher's Hand, Melancholic Smile could use the alchemy treasure effectively to nurture Candlelight's advanced lifestyle players. With it, she could gauge which players would quickly reach master rank. This, in turn, would increase Candlelight's strength far more quickly. After passing his work off to Cream Cocoa, Shi Feng used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to Silverwing Town. Or Empire, Silverwing Town. As Shi Feng walked through the streets, he could see that the town's player population had significantly decreased. The previously crowded main street alone had lost over half of its players. A strange depression had descended on the town. It was nowhere near as lively as it had been. Sure enough, the Crimson Flame Fortress's allure to elite and expert players is quite strong. With a glance at the streets, Shi Feng noticed that the majority of these players were ordinary players. Very few were elites or experts. The Crimson Flame Fortress definitely couldn't compete with Silverwing Town in terms of facilities, but it could teleport players to various locations near the Ore capital city while evading the Ore army's strict patrol. It was a fatal attraction for elite and expert players since this allowed them to reach the Azura mode regional dungeon with far more ease. In contrast, although Silverwing Town was very close to the primordial divine ruin, a limited number of players were allowed to enter the ruin at any one time. Meanwhile, the various large guilds and superpowers monopolized the entry slots. Independent players had no chance of entering the ruin. It was natural that these players wanted to head towards the Ore capital city in search of treasure and EXP. After all, every player wanted to grow stronger and get rich overnight. The Ore capital city provided a golden opportunity. Even if players failed to find amazing treasure, they could acquire enough magic crystals in the regional dungeon to earn a small fortune, selling them to the various large guilds in bulk. Although the various team dungeons had a chance of dropping magic crystals, they didn't drop many, and the drop rate was painfully low. In contrast, even the Ore capital city's level 50+ Lord-ranked monsters had a considerably high drop rate. And these Lord-ranked monsters were common in the regional dungeon. Damn the Blackwater Guild. They've gone too far. We're not even Zero Wing members. We are just here for a few Silverwing Town transportation quests, yet they treat us like Zero Wing members, annihilating our team without a second thought. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Blackwater's members and the Dark players have stated that from tomorrow on, any player that wants to complete a transportation quest in Silverwing Town will have to pay a protection fee. Otherwise, they won't guarantee our safety during our quest. Surviving in Silverwing Town had become too difficult. I'm thinking of heading to the Ore capital city and be done with it. This is Zero Wing's territory. Isn't the guild going to do anything about this? Does Zero Wing even have the leeway to? Right now, Zero Wing's teams are constantly fighting Blackwater's members and the Dark players. There have already been several hundred skirmishes within Silverwing Town's vicinity. However, Blackwater is simply too ruthless. It used its point system to attract large numbers of elite and expert players to fight for it. Now, Blackwater's forces outnumber Zero Wing by many times. Zero Wing just doesn't have enough manpower to protect every corner of its territory. I've heard that Zero Wing has suffered more than 20,000 casualties already. Where would Zero Wing find the time and manpower to deal with the highway robberies? I've also heard that Aqua Rose personally led an expert legion to stop Blackwater's members in order to protect its territory. In the end, nearly half of Zero Wing's main force members and more than 2,000 Zero Wing experts died in that battle. Meanwhile, Blackwater lost a little over 2,000 experts and 3,000 elites. In the end, as Blackwater had too many people, and since bounty hunters had begun to join the fight, Aqua Rose's legion was forced to retreat. Now, Zero Wing has limited its movement around the town. It seems Silverwing Town isn't hospitable anymore. Let's just try our luck in the Ore capital city. Hearing the players leisurely chat on the street, some of the nearby independent players couldn't help their deep sigh. Silverwing Town wasn't declining because its facilities had fallen behind the times, but because of Blackwater's ruthlessness. The guild gave independent players no hope of making a living in Silverwing Town. They're targeting the town's independent players now? Feng was surprised as he overheard the conversations. Has Blackwater's leader in the Ore Empire been replaced? Guilds rarely involved independent players when they fought each other in God's domain. Not only was the act morally bankrupt, but it would also leave a bad impression of the guild. Most importantly, it would turn independent players against the guild. Yet, Blackwater ignored these consequences and attacked independent players. It had even gone as far as to charge protection fees. The vicious methods the guild employed wasn't typical of Blackwater's previous pattern. Previously, Blackwater had operated arrogantly. Although it had tried to use overwhelming power to force its opponents to submit, the guild had only pointed its blade at its enemies. The guild hadn't involved bystanders. However, Feng didn't give the matter much thought as he made his way towards the new airport. Regardless of what Blackwater actions, there was one thing he could be sure of: the guild was his enemy. Although Blackwater's new tactics were unexpected, now that the airport was complete, he could begin to take action. Very quickly, Feng arrived in the town's eastern outer area. Since this area didn't have any particularly important buildings, very few players normally visited this side of town. Since Silverwing Town had deteriorated, even fewer people wandered this way. However, the gigantic magic barrier that enveloped the airport was extremely eye-catching, so a few passing players had stopped to examine the massive barrier. Recently, over a dozen level 100 NPC guards had gathered at the mountain-like barrier's entrance, attracting even more attention. Lord Protector, I am the guard team's Knight Captain Fleisch. I will be responsible for guiding you once we're inside. Fleisch, a Tier 3 Knight Captain, respectfully introduced himself as Feng arrived. I'll have to trouble you then, Feng said, nodding as he followed Fleisch into the magic barrier. The moment he entered the magic barrier, a luxurious, spacious airport appeared before his eyes. Icy cold, metallic airships, radiating a manufactured aura, filled the airport, which could practically rival the medium airports he remembered from his previous life. The only difference was the airport's size. It was just a little smaller. Lord Protector, this is a special model small airport. It has a total of 5 small docks and 1 medium dock. Each dock comes with its own airship. The airport's operation will require 150 people and 50 people to guard it. The 5 small airships will require 25 intermediate machinists to fly, and the medium airship will require 8 advanced machinists. Once the personnel has been assigned, the airport can open to the public, Fleisch explained as he guided Feng through the airport. As you are a city protector, we can help recruit these people for you. However, you will have to pay a monthly employment fee of 4,000 gold. Alright, let's go with that. Feng had, more or less, learned about airport's personnel requirements during his previous life. Finding the required staff to operate the airport was relatively easy, but finding the appropriate machinists wasn't. The machinist subclass was quite special and rare. It required one to have the engineer, forger, and magician subclasses. Ordinary players already had plenty of trouble developing one subclass, let alone 3. Moreover, one needed to know how to merge the 3 subclasses' techniques. It would take far more time to nurture a machinist than other subclasses as well. With how suddenly he had acquired the airport, he hadn't prepared for this aspect. Naturally, the fact that the system was willing to handle this issue was a welcome reprieve. Following which, Feng paid the 4,000 gold monthly employment fee. I have received the 4,000 gold. All staff members will arrive in 10 minutes. Once they do, we can open the airport to the public when you're ready. If there are no issues, I will take my leave, Fleisch said before turning to exit the airport. Following which, Feng toured the airport to pass the time. 10 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. System, do you wish to open the airport to the public? Chapter 1862, Situation Changes. When the system alerted him of the notification, Feng, who stood on one of the flight platforms, noticed that NPCs had already begun their work in the airport. He then called up the airport system interface and chose to open the airport to the public. Immediately, the pitch-black barrier that enveloped the airport began to disintegrate. As it did, it revealed a colossal building which was over 100 meters tall and as large as a stadium that could accommodate 50,000 people. 6 airships were suspended on their flight platforms, which were located on the airport's top floor. In the blink of an eye, the airport had become the most iconic building throughout Silverwing Town. Crap, is that an airship? How is this possible? How does Silverwing Town have airships? I thought only NPCs could have them. What's going on? Zero Wing has constructed an airport in Silverwing Town? The airport's revelation shocked every player in Silverwing Town. It was difficult to ignore since the 6 airships were so eye-catching. The town's players would see these massive vessels by simply lifting their heads, especially the medium airship. It was nearly the same size as a large passenger plane in the real world. It looked like a flying battleship. As everyone discussed the airport, the sound of a system notification reached their ears. Or Empire Region System announcement. Congratulations to Silverwing Town for being the first to construct an airport in the Or Empire. Rewarding Silverwing Town 30,000 popularity and 1 city passage order. The system announcement repeated 3 times, confirming players' suspicions. Are you kidding me? That's really an airport. Zero Wing actually built one. Now that Silverwing Town has an airport, doesn't that mean we won't have to run all the way to visit the town anymore? We just board an airship. That's exactly what it means. What other use would an airport have? I wonder which NPC city this airport is connected to? Silverwing Town's independent players couldn't help but cheer with joy. They might not know an airport's exact purpose, but they knew that it would make travel to Silverwing Town far easier and more convenient. Instead of running from their home countries to the Or Empire, they could simply board an airship to Silverwing Town. They were incredibly excited just thinking about it. Meanwhile, when they heard the system announcement, The players grinding in the Ore Empire read it with glowing, excited expressions. They had long since learned to loathe running from place to place, especially when venturing into a dangerous, neutral map like the Ore Empire. Now, however, they could just hitch a ride on an airship. This new convenience would allow them to travel between the Ore Empire and their home countries frequently, saving on repair fees, particularly because the repair fees in the Ore Empire were unusually high. Meanwhile, a large number of Dark players fought Zero Wing's members on a gravel hill not far from Silverwing Town. However, due to the unexpected system announcement, the battling Dark players froze in shock. Big Sis Aqua, our guild leader, is simply too awesome. He actually got his hands on an airport as well. Operating in the Ore Empire will be much easier now. With the airport, players that had avoided the Ore Empire due to the troublesome travel can take an airship straight to Silverwing Town. As more players visit, these Dark players will have a harder time near Silverwing Town. Moreover, with so many independent players, it'll be impossible for Blackwater to continue suppressing Silverwing Town, Turtledove exclaimed as she watched the Dark players slide to a halt. Since so many Dark players had gone overboard, even Zero Wing's main force members, such as herself, had been forced to take action. Not only were there so many of these Dark players, but there were also a few extremely powerful experts among them. They moved stealthily as well, making them incredibly challenging to defeat. This had given their team a huge headache. However, with Silverwing Town's new airport, their problems could be easily solved. It wouldn't be long before the news of the airport reached the neighboring countries. The Dark players' momentum continued to increase because normal players had such difficulty visiting the Ore Empire. In contrast, since the Ore Empire was allied with the Dark forces, Dark players could teleport to the Ore capital city directly. However, now that Silverwing Town had an airport, normal players could travel into the Ore Empire with relative ease. To Dark players, this was definitely not good news. This would turn the tables on them in the Ore Empire. Not only would this allow normal players to earn glory points by killing Dark players in the Ore Empire, but they could also acquire the Dark players' weapons and equipment, killing two birds with one stone. Once the airport gained popularity and independent players flooded into the Empire, Dark players would have an even worse time in the Ore Empire than they did in human kingdoms and empires. Indeed. But we can't let down our guard. Blackwater and Beast Emperor are our main enemies. Based on the latest reports, Blackwater has dispatched its capable vice guild leader, Wuxia, to lead the fight in the Empire. Wuxia's actions thus far have been minor tricks to wear us down. If Wuxia takes this seriously, we'll definitely be in trouble. Aqua Rose nodded in agreement with Turtledove's estimation when she saw the Dark players' panicked expressions, but she also offered her teammates a warning. Neither Blackwater nor Beast Emperor had taken any direct action yet. The two forces had been relying on others to do their dirty work, yet they'd forced Zero Wing into such a precarious position. Big Sis Aqua, the guild leader, has asked us to return. He says that he has something he wants to discuss with us, Flying Shadow said. I understand. Let's retreat, then, Aqua Rose said. With a last glance at the scattering Dark players, she gave up the idea of chasing them down and led her team back to Silverwing Town. Now that the airport had been constructed, the Dark players' days were numbered. Even if Zero Wing didn't try to exterminate these pests, these Dark players wouldn't dare linger near Silverwing Town. Silverwing Town, Zero Wing's residence. Zero Wing's upper echelons, who had been grinding or fighting Dark players near Silverwing Town, promptly gathered in the residence upon receiving Shifeng's call for a meeting. The spacious meeting room practically vibrated with activity as its occupants chatted about Silverwing Town's new airport. The more they talked about it, the more energetic they became. Their exhaustion after ceaselessly fighting had vanished. Guild leader, aside from Cola and the others that are leveling up on your orders, everyone has arrived, Aqua Rose reported to Shifeng, who remained silent in his seat. Good. Let's begin the meeting, then. Shifeng nodded. Following which, Aqua Rose stood from her seat with a light cough. Immediately, The meeting room fell silent as everyone turned toward the guild leader's throne, wondering about the purpose of today's meeting. I'm sure you all know about Silverwing Town's recent development. I believe that all of you have had your hands full with the fight against the Dark Players and Blackwater's members. You should have also noticed that we have been forced to shrink our territory around Silverwing Town, Shi Feng said and gestured, calling up the Or Empire's regional map in the center of the meeting table. However, now that the airport is complete, I've decided to expand Zero Wing's activity in the Or Empire to increase our members' leveling speed and obtain more resources to strengthen the guild. When they heard Shi Feng's intentions, everyone in the meeting room grew excited. They had waited a long time for this moment. Because of the Dark Players and Beast Emperor's evil beasts, they had been forced to reduce their territory and activity, but now that they had solved the problem of the Dark Players, this was a good opportunity to expand. Guild leader, how far are we planning on expanding our territory? Aqua Rose asked. We're going to take the Or Empire's entire southeastern region, Shi Feng announced, gesturing at the southeast section of the map before him. Chapter 1863, Expansion Plan. After Shi Feng was done speaking, the originally lively meeting room promptly fell silent. Everyone inside gaped in shock as they took in Shi Feng's calm expression. It was as if he considered what he had just mentioned something trifling, something that could be accomplished easily. The Orc Empire was an extremely large map. Although it might not be comparable to an actual empire, it was at least 10 times larger than an ordinary neutral map. Even now, the territory they occupied in the Orc Empire covered only the vicinity of the primordial divine ruin in the outer area of the Orc Empire's eastern region. On the other hand, the Empire's entire southeastern region was more than 10 times larger than their current territory. Executing such a large-scale territorial expansion might be possible if their guild did not have any enemies in the Orc Empire, but they were currently at war with Blackwater. This meant that there would be territorial disputes over the scarce high-resource areas. In order to ensure that guild members would be able to develop themselves normally in these areas, they would have to increase the manpower allocation to these areas in order to ensure their advantage. However, their forces were already stretched thin, just defending their current territory. Spreading their forces further would allow Blackwater and Beast Emperor to deal them a severe blow. Nowadays, not only did Blackwater's members in the Orc Empire greatly outnumbered Zero Wings, but due to Blackwater's bounty system, there were also a large number of experts hunting Zero Wings members. Now, the only reason why they could afford an expansion was the solution of the Dark Player problem. Doing so guaranteed that guild members could grind efficiently and acquire all sorts of resources. However, attempting to expand their territory in the Orc Empire to more than 10 times its current size would simply be counterproductive. After all, Zero Wing did not have the strength or manpower to defend such a large area. Without sufficient manpower for surveillance and patrol squads, the guild's teams would very easily be surrounded and annihilated by Blackwater's and Beast Emperor's armies. In God's domain, guild teams caused quite a commotion when grinding or conducting large-scale quests, especially when operating in high-resource areas. Their movements were easily detectable. Hence, whenever guild teams were conducting an operation, they needed people constantly patrolling and monitoring the surroundings to prevent getting ambushed and surrounded by enemies. Moreover, even if they dealt with the manpower problem by moving more members from Star Moon Kingdom to the Orc Empire, the players tasked with surveillance and patrols needed to have sufficient strength. Otherwise, they would end up getting killed by some random party from the enemy. It might be fine if these players were killed once or twice, but if the frequency grew too high, these players would end up crippled. Not to mention, the players tasked with surveillance and patrol had to be capable of executing proper defenses and buying time. After all, compared to a large team of players, a small group of players would have an easier time escaping. Hence, players tasked with surveillance and patrol needed to be able to buy time for the larger team to retreat. Without sufficient strength, players simply wouldn't be up to such a task. Guild leader, although we can acquire more high-resource areas by expanding our territory and increase the guild's development speed, with our current strength, we simply can't afford to defend such a large area. This expansion will just end up backfiring on us and give Blackwater the opportunity to weaken our expert and elite players. Aqua Rose then added, "My suggestion is to occupy 2 or 3 high-resource areas first. If it's just that much, we'll have enough manpower and strength to defend these areas. Once we stabilize our strength, we can then proceed with occupying more high-resource areas." The crowd inside the room expressed their agreement after hearing Aqua Rose's suggestion. While expanding Zero Wings territory by more than 10 times would indeed increase the guild members' leveling speed significantly and rake in a lot of wealth, that was dependent on them being able to defend their territory. If their members were to get killed repeatedly by Blackwater's and Beast Emperor's forces, then the expansion would just do more harm than good to their guild. While it is indeed good to take things step by step, we simply do not have the time for that right now, Shifeng said, shaking his head. If we go by the current number of members we have in Silverwing Town, your suggestion is indeed excellent. However, I plan to transfer at least 150,000 members from Starmoon Kingdom once we're done with the expansion. If we occupy just 3 high-resource areas, there simply wouldn't be enough resources to go around. 150,000? Aqua Rose could not help but be shocked by Shifeng's words. Why are we suddenly transferring so many people over? Thus far, Zero Wing had only 120,000 members operating in Silverwing Town. Moreover, this number was a result of Silverwing Town recently becoming an intermediate town. If the number of guild members operating in Silverwing Town more than doubled, the current leveling resources available around Silverwing Town wouldn't be enough to allow them all to develop rapidly. Moreover, due to the appearance of the airport, the leveling resources available within the vicinity of Silverwing Town would soon face further pressure from the influx of independent players. Everyone else in the meeting room also gasped at Shifeng's statement. They simply could not understand what was going through Shifeng's mind. Their guild leader's plan was ludicrous. While increasing the number of guild members operating in the Orc Empire would bolster Silverwing Town's strength, at the end of the day, God's Domain was still a virtual reality game. In every virtual reality game, leveling resources were finite. Each leveling area had only so much resources available. Too many players sharing them would impact the leveling speed of these players. Although transferring so many guild members over would increase Zero Wing's momentum in the Orc Empire within a short period, as more time passed, Zero Wing's members would fall behind Blackwater's members in terms of both levels and equipment. This was also the reason why the various superpowers did not concentrate all their members in a single location, despite having a huge advantage in strength and numbers. Even if a superpower were trying to target a power in a particular area, it would only dispatch a small number of expert and elite members. This way, not only would it increase the guild's overall strength in the area, but it also wouldn't affect the other guild members operating in the affected area. In the case of Blackwater, the reason why it could dispatch so many players into the Orc Empire without affecting its guild members' development was the Crimson Flame Fortress and the guild's cooperation with Beast Emperor. With these two factors, Blackwater was free to monopolize all kinds of resources in the Orc Empire. The current super guilds and super first-rate guilds definitely wouldn't be able to match Blackwater's feat. I believe you all know about the secret stone fortress that recently appeared in the Orc Empire, Shifeng said. Michim. It's the only NPC fortress in the Orc Empire operated by the human race. The fortress comes equipped with all kinds of facilities. At the same time, it is extremely close to the Orc Empire's inner area. One could say that it is a rest stop for players trying to move from the Orc Empire's outer area to the inner area. Moreover, it is also close to the inner area's Copper Mountain Fortress, which is extremely rich in resources. If we utilize the secret stone fortress's teleportation ability, we could teleport to the vicinity of the Copper Mountain Fortress. Due to this reason, many guilds have set their sights on the secret stone fortress already. They are thinking of ways to raise their status in the fortress so that they can garrison it and use it as a foundation to capture the Copper Mountain Fortress. After hearing Shifeng's sudden non sequitur, Aqua Rose gave a detailed introduction of the secret stone fortress. At this point in time, the secret stone fortress was already a competition ground for the various large guilds. Particularly, after witnessing the Crimson Flame Fortress's daily income, the various superpowers were extremely eager to control a fortress of their own. That's right. Originally, I wanted to keep this matter a secret. However, there is no longer a need to do so, Shi Feng said, nodding. He then swept a glance at everyone present and added, through completing a quest, I have already acquired the rights to garrison the secret stone fortress. I believe you all should understand what this entails. Chapter 1864, Crazy Operation. The garrison rights to the secret stone fortress. What? With the rights to garrison the secret stone fortress, doesn't that mean our guild is now the fortress's manager? Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone immediately revealed surprised and excited expressions. The various large guilds were currently contesting crazily over the secret stone fortress. They were all looking for ways to become the fortress's manager, so that they could use it as a springboard to acquire the nearby resources, particularly those around the Copper Mountain Fortress. A fortress allowed players to gain control of an area much more easily than a town. This was because the fortresses in the Ore Empire allowed players to teleport to anywhere within their vicinity. In other words, a fortress's entire teleportation range was its defended territory, and guilds could send large numbers of reinforcements at any time. With this, enemy players would have difficulty mounting ambushes or encirclements. In addition, the secret stone fortress was partly managed by human NPCs, which made it the safest location in the entire Ore Empire. It was not a fortress that current players could threaten. Hence, becoming the manager of the secret stone fortress was equivalent to taking control of an impregnable fortress. Due to this reason, the various large guilds were doing everything they could to become the fortress's manager. Yet now, Shi Feng suddenly informed them that he had already acquired the garrison rights to the secret stone fortress. How could this revelation not surprise them? I understand. I'll head back to White River City immediately and start gathering the required manpower. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed brightly when she heard Shi Feng's words. At this moment, she finally understood why Shi Feng wanted to transfer an additional 150,000 guild members over to the Ore Empire. The acquisition of the secret stone fortress meant that Zero Wing's territory had grown to include all areas within the secret stone fortress's teleportation range. The current number of guild members they had in the Ore Empire was naturally insufficient to fully take advantage of all that territory. Moreover, with the increase of so many guild members in the Ore Empire, Zero Wing's strength in the Empire would also skyrocket. Hold on for a second. Wait till you're done listening to my plan, Shi Feng said. He could not help but shake his head and laugh when he saw Aqua Rose's eagerness to occupy the secret stone fortress now. Having a large number of guild members garrison the secret stone fortress is only the first step. Our true goal is the Dark Witch's Tower, in the southeastern region of the Ore Empire. The Dark Witch's Tower was originally an abandoned tower. However, after the Dark Forces and the Ore Empire became allies, it became a temporary teleportation point for the Dark Forces. Due to the existence of this tower, Dark players have easy access to the Empire's southeastern region from the Ore capital city. Destroying this temporary teleportation point would not only hinder Dark players' operations in the Empire's southeastern region but also prevent them from cooperating with the Blackwater Guild in targeting us. Although everyone in the room agreed with Shi Feng's sentiments, they still had to shake their heads in disapproval after giving the matter some thought. Guild leader, although the Dark Witch's Tower's defenses aren't comparable to a fortress's, it is still guarded by Dark NPCs. A large number of Dark players normally gather there as well. The various superpowers have also thought about destroying this gathering point before, but Beast Emperor simply isn't giving them any chances. He has dispatched a large number of evil beasts and evil demons to guard the place long-term. Even if we double the forces we currently have in the Ore Empire, the likelihood of us succeeding in destroying that gathering point is very low. That's right. Moreover, if we execute such a large-scale operation, there's no way that Blackwater won't find out about it. At that time, Blackwater will no doubt dispatch its own army to launch a pincer attack on us. At this point in time, the Dark Witch's Tower had become a target of hatred of normal players operating in the Or Empire's southeastern region. Many wished they could burn it to the ground. Unfortunately, their hatred was useless. Not only did dark NPCs guard the Dark Witch's Tower, but there was also the presence of Beast Emperor's minions. Current players couldn't do anything about the place. If not for these reasons, the various superpowers would have long since eliminated the tower from God's domain and curbed the activity of dark players in the Or Empire. Relax. I've already thought about this point. When the time comes, Aqua, you'll lead an army of 100,000 players and 200 miniature ballistas to assault Beast Emperor's ancient rock city. If we do that, Beast Emperor will definitely gather his minions to defend the fortress, drawing down his forces at the Dark Witch's Tower. Not to mention, those dark players will no doubt come seeking to take advantage of the siege battle, which will further reduce the number of players defending the tower. When the time comes, I'll personally lead a 1,000-man team and thoroughly destroy the Dark Witch's Tower. Shifeng said. Destroy the Dark Witch's Tower with just 1,000 players? Guild leader, isn't this too dangerous? After all is said and done, that place is a gathering point for the dark forces. No matter how deserted it becomes, there should still be around 2,000 or 3,000 players inside the town. Not to mention, there are also several hundred dark NPCs there. Everyone in the room chimed in worriedly. A team of 1,000 is just right. Any more and our movements will be discovered very easily. Plus, even if our team of 1,000 is discovered, our enemies will just treat us as a team that's going out to grind or do a quest. They will never think that we are actually going to destroy the Dark Witch's Tower, Shifeng said, shaking his head. For the operation this time, the key point will be whether the main army will be able to lure away the evil beasts and evil demons. The more monsters lured away, the higher my side's chances of success. Guild leader, leave it to me. I'll definitely make our movements known. I'll let Beast Emperor and Blackwater think that we're going for a final stand. At that time, they'll surely spare no effort in trying to deal us a heavy blow, Aqua Rose said. Only, are you really fine with just 1,000 players? 1,000 is more than enough, Shifeng replied, chuckling. If nobody has any problems, we'll start the operation right away. With this battle, Zero Wing will claim the entire southeastern section of the Or Empire in one fell swoop. The 1,000-man team he planned on bringing with him to the Dark Witch's Tower wasn't actually meant for battle. The team would be there only to serve as support and scouts. The main actors in this operation would be the 6 hell tanks he produced. Although 6 hell tanks were still far from enough to siege a city, destroying a small gathering point for dark players would not be a problem for them. Moreover, he also wished to take a good look at the power of the hell tanks. Understood. Everyone felt their blood boil with excitement at Shifeng's words. Although they weren't sure whether Shifeng was actually capable of destroying the Dark Witch's Tower, they had been waiting a long time for such a large-scale war. The fights they fought before had been scuffles at best. They had also been suppressed by the Dark players and Blackwater's members all this time and had long since gotten fed up. Now that they had an opportunity to fight on a real battlefield, they more than welcomed it. Immediately, everyone took action according to Shifeng's arrangements. As for Melancholic Smile, she hurried back to Starred Moon Kingdom and started gathering the guild's elite and normal members, readying them to head toward the secret stone fortress. For a time, the entire Zero Wing Guild was a beehive of activity. This situation befuddled the spies the various large guilds planted in Zero Wing. They all wondered what Zero Wing was trying to do this time. After getting a thorough understanding of the situation, they all involuntarily fell into a daze. What's going on? Zero Wing is actually planning on making a last stand against Beast Emperor and attack Ancient Rock City? Is Zero Wing insane? It has just obtained an airport, and it is already trying to pick a fight with Beast Emperor? News of this situation quickly spread into the ears of the various major powers of Star Moon Kingdom and sent the kingdom's players into an uproar. As for Shifeng, he had arrived at the secret stone fortress by himself. Currently, although the secret stone fortress had yet to be fully open to the public, players belonging to the various major powers had already gathered here. These players easily numbered more than 100,000. Including the independent players that had come here to rest, the fortress's total player population already exceeded 500,000. After taking a look at the general situation inside the fortress, Shifeng made his way to the fortress's administration building. Lord Claude, I have already collected the 60,000 gold according to our agreement. Once Shifeng met up with Claude, he handed over 60,000 gold to the NPC. Excellent. This is indeed 60,000 gold. With this, we'll finally have enough funds to reconstruct the secret stone fortress, Claude said, smiling as he looked at the bag of coins in his hand. He then took out a golden token and said, "Here is the secret stone fortress's token. From now onward, you are the secret stone fortress's advanced manager. I hope you can contribute more towards the fortress's development in the future." Chapter 1865, Garrisoning the Fortress. After Shifeng received the golden token, he could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. During this period, due to the decrease in Silverwing Town's population, the town's income had declined considerably. Fortunately, thanks to the rare materials acquired from the Ice Crystal world and the continuous growth of Zero Wing City's popularity, he had just barely managed to earn the 60,000 gold required. Now that he had become the secret stone fortress's advanced manager, he could officially allow Zero Wing to garrison the fortress. Although doing so would incite the jealousy of the various superpowers, so long as the next step of his plan succeeded and Zero Wing displayed sufficient strength in the Orc Empire, these superpowers would think twice about attacking Zero Wing. Following which, Shifeng made his way to the administration building's office hall. Currently, over 1,000 players were seated inside the office hall, every one of whom was level 55 or above. They were also fully equipped in level 50 secret silver equipment, with some powerful ones even sporting several pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. Aside from being high-leveled and well-equipped, these players also shared another similarity: they were all guild players. Currently, these guild players were grouped in parties as they waited for their turn to meet with the NPCs at the front desks. The queue is moving so slowly. Hopefully, the leader will pick up a good quest. The previous quest we got was simply fraudulent. It actually required us to collect 500 orc weapons yet gave only 3 guild contribution points in return. There weren't even any additional rewards. You guys got it a lot better. Our quest was the real fraudulent one. We were actually required to steal 3 medium rapid-fire ballistas from an orc fortress. The designated orc fortress was chock-a-block with orcs at the chieftain rank and above. Even level 60-plus Great Lord-ranked orcs were present in large numbers. Our party got wiped out twice doing this quest. If not for our party's healer having the intermediate resurrection skill, which reduced the death penalty we suffered, every member in our party would have lost 2 levels already. The various guild parties in the hall were all grumbling about the contribution quests given out by the secret stone fortress. Not only was the difficulty of these quests extremely high, but the rewards given were not particularly good either. However, they also couldn't refuse to do the quests. Otherwise, their guilds wouldn't be able to gain the garrison rights to the secret stone fortress. Just as the various parties were conversing with each other, Shifeng, who was wearing a black cloak, arrived at the exchange counter a short distance away from the quest counters. His presence soon attracted the attention of the players inside the hall. Crap, who is that person? Is he actually using his contribution points to exchange for items? Impossible. Just activating the exchange counter function requires an individual to have 200 CPs and be an honorary warrior of the secret stone fortress. After my party did a high-ranking quest, each member only got between 5 to 10 CPs, and that quest took my party over 5 hours to complete. Even if that guy doesn't sleep and does quests one after another, There's no way he would have 200 CPs right now. He should be asking about the available items for exchange. Currently, the secret stone fortress had been opened for only 4 days. Gaining access to the fortress's exchange function was simply impossible at the moment. Meanwhile, just as everyone was having such thoughts, the NPC beauty, who wore an indifferent and aloof expression on her face, suddenly smiled and bowed respectfully after seeing Shifeng. "Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today?" the NPC beauty asked respectfully. "I wish to accomplish the guild garrisoning procedures," Shifeng replied, nodding. Upon hearing Shifeng's request, the NPC beauty immediately took out a form and explained, "All right, please fill up this form. Afterward, you will have to pay a 500 gold security deposit. Once that is done, your guild will be officially recognized by the secret stone fortress." "Here is 500 gold, Shifeng said, handing over the money, before he started filling up the form before him. Meanwhile, the NPC beauty's actions immediately had the guild players inside the hall gaping in shock. Who is he? Why is the NPC being so respectful toward him? That guy is carrying out the guild garrisoning procedures. How is that possible? Didn't they say that the exchange function is only available after an individual has accumulated 200 CPs? How can he complete the guild garrisoning procedures already? For a time, the members of the various large guilds failed to react to what was going on. When Shifeng was done filling up the form and the NPC beauty confirmed that Zero Wing had become a guild recognized by the secret stone fortress, the sound of a system announcement suddenly entered everyone's ears. Orc Empire Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to garrison the secret stone fortress. Rewarding 500 secret stone fortress guild contribution points and the rights to rent a large residence in the secret stone fortress. The system announcement repeated 3 times. Only after the system's voice faded away did the various guild players inside the office hall snap out of their daze. Zero Wing. Damn it. How did Zero Wing acquire the garrison rights so quickly? There must be a secret to this. We need to report to our superiors immediately. At this moment, the eyes of the various guild players present had already turned bloodshot. The large guilds had long since made the secret stone fortress a priority. In order to secure the garrison rights to the fortress, their guilds had invested a ridiculous amount of manpower. However, even now, their guilds still had little to show for their efforts. Nevertheless, Zero Wing acquired not only the garrison rights but even a large residence. This benefit would provide significant help to a guild in competing for the Orc Empire's resources. Very quickly, news of this matter entered the ears of the various superpowers' upper echelons. Isn't Zero Wing just an up-and-coming guild? Now, it has not only an airport but also the garrison rights to the secret stone fortress. Not bad. If our guild can obtain these things, we'll be able to monopolize at least half of the Orc Empire's bountiful resources. Have someone contact Zero Wing and tell them that King's Return is willing to invest in Zero Wing and let it become a subordinate guild of King's Return. Good. Very good. Zero Wing's development speed is truly surprising. It's no wonder Blackwater is constantly trying to devour it and has gone as far as to send that woman over. Immediately have someone contact Zero Wing and tell it that the Crimson Emperor is willing to deal with Blackwater together with it and help it protect the resources it has. In return, however, Zero Wing has to become Crimson Emperor's subordinate guild. Upon receiving this piece of news, the various superpowers all started taking action. Previously, they could ignore the existence of Zero Wing, as the guild still couldn't threaten their interests. However, the secret stone fortress was a strategic location that involved a significant portion of the resources available in the entire Orc Empire. This was not a realm that Zero Wing should be allowed to touch. Shortly after the system announcement, Aqua Rose, who was currently in Star Moon Kingdom arranging for the transfer of members to the Orc Empire, received invitations for a meeting from various superpowers, as many as 7 at this point, which made her scalp tingle. Just dealing with Blackwater, a large guild with a powerful background, was already enough to put Zero Wing in a precarious situation. If Zero Wing were to provoke all these superpowers now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Finding herself at a loss as to what to do, Aqua Rose immediately contacted Shi Feng and asked, "Guild leader, more and more superpowers have sent representatives to meet with me. Do I accept their invitations?" Even if the representatives of the various superpowers did not state their intentions, she could already guess the purpose of these meetings. Back when Zero Wing was still operating solely in Star Moon Kingdom, it could afford to provoke these superpowers, as it had the home ground advantage. At worst, the superpowers would only feel slighted by Zero Wing's rejection. They wouldn't take any real action against Zero Wing. After all, they had more important matters to deal with. They simply didn't have enough time and manpower to do something unprofitable. However, the situation was different now. The Orc Empire was the competition ground for the various superpowers. Meanwhile, the matter regarding the secret stone fortress involved the future of the entire Orc Empire. Hence, these superpowers would not take Zero Wing's refusal lightly. If the various superpowers got serious, they were very likely to destroy Zero Wing. After all, if they could not acquire the secret stone fortress, then they wouldn't allow others to acquire it either, much less leave Zero Wing to monopolize it. Chapter 1866, Stepping Stone. They sure moved fast, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the anguished expression on Aqua Rose's face. He had long since anticipated that the various superpowers would make such a move. Previously, Zero Wing had already incurred the envy of the various superpowers over Silverwing Town. However, as Silverwing Town couldn't affect the overall situation at the Orc Empire and Zero Wing's territory there was still relatively small, the various superpowers weren't that concerned about Zero Wing. The secret stone fortress, though, was different. Every location within the teleportation range of the secret stone fortress could be considered the fortress's territory. Not to mention, the secret stone fortress was the safest fortress for human players in the entire Orc Empire. The fortress was also relatively close to the Copper Mountain Fortress, presenting a stepping stone for the capture of the Copper Mountain Fortress. One fortress already provided an extensive territory. One could easily imagine what kind of temptations two fortresses held. In particular, seeing Blackwater occupy the Crimson Flame Fortress made the various superpowers even more anxious to obtain a fortress of their own. Now that Zero Wing had acquired the garrison rights to the secret stone fortress, it would be strange for the various superpowers not to take action. "Guild leader, you still have the leisure to laugh?" Aqua Rose exclaimed, thunderstruck. "If we meet them now and refuse to cooperate with them, it would be tantamount to declaring ourselves their enemy. So, it's best not to meet them for now," Shi Feng said. "But if we don't meet with them, I'm afraid the end result would still be the same." Aqua Rose felt that Shi Feng's proposal wasn't a good idea either. In fact, maintaining their silence would most likely annoy the various superpowers even more. "That's why I said that we won't be meeting them for now," Shi Feng pointed out, chuckling. "How are things coming along on your side?" "I'm almost ready. I'll be able to have our members transfer over in half an hour or so," Aqua Rose said. "Another half hour?" After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng said, "That's too long. For now, you should return to Silverwing Town and leave the transfer for Snow to handle. Once you're back, immediately gather an army and head for Ancient Rock City." "So soon?" Aqua Rose asked in surprise. "With the superpowers already getting antsy, we naturally need to hasten our movements," Shi Feng explained. "Moreover, if we drag things on for too long, Blackwater and Beast Emperor might alter their plans to deal with us. If that happens, our assault might not go so smoothly." "I understand. I'll gather the army right away," Aqua Rose said, nodding. She promptly dropped her current task and proceeded according to Shi Feng's demands. As for Shi Feng himself, he returned to White River City's candlelight trading firm. The Hell tanks were too large, and transporting them would not be an easy task. Moreover, Feng didn't want too many people to know what he was up to. Hence, he decided to transfer the tanks one by one, all by himself. Fortunately, it would take Aqua Rose quite some time to gather an army of 100,000 players at such short notice. After Aqua Rose returned to Silverwing Town, the first thing she did was release a guild announcement stating that she was seeking to gather 100,000 members over at Silverwing Town to execute a siege against Ancient Rock City. Meanwhile, participating members had to be an elite member or above and at least level 50. Shortly after the announcement went public, it sent a commotion throughout Zero Wing. What's going on? Are we going to make a final stand against Beast Emperor? That's Ancient Rock City we're talking about. I recall there being over 1 million evil beasts inside the city. There are even Tier 4 NPCs and a large number of mythic evil demons and evil beasts. We won't even be enough to serve as appetizers if we try to attack all those monsters. Didn't you read the announcement properly? We won't be just 100,000 players. We're also bringing 200 miniature ballistas. Those are war weapons. Even those evil beasts and evil demons won't survive against them for very long. Moreover, since the guild has decided to attack Ancient Rock City, it definitely has other trump cards in store. Haha. This is wonderful. During the last major war, I was only a normal member of the guild. Now, I'm finally qualified to participate in a war. Zero Wing's members had an intense debate over this sudden decision to attack Ancient Rock City. This was especially true for the guild members that frequently operated within the Ore Empire. Thus far, they have been constantly suppressed by Beast Emperor's evil beasts and evil demons. Now that a good opportunity to vent their pent-up frustration was before them, they were naturally eager to jump at the chance. Meanwhile, word of Zero Wing's large-scale operation naturally entered the ears of the various major powers almost as soon as it was announced. Interesting. Zero Wing has just acquired the garrison rights to the secret stone fortress, and it is already planning to assault Beast Emperor's Ancient Rock City? How rich! Zero Wing is actually mobilizing 200 miniature ballistas in addition to an army of 100,000 elites. Is Zero Wing trying to use this as an opportunity to demonstrate its strength and solidify its position in the Ore Empire? Does Zero Wing want to prove itself to be qualified for the secret stone fortress's garrison rights? The various major powers easily discerned Zero Wing's motives for besieging Ancient Rock City this time, especially the superpowers who were trying to recruit Zero Wing. Guild leader, Zero Wing is showing our king's return no respect. Should we take action immediately? Hell Fiend asked, a sneer on his face as he looked at the white-clad, middle-aged man on the screen before him. He never held any goodwill for Zero Wing. If not for his guild leader ordering him to come to negotiate personally with Zero Wing, he would have liked nothing better than to annihilate the upstart guild. Let's wait for a bit. I'm interested to see just how much strength Zero Wing has to actually think that it can defend the secret stone fortress, the middle-aged man replied, smiling as he took a look at the report he just received. Understood. At his guild leader's words, Hell Fiend had no choice but to suppress the rage in his heart and wait quietly in White River City. I'll let you remain arrogant for now, Zero Wing. Once you lose to Beast Emperor Many superpowers desired the ancient rock city that Beast Emperor occupied. However, even until now, not a single superpower had managed to do anything to the city. Needless to say, the likelihood of Zero Wing successfully capturing Ancient Rock City was even lower. Like King's return, the other superpowers also chose to wait and see in regard to Zero Wing's sudden movement this time. They intended to look at the outcome of this impending battle before deciding. A defeat in this battle would force Zero Wing to acknowledge its inadequacy. If that happened, negotiations would go much more smoothly afterward. Zero Wing really is overestimating itself. Nine Dragons Emperor, who was currently in the Black Dragon Empire, could not help but laugh when he received news about Zero Wing's intentions. Originally, I was planning on advising the Great Pavilion Master to hinder Phoenix Rain from providing aid to Zero Wing. Now, it would seem that I won't need to waste the effort. However, I also have to admit that Black Flame is very smart. Had he asked Phoenix Rain to help him and the Great Pavilion Master actually agreed to it, I would have had an excuse to send people over to manage both the Secret Stone Fortress and Silverwing Town. Pavilion Master, what should we do now? Martial Dragon asked. The struggle for the position of Great Pavilion Master has already entered a crucial period. Absolutely nothing must go wrong. Bring a legion of experts over to Ancient Rock City right away. Once Zero Wings members start escaping, cooperate with Beast Emperor to slaughter Zero Wings members. It's fine even if you can't wipe them out completely. Just make sure to deal enough damage so that Zero Wings development stagnates, to prevent Zero Wing from helping Phoenix Rain, Nine Dragons Emperor said. Once I'm done dealing with Phoenix Rain, it'll be Zero Wing's turn to die. In response, Martial Dragon nodded and took his leave. Meanwhile, inside the Evil God's branch temple in Ancient Rock City. Good. Very good. You want to use me as a stepping stone to raise your position in the Ore Empire. Beast Emperor flared up in rage after finding out about Zero Wing's actions. Since you are so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Immediately notify all apostles and have them transfer their evil beasts and evil demons over. If Zero Wings members dare come to Ancient Rock City, I'll make sure none of them leave this place alive. At this moment, even a fool could tell what Zero Wings' goal was. Just as Beast Emperor and his allies were making their move, Aqua Rose finally finished organizing an army of 100,000 players. Guild Leader, just like you guessed, Beast Emperor has already recalled the evil beasts and evil demons to Ancient Rock City. By the looks of it, he plans on smiting us, Aqua Rose said, smiling. Good. Let's begin our operation. Shifeng commanded, nodding. Chapter 1867, Battle at Ancient Rock City. On Shifeng's command, Aqua Rose gathered the army of 100,000 elite and expert players in Silverwing Town, boldly advancing on Ancient Rock City. A total of 100,000 Zero Wing members atop majestic Thunder Wolves exited Silverwing Town. Some of these Thunder Wolves had even been promoted to bronze rank, and not only were they much larger than their ordinary counterparts, but faint arcs of blue electricity also danced along their bodies. In comparison, ordinary Thunder Wolves only gave off electricity from their paws. There were over 5,000 of these bronze-ranked Thunder Wolves, which were also players' companions in battle, wielding skills that could assist their masters. Seeing these Thunder Wolves greatly shocked the players in Silverwing Town. Amazing! Why do these mounts feel even stronger than ordinary players? Crap. My guild has only just built its stable and is preparing to nurture a guild mount. Yet so many of Zero Wings members have already nurtured their guild mounts to bronze rank? Although I have heard that Zero Wings members are well equipped, isn't this a little much? Those are 100,000 players we are talking about, yet every single one is wearing at least 1 or 2 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. These players can rank among the top of my guild's elite members. Look at the experts wearing the core member emblem. Their weakest piece of equipment is level 50 secret silver rank. They even have several pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. Although my guild has a lot of experts, those experts have only managed to collect 4 or 5 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment so far. Zero Wing is cheating. The players in Silverwing Town, in particular, knew that Zero Wing could nearly rival first-rate guilds and had a very large number of experts. However, when they saw Zero Wing's organized and powerful army, they re-evaluated their opinions of the guild. No first-rate guild could hope to amass such an army. As they watched Zero Wing's players march by, many of the guild experts in the town even considered leaving their guilds to join Zero Wing. They had worked arduously in their respective guilds, raiding dungeons and questing every day, but they had only gotten their hands on a few pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. In contrast, even Zero Wing's elite members possessed 1 or 2 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment, with the more powerful elite members wearing 5 or 6 pieces. However, The most enviable part about Zero Wings members had to be the Thunder Wolf. Previously, when the various large guilds had yet to acquire a stable of their own, they hadn't understood how valuable the Thunder Wolf was. However, now that some large guilds had their own stable and had begun to nurture their own guild mounts, they finally understood. The majority of the large guilds that acquired a stable were fortunate if they acquired a 3-star mount. However, a 3-star mount had less than a 30% chance of becoming. As for a 4-star mount, encountering one was simply too difficult. Moreover, even if they managed to find one, they wouldn't be able to capture it. Meanwhile, as the Thunder Wolf was a 5-star mount, it had the potential of becoming a mysterious iron mount in the future. There was even a small chance that it could grow into a secret silver mount if nurtured properly. As Zero Wings' army depart for ancient Rock City, many players curiously followed. Not many players had witnessed a battle of tens of thousands of players, let alone a siege war of this scale. They would definitely regret missing out on this rare opportunity. Because of this, many players from neighboring kingdoms, who had learned about the upcoming battle and were confident of their strength, decided to trail after Zero Wings' army. In the face of Zero Wings' army, the various ores and monsters on the path to ancient Rock City were little more than momentary distractions. Even when level 65 Grand Lords appeared, the fierce attacks of several dozen miniature ballistas easily shot them down. When the dark players who had intended to take advantage of the situation and assault Zero Wings members saw this, their mouths twitched. They then abandoned any thought of ambushing Zero Wings' army. Such power could easily annihilate an army of 10,000 players. Not even expert players would escape 200 miniature ballistas. After all, while a Tier 2 expert might be able to dodge one miniature ballista's attack, dodging 200 simultaneous AoEs would be utterly impossible. Even a Tier 3 expert would most likely fall in the face of such a large-scale attack. As Zero Wings' army arrived at the foot of ancient Rock City, the tension among the spectating players reached its peak. Some spectating players had even started to tremble. The scene before them was simply too spectacular. Zero Wings' 100,000 mounted players had stopped a short distance away from ancient Rock City, and the 200 miniature ballistas the army had brought were sparsely lined up in 2 neat rows, surrounding ancient Rock City's small hill. However, ancient Rock City wouldn't just lie down before this force, with its troops' disposition even stronger than Zero Wings. At a glance, one could easily spot over 300,000 evil beasts and evil demons waiting outside the city walls, ready for battle. Even the weakest among these monsters was a level 60 special elite, and 5, 50-meter-tall, level 80 mythic evil beasts stood at the forefront to current players. This army was invincible. Upon seeing this army of monsters, the players observing the battlefield from several thousand yards away with magic mirrors could not help but shudder. Wiping out a guild town would be child's play for this frightening army. If Beast Emperor wanted to, he could easily drag them into this fight. Zero Wing, do you think that just because I exhausted a large portion of my forces at Crimson Flame Fortress, you will have an opportunity to strike? Beast Emperor sneered at the distant Zero Wing army from atop the city walls. Unfortunately, 100,000 players aren't even enough to serve as a warm-up. Previously, to assist Blackwater, he had exhausted a lot of his forces. During the battle to acquire the Crimson Flame Fortress, he had lost a total of 6 mythic evil beasts and mythic evil demons. The number of Grand Lords and Great Lords he lost was also massive. Even so, he still had 7 mythic monsters under his control, 5 of which were evil beasts, and 2 were evil demons. For this upcoming battle, he intended to use the 5 mythic evil beasts as the main force, while reserving the 2 mythic evil demons as a trump card. Although his current army was far from ideal, it was more than enough to stop Zero Wings' army. In reality, he wished that he could avoid pitting his army against Zero Wings, utilizing his defender's advantage to whittle the enemy forces down. However, as he was responsible for summoning the Evil God's branch temple in Ancient Rock City, he was responsible for protecting Ancient Rock City. He could not allow any damage to come to the city. If the city were damaged, Not only would he have to spend his own money to repair it, but he would also lose Evil God's Temple contribution points. Boss, Blackwater's members are in position. Blackwater has dispatched 3,000 experts and 20,000 elites. In addition, Nine Dragons Emperor has dispatched a 1,000-man expert legion. Roughly 7,000 dark players are also participating in this battle. Once we crush Zero Wings formation, these players will eliminate Zero Wings members, Wind Hunter reported. A bunch of scavengers. But so be it in any case, we just need the corpses. It doesn't matter who dies in the end. Beast Emperor said, sneering. Boss, I also received a report stating that a 1,000-man team from Zero Wing has left Silverwing Town and is heading toward the Dark Witch's Tower. I'm not sure what that team is trying to do, but the members are all considerably well equipped, Wind Hunter said. The Dark Witch's Tower? Isn't that a teleportation point for the Dark players? Why is Zero Wing sending people there? Beast Emperor was confused. Could they be trying to attack the Dark Witch's Tower while they attack Ancient Rock City? That shouldn't be the case. That's the Dark Witch's Tower we're talking about. Not only is it guarded by several hundred dark NPCs, but there are also 3,000 to 4,000 dark players there on a regular basis, Wind Hunter said in surprise. Even if it's true, it doesn't matter. Zero Wing is doomed regardless of what it does. Beast Emperor said, narrowing his eyes. I recall that Dust Edge is questing in that area. Tell him to head to the tower just in case. Think of it as a chance to collect materials to strengthen the evil dragons. Send Dust? Isn't that overkill? Wind Hunter gaped. Dust Edge was the strongest Evil God's apostle under Beast Emperor's command right now. He had acquired one of the Evil God's temple's 9 great legacies. Currently, he was only a step away from becoming an Evil God's envoy like Beast Emperor. He was the Beast Emperor's greatest trump card. It doesn't matter. Now that we've acquired the Crimson Flame Fortress, we'll have plenty of resources coming our way. There's no longer a need to keep him a secret, Beast Emperor said, waving his hand. He then had Wind Hunter notify Dust Edge of his orders. After Beast Emperor issued his commands, 3 massive, golden magic arrays appeared above Zero Wing's army. These 3 magic arrays were none other than the result of the Divine Beast's Descent magic arrays, which Shifeng had used the guild's accumulated resources to produce. Moreover, all 3 of these magic arrays were powered by elemental sources. In the next moment, 3 golden dragons descended from the sky with deafening roars that echoed throughout Ancient Rock City's area. Go! Destroy Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. Aqua Rose, who stood on a hill a short distance away from the city, said as she pointed her staff at Ancient Rock City. Immediately, all 3 divine magic dragons charged toward Ancient Rock City. Chapter 1868, Barrier Destroyed. When they saw the 3 divine magic dragons, the rowdy evil beasts and demons fell silent. Each of the divine magic dragons had a wingspan of 600 meters. Just a flap of their wings would be more than enough to kill hundreds of players. Even the spectating crowd could feel their auras from several thousand yards away. The ambient mana on the battlefield also gathered to the divine magic dragons, and just a flap of their wings caused powerful storms to brew. Pitch-black spatial tears appeared as their wings passed. Even many of Zero Wing's members were shocked to see the divine magic dragons. Although most of the Zero Wing members had seen the battle videos depicting these dragons, they had never seen one up close. The combined pressure 3 divine magic dragons exuded was so powerful that even Tier 2 experts felt their bodies grow heavy and their chests constrict, not to mention Tier 1 players. The divine magic dragons are so powerful. Is this the power of a dragon? I knew our guild must have had a trump card. 1 divine magic dragon was already enough to suppress 3 mythic evil beasts. Now that we have 3 divine magic dragons, I can't wait to see how Beast Emperor and his minions stand against us. Many of Zero Wing's members had still been afraid of the evil beast and demon army before them. After all, there were 5 level 80 mythic evil beasts standing between their army and ancient rock city. Even if they had 200 miniature ballistas on their side, they would still pay a horrific price to get through these monsters. However, now that they had 3 divine magic dragons on their side, the battle had turned in their favor. While everyone struggled with their shock, under Aqua Rose's command, the 3 divine magic dragons flapped their wings and flew toward ancient rock city. Although the 5 evil earth dragons tried to stop the divine magic dragons, the divine magic dragons were too fast. Under Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, and Minor Wind's control, the 3 divine magic dragons easily avoided the mythic evil beast's attacks and sent their glowing, dark purple claws smashing into ancient rock city's defensive magic array. Boom. The 3 divine magic dragons' claws struck the defensive magic array simultaneously, the force behind their powerful attacks instantly creating 3 intense storms that spread around them. Meanwhile, the magic barrier protecting ancient rock city shook violently, dimming considerably. Seeing this, Beast Emperor's expression darkened. The various major powers' upper echelons, who watched via magic mirrors, were astonished. What a powerful attack! When the various superpowers had assaulted ancient rock city, that barrier hadn't even faltered under a Tier 4 attack, yet it's trembling after those divine magic dragons struck it. It seems the dragon's damage exceeds the barrier's threshold. At this rate, it will take no time at all to deplete the magic array's energy reserves. 3 divine magic dragons? I hadn't thought that Zero Wing still had such a trump card. It's no wonder why it dares provoke Beast Emperor. It seems Zero Wing really is confident of striking down ancient rock city. The various upper echelons were similarly shocked by the 3 divine magic dragons' power. However, while they were shocked, they weren't particularly afraid. After all, tools that could summon such powerful monsters certainly weren't indefinite. It simply wasn't a permanent source of strength. Damn it. Just one attack from those dragons depleted nearly 6% of the magic array's energy reserves. We can't let those dragons continue to attack the barrier. Activate the evil god's temple's offensive magic array and annihilate these dragons. Beast Emperor hurriedly commanded when he saw the defensive magic array's energy reserves. Boss, it'll cost us 3,000 CPs to activate the offensive magic array once. Are you sure you want to use it? Wind Hunter hesitantly asked. Evil God's Temple contribution points were extremely difficult to acquire. These points could not be acquired just by completing quests. They also needed to trade a large amount of resources for these points. Although they had acquired a lot of resources from Blackwater to capture the Crimson Flame Fortress, they had expended a considerable amount. Now, they had less than 8,000 CPs available. Do it. I don't want to see the defensive magic array destroyed. Beast Emperor growled as the divine magic dragons launched their second wave of attacks. If the defensive magic array fell, anybody could enter ancient rock city. If the divine magic dragons entered the city, they would wreak unimaginable destruction. As Beast Emperor finished speaking, the defensive magic array lost another 6% of its energy. Seeing this, Wind Hunter bit his tongue. Hurriedly, he activated the evil god's temple's offensive magic array. Suddenly, a gigantic, dark gray magic array formed above the evil god's branch temple, located in the center of ancient rock city. The magic array enveloped the city lord's mansion. Even Zero Wing's members, who stood several thousand yards away, noticed this sudden development. Due to the appearance of this magic array, the mana inside and around ancient rock city was obliterated. Now, there was not a single trace of mana in the area. Die! After activating the offensive magic array, Wind Hunter aimed and fired at the 3 divine magic dragons. He instantly lost 3,000 evil god's temple contribution points. Meanwhile, several hundred dark gray longswords shot out of the dark gray magic array, reaching the divine magic dragons in the blink of an eye. However, to Flying Shadow and the others, who controlled the divine magic dragons, the attack wasn't fast enough to be unstoppable. Immediately, the trio controlled the divine magic dragons to swipe at the approaching swords. Boom. The instant the divine magic dragon's claws met the long swords, however, Flying Shadow and the others felt their arms numb. Several dozen long swords then sliced into them. Suddenly, one deafening explosion after another rang out above ancient Rock City, radiating shockwaves that even made the city's defensive magic array tremble. Following which, the three divine magic dragons crashed to the ground, creating 3 deep craters where they fell. Some low-ranking evil beasts and evil demons even died as they were crushed. After a few moments, the 3 divine magic dragons stood back up. Now, however, wounds covered their bodies, and many of their tough dragon scales had been shattered. Their wings had also been destroyed, preventing flight. Even more frightening was the fact that these dragons couldn't regenerate the damage the dark gray swords had caused. Everyone gasped when they saw the horrific attack. What a powerful move! The various major powers were dazed for a long moment. They had witnessed the power of the divine magic dragons, so they knew just how powerful these summon creatures were, yet Beast Emperor had injured them heavily with a single move. Beast Emperor's foundations clearly exceeded their estimations. After such a devastating blow, it was almost impossible for Zero Wing to capture ancient Rock City. The evil beast army had surrounded the divine magic dragons soon after they had fallen, and Zero Wing summon creatures were embroiled in a heated battle. They couldn't even reach ancient Rock City. With only the miniature ballistas and its players' attacks, Zero Wing would need hours of non-stop combat to destroy the city's barrier. Big Sis Aqua, I'm struggling to control my divine magic dragon. Even fighting the mythic evil beasts is taxing. I can't approach ancient Rock City's defensive magic array at all. What should we do? Flying Shadow, who currently controlled a divine magic dragon, reported. It felt as if he were trying to control a broken machine. Not only were the divine magic dragon's reactions delayed, but the dragon's strength had also fallen. Sure enough, trying to strike down ancient Rock City won't be easy. Aqua Rose could not help but sigh. Since that is the case, let's go all out. The 3 of you use the divine magic dragon's final power. Understood. Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword, and Minor Wind nodded to Aqua Rose's command. In the next moment, the 3 divine magic dragons released furious roars, the resulting shockwaves shoving back the great lord-ranked evil beasts. Suddenly, the divine magic dragons spread their jaws as a 3-fold magic array manifested before them. The 3 dragons then fired 3 black-white breath attacks at ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. This move was the strongest these divine magic dragons possessed. Tier 4 Curse, Shadowlight Breath. In the blink of an eye, all 3 breath attacks plowed into the barrier around ancient Rock City. After persisting for 2 seconds, the indestructible magic barrier shattered, transforming into countless particles of light before it disappeared. Chapter 1869, Dark Witch's Tower. As the magic barrier protecting ancient Rock City disappeared, the distant spectating players' mouths fell wide open. They simply could not bring themselves to believe that the 3 heavily injured divine magic dragons actually destroyed such a powerful defensive magic array. Damn it! How is this possible? Beast Emperor's complexion became incredibly gloomy when he saw the magic barrier disappearing. The magic barrier was the protective canopy of ancient Rock City. Without it, anybody could enter and leave the city freely, as well as rain destruction upon the city. Before Beast Emperor could react, Aqua Rose raised her staff and commanded, "Miniature ballistas, advance. Attack ancient Rock City with everything you've got." In the next moment, all 200 miniature ballistas started closing in on ancient Rock City. When Heaven's Burial took control of ancient Rock City, the guild had repaired and constructed defensive structures around the city. However, after the evil god's temple took over, as evil demons and evil beasts lacked the knowledge and ability to control these defensive structures, these things all became decorations. As a result, the miniature ballistas could approach ancient Rock City with impunity. Ancient Rock City soon entered the miniature ballista's attack range. Shio! 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 Immediately, 200 exploding arrows flew into the sky and pelted down on the buildings inside Ancient Rock City. Following which, a series of blasts reverberated throughout the city. Just one volley of arrows already flattened many buildings in the city's outer area. They dare! Beast Emperor felt his heart bleed when he saw many of the accommodations for evil demons getting razed. He angrily commanded all of his evil beasts and evil demons, "Go! Destroy every one of those ballistas." At this moment he no longer cared about the defense of the city. All he cared about was the destruction of Zero Wing's miniature ballistas. Meanwhile, due to the miniature ballista's attacks, the evil beasts and evil demons controlled by NPCs belonging to the evil god's temple also took action. These powerful monsters joined the evil beasts and evil demons under Beast Emperor's control in charging toward Zero Wing's army. Suddenly, a swarm of monsters could be seen rushing toward Zero Wing's army. This scene made the Zero Wing members handling the miniature ballistas shudder involuntarily. However, Aqua Rose remained utterly unfazed by this situation, immediately ordering the activation of the movement-type defensive magic array. A moment later, a magic barrier enveloped the entire army. Miniature ballistas, focus on those monsters. Everyone else, coordinate your attacks with the ballistas. Flying Shadow, your group will deal with those mythic monsters. Everyone in Zero Wing's army responded quickly and started executing Aqua Rose's commands. Although the monsters were numerous and high-leveled, their side also possessed a defensive magic array. As long as the defensive magic array held, these evil demons and evil beasts could not hurt them. Not to mention, their side also had the firepower of 200 miniature ballistas. For a time, the miniature ballistas could be seen continuously firing exploding arrows at the approaching evil demons and evil beasts, the resulting blasts even sending the great lords stumbling backward. The lords that got struck were immediately placed in a heavily injured state. As for the chieftains, they got killed with just a few shots. In the meantime, Zero Wing's members were also launching attacks in a frenzy from inside the defensive magic array. However, despite Zero Wing's fierce offensive, the evil demon and evil beast army showed no signs of stopping. They assaulted Zero Wing's defensive magic array relentlessly, depleting its energy reserves. As the evil beasts and evil demons died one after another, the energy reserves of Zero Wing's defensive magic array also declined rapidly. This forced Aqua Rose to replenish its energy repeatedly using magic crystals. For a time, the sounds of roars, slaughter, and explosions became the main theme of this hilly land. In this battlefield, an individual's strength was extremely insignificant. Only the magical class players capable of using large-scale spells were slightly more useful than the average player. The magnificent battle stupefied the spectating players. The dark players who had been planning to ambush Zero Wing's army simply stood still right now, none of them daring to join the fray. After all, the level of this battle exceeded their understanding of battles between players. In this conflict, individual techniques were absolutely meaningless. If they dared charge into the battlefield, let alone reaching Zero Wing's army, just crossing the miniature ballista's field of fire was already plenty difficult. With the defensive magic array up, they wouldn't even get to touch Zero Wing's members. They would only become live targets for Zero Wing's members if they entered the fray now. Meanwhile, as Zero Wing's army was fighting a war of attrition with Beast Emperor, Shifeng's team of 1,000 arrived at a location a short distance from the Dark Witch's Tower. The Dark Witch's Tower stood next to a small lake inside a valley. The environment around the tower was considerably good. In fact, this place was originally a nice town. Unfortunately, an undead great wizard had targeted the town and turned it into a place of death. The great wizard had also specifically constructed the Dark Witch's Tower here to research death magic. As more time passed, the town here became a locus for the dark forces. At this point, it was already a resting place for dark players in the Ore Empire. When Shifeng's team moved within 3,000 yards of the Dark Witch's tower, sirens in the town suddenly rang, putting every player inside the town on high alert. Someone actually dares approach the gathering place of us dark players. It should be a team that lost their way. With so many of us dark players here, who would possibly dare approach this place willingly? Lost their way? Whatever. This is a good opportunity. I haven't completed my kill quest for today. It's not a bad idea to use these players as a sacrifice. The dark players inside the Dark Witch's tower all started laughing and chatting merrily, convinced that this team of players was a bunch of fools to have actually stumbled upon the Dark Witch's tower. After all, these players had not investigated which places normal players should avoid in the Or Empire. As the Dark Forces were relatively weak on the continent of God's domain, the Dark Forces gathering spots in neutral maps would all have alarms set up to help the gathering spots' residents to take precautions to protect themselves. These alarms would give out a warning when over 100 normal players or NPCs entered a certain range of the gathering spot. They really came. A black-clad man covered in bandages, who was enjoying a glass of wine in the town's bar, could not help but smile when he heard the town's alarms going off. He then turned to look at the beautiful woman dressed in dark blue robes sitting beside him and asked, "Will Commander Spirit take action first, or shall I do the honors?" Although I very much wish to repay Zero Wing for what it did to my adventurer team, I am more curious about how capable the treasured apostle nurtured by Beast Emperor is, Veiled Spirit replied, smiling as she looked at the bandaged man beside her. Nowadays, Beast Emperor was extremely famous among dark players. After all, he controlled an army of evil beasts and evil demons, a force that nobody could afford to underestimate. Meanwhile, although Dust Edge himself did not possess much fame, Beast Emperor had praised him highly and even agreed to cooperate with Dark Soul so long as the Alliance provided Dust Edge with as many resources as possible. Seeing as Beast Emperor was willing to invest so many resources in a single person, it was obvious just how much Beast Emperor valued Dust Edge's potential. Beast Emperor and Dark Soul had been acquainted with each other for quite some time already, yet Dark Soul had yet to dig up any information on Dust Edge even now. Zero Wing's arrival presented Veiled Spirit with a good opportunity to witness Dust Edge's abilities. She naturally wouldn't let it go to waste. Fine, then let's treat this as the beginning of the mutual trust between our two sides, Dust Edge said, nodding. He then raised his wine glass and added, "They should be very close to reaching the town walls now. Let us head out as well." After saying so, Dust Edge stood up and left the bar. Veiled Spirit and the dozen or so subordinates that came with her followed after him. Chapter 1870, Hell Tank's Might. A large number of dark players had gathered in the Dark Witch's Tower's watchtower, gazing down at Zero Wing's members as they fell into formation in the distance. What? They actually plan to attack the Dark Witch's Tower? They're insane. Hundreds of NPCs guard the town, not to mention the defense turrets and arrow towers. Repelling a 1,000-man team isn't even a warm-up. The dark players could not help but laugh, ridiculing Zero Wing as they watched Shifeng and his companions prepare for the assault. Although the Dark Witch's Tower was a very small town, it had robust defenses. Not only did the town have defensive structures, but it also had a defensive magic array. Furthermore, thousands of dark players occupied the town. Even an army of tens of thousands of elite players would fall swiftly if it tried to attack the town, let alone a 1,000-man force. Even a superpower would have to pay a hefty price to destroy the Dark Witch's Tower. This was why most superpowers simply ignored this dark player hub. Look at their guild emblems. They seem to be Zero Wing's members, a Tier 2 ranger stated, surprised, after using Eagle Eyes. Isn't Zero Wing attacking Ancient Rock City? Why has it come all the way here to attack the Dark Witch's Tower? They must have gotten the wrong memo from their superiors, a level 56 assassin said, laughing. But since they're here, we can have some fun. Blackwater has offered a generous bounty for Zero Wing's heads. Normally, Zero Wing's members are very challenging prey, But this is a golden opportunity. We have over 3,000 players in the Dark Witch's Tower. Wiping out this 1,000-man team will be a piece of cake. We can't let the town's NPCs get to them first. The various Dark players present in the Dark Witch's Tower didn't take these Zero-Wing members seriously in the least. Rather, all they saw as they looked at their enemies were walking sacks of cash. Meanwhile, Dust Edge and Veiled Spirit's group had left the Dark Witch's Tower's walls and quietly observed Zero-Wing's team, astonishment flashing in their eyes. All of these Zero-Wing members were merely elites. Aside from the 100 or so players that wore black cloaks, every member of the force was a Tier 1 player. Moreover, they could tell that the 100-plus cloaked players weren't actually combatants, so they were even weaker than Zero-Wing's elite members. Big Sis Spirit, is Zero-Wing attempting suicide? It's actually attacking the Dark Witch's Tower with such a team? With such standards, we won't even need to get involved. The town's usual players are more than enough to eliminate this force, a level 57, Tier 2 Berserker said, clicking his tongue as he observed Zero-Wing's team. They had come all the way to the Dark Witch's Tower precisely because they had heard that Zero-Wing might attack the town, but this 1,000-man team was simply disappointing. It would have a painful time just trying to reach the town's gates, let alone destroying the Dark Witch's Tower. Veiled Spirit pondered the situation in silence. She couldn't figure out what Zero-Wing was trying to do. This is indeed disappointing. I had wanted to give Zero-Wing a taste of an evil god's apostle's might, but this team isn't worth the effort. Just let the Dark players handle them, Dust Edge said, shaking his head. Since that is the case, there's no longer a need for us to stay. The battle in Ancient Rock City is growing increasingly intense. If we hurry, we should be able to claim some scraps. Veiled Spirit agreed with Dust Edge's estimation. They couldn't afford to casually reveal either Shadow Claw or Dust Edge's trump cards. Using them against a 1,000-man expert team from Zero-Wing might be worth it, but it would be a waste to use them on a 1,000-man elite team. As Veiled Spirit and the others prepared to leave, the town's Dark players were about to make their move. Over 2,000 Dark players charged out of the town, not even bothering to organize themselves into any formation as they rushed towards Zero-Wing's members. Dark players like them had already participated and grown familiar with large-scale combat. They might have taken the battle seriously if this Zero-Wing force had quite a few experts, but all of these players were elites or weaker. Players of such standards weren't worth a serious effort. As the 2,000-plus Dark players approached, Zero-Wing's elite members began to grow nervous. Guild leader, they're less than 1,000 yards away, a level 55, Tier 1 ranger anxiously reported to Shifeng. The Dark players charging toward them were veterans of outdoor PvP, and every one of these Dark players radiated a dense bloodlust. Over 40 Tier 2 experts ran among these Dark players. On the other hand, they rarely participated in PvP, usually focusing on raiding team dungeons. Defeating elite players like them would be a piece of cake for these Dark players. The engineering team, begin the assembly, Shifeng ordered, nodding. In a moment, the engineering team will be responsible for the offensive. The rest of you just need to focus on defending our position. Hearing Shifeng's command, the cloaked engineers removed their black cloaks and retrieved the Hell Tank's components from their bags. When Zero-Wing's elite players saw the 100 level 40-plus lifestyle players, they were stunned. They had hoped that these cloaked players were exceptionally strong. They had never expected these comrades to be lifestyle players. On top of that, these lifestyle players were going to fight. When the distant Dark players saw the level 40-plus lifestyle players, they were just as stunned. However, their expressions quickly soured, becoming serious. The 100 engineers swiftly assembled 6 colossal tanks, and despite the 1,000 yards separating them, the Dark players could hear the engine-whistle roar as the tank's immense power swept over them. 800 yards ahead. Fire at will. Shifeng issued the command once the 6 Hell tanks were ready for battle. Under Shifeng's command, the engineers' eyes glowed with excitement as they operated their Hell tanks. They then aimed the Hell cannons at the Dark players and fired. Suddenly, a crimson, twofold magic array appeared before each Hell tank's gun barrel. Boom! Immediately, the 6 Hell cannons released balls of crimson light. These crimson light balls reached the dark players almost instantly. By the time the dark players reacted, the light balls had descended on the disorderly crowd. Boom! The moment the crimson light balls struck, 6 towering pillars of fire rose up amidst the dark player army, each encompassing a radius of 35 yards. The towering flame pillars were clearly visible from several thousand yards away. As the flame pillars faded, they revealed 6 lava pits on the battlefield, glowing with a red light. Every player that had been caught in the AoEs had transformed into streaks of white light before disappearing. With a single round of attacks, over 600 dark players had been removed from the battlefield. Chapter 1871, Nightmare on the Battlefield. When over 600 PvP experts were suddenly vaporized, the dark players charging towards Zero Wing's team slid to a halt and stared at the empty lava pits before them. Damn it! What are those things? After losing nearly half of their allies, the other dark players panicked. They had seen war weapons in action before, but the Hell tank's speed and power were beyond their understanding of such weapons. The Tier 2 experts on this battlefield even had a high chance of avoiding defense turrets' attacks from over 500 yards away, especially the speed-type classes. Yet, despite the nearly 800 yards between them and their quarry, the Hell tank's balls of light had rained down on their heads by the time they had realized that they were under attack. The power of the Hell cannon's attacks was simply horrific, easily rivaling the power of Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Even a Tier 2 metric tons would have to activate a life-saving skill to survive such an attack. These dark players felt as if they stood within 6 magic towers' attack range. The dark players that had chosen to remain in the Dark Witch's tower to watch the battle had lost the laughter in their eyes. Now, their gazes only contained fear as they watched the 6 Hell tanks. Veiled Spirit, who stood in the watchtower, couldn't help but frown at the scene. The speed and power of the Hell tank's attacks were horrific. Expert players were no more than ants before the monstrous vehicles. Those war weapons were basically mobile magic towers. How does Zero Wing have such powerful war weapons? We're doomed. We don't have any war weapons. How are we supposed to deal with those things? What's there to be afraid of? We may not have war weapons, but the Dark Witch's tower does. Moreover, the town has a defensive magic array. If Zero Wing's war weapons get near the town's NPCs will bombard them with the defense turrets. Besides, with how powerful those attacks were, those war weapons definitely have long cooldowns. Once our people get close to the weapons, not only will we kill Zero Wing's members, but we'll also use the war weapons for target practice. Although the might of the Hell tank's cannons had shocked many people, some more experienced experts retained their cool and analyzed the vehicle's weaknesses, developing a plan to combat the war weapons. Very quickly, the other dark players also came to realize the Hell tank's weaknesses. Instead of retreating, they resumed their charge in an attempt to reach the Hell tanks. Although they had never used a war weapon themselves, they knew that all war weapons shared a single flaw: they were vulnerable at short range. Like the miniature ballistas bombarding ancient Rock City, once hostile players drew near, the war weapons could be destroyed with a few attacks, regardless of how much destructive power they possessed. The remaining 1,000+ dark players dashed towards the Hell tanks in a frenzy, intent on destroying the war weapons before the Hell tank's cooldowns ended. Guild leader, they've resumed their charge. Should we form a defensive line? Seeing the dark players draw closer, Zero Wing's elite members grew restless again. The Hell tank's power gave them some hope of victory, and as long as they protected these massive weapons, they could defeat these dark players. But despite the dark players closing the distance to 200 yards, Shi Feng hadn't given the command to defend the war weapons. If they allowed these dark players to engage the Hell tanks in melee combat, they'd be doomed. No. Let them come. Shi Feng waved a hand, signaling for his companions to hold their positions. Following their guild leader's orders, Zero Wing's elite members had no choice but to stand their ground, watching as the dark players approached. 200 yards. 150 yards. 100 yards. Brothers, we're almost at the war weapons. Once we destroy them, victory will be ours. Ranged players, attack with everything you've got once you're in range. The dark players couldn't help their excitement as they reduced the distance between them and the hell tanks to 50 yards. At this time, Shifeng raised his longsword into the air. He then pointed it at the approaching dark players and shouted, "All hell tanks, move out. Leave none of them alive." The engineers, itching for action, eagerly stepped on the tank's accelerator. The engines roared to life once more, and the 6 hell tanks jerked forward, speeding towards the dark players in a V formation. What are they trying to do? The advancing dark players were stunned as the hell tanks raced towards them. However, before the dark players could react, each hell tank released 14 flame spears. Meanwhile, each flame spear carried power at the peak of Tier 2. A total of 84 flame spears flew at the dark players simultaneously as if 84 miniature ballistas had launched their payload at the same time, but unlike the ballista's exploding arrows, the flame spears weren't AoEs. Show. 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 When the flame spears made contact, light flashed among the dark player army. Many of the melee players leading the charge, who had failed to defend themselves in time, transformed into stakes of light and vanished on the spot. Although some players had activated life-saving skills or dodged the attacks in time, surviving the first volley, the flame spears had claimed over 50 dark players' lives. However, the surviving melee players slid to a halt once more, too afraid to approach the hell tanks after watching that wave of attacks. Ranged players, hurry and attack. Some melee players shouted, snapping out of their daze. The dark-ranked players then launched spells and arrows, aiming for the approaching hell tanks. Just as the spells and arrows were about to slam into the hell tanks, the 6 war weapons activated their magic shields. A magic barrier, able to absorb up to 3 million damage and possessing Tier 3 defensive capabilities, surrounded each hell tank. The hell tanks pushed through the rain of spells and arrows, receiving no damage whatsoever. How is this possible? Seeing the unscathed hell tanks stunned the dark players. They had never thought that these war weapons had defensive magic arrays as well. As the dark players tried to think of a way to deal with the enemy weapons, the hell tanks reached the melee players that led the army. Without slowing in the slightest, the hell tanks bulldozed through the dark players in their way. The Tier 2 MTs at the forefront were immediately thrown over 20 yards back, their HPs decreasing by nearly half. Unfortunately for them, the Tier 1 melee players died instantly. The 6 hell tanks charged forward like a herd of stampeding bulls. Not only did they break up the crowd of dark players, but they also killed over 100 players as they sped through. Run quickly. Don't let these things get near you. After watching the hell tanks slaughter their allies, the fighting dark players realized one thing: this battle wasn't a battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. It's too late to escape now. Shifeng could not help but shake his head and chuckle as he watched the fleeing dark players. Compared to their ranged offensive capabilities, tanks shone brightest in close-range combat. An intermediate tank had even higher strength than a Tier 3 berserker, and not even a Tier 3 assassin could outrun it. It was truly a weapon of slaughter on a battlefield. After just a short moment, the hell tanks killed every one of the 2,000+ dark players that had participated in the battle. Now, ownerless weapons and equipment littered the field. Chapter 1872, Evil God Takes Action. Once the hell tanks had wiped out the attacking dark players, Shifeng instructed his guildmates to loot the battlefield. The dark players that operated in the Orc Empire were very well equipped on average. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to join the glory battlefield that was the Empire. Fortunately, Shifeng could use the weapons and equipment these dark players had dropped as compensation for the magic crystals the hell tanks had expended and to make a small profit. Naturally, he wouldn't leave the items for other players to loot. However, Zero Wing's members only took action sometime after Shi Feng had given the order. They had still been stunned at the Hell Tank's performance. Before these Hell Tanks, Tier 2 experts were a joke. They couldn't even escape the Hell Tank's destruction. Despite the 1,000-plus surviving Dark players fleeing for their lives in every direction, the 6 war weapons annihilated them all. Zero Wing's members watched the war weapons, their eyes sparkling as if they gazed at a piece of top-tier equipment. These tanks are amazing. I can't wait to see how these Dark players plan to maintain their arrogance around Silverwing Town now that we have these tanks. I wonder if the guild will give a similar tank to the guild teams? If every 1,000-man legion had 5 or 6 of these things, we'd be unstoppable in the fields. Keep dreaming. How could the guild casually afford to arm a guild team with such powerful tanks? I'd be satisfied if my team had just one of these tanks, not to mention 5 or 6. While Zero Wing's members cleared the battlefield of items, they softly discussed the guild's new war weapons. When Shi Feng overheard these discussions, he couldn't help his bitter smile. The necessary materials to produce the Hell Tank were extremely precious. He had already depleted the materials the guild had fought to collect to craft the 6 Hell Tanks before him. If he wanted to produce more, he would have to rely on guild members to collect the necessary materials from team dungeons. After all, team dungeons had cooldowns, and not every team dungeon dropped the necessary materials. Grinding for the necessary materials wouldn't be possible. However, his team members' comments did remind him of something. He could arm the Zero Wing teams that patrolled around Silverwing Town with the Hell Tanks. Although doing so would cost a lot of magic crystals and rapidly deplete the Hell Tank's durability, it would significantly increase Silverwing Town's security. Current players were no match for these war weapons, and several Hell Tanks could end a battle of several thousand players within minutes. After his team had cleaned up the battlefield, Shi Feng ordered the 6 Hell Tanks to bombard the Dark Witch's tower. Now that more than half of the Dark players in the town had died, the remaining Dark players posed no threat. All they had to do was destroy the town's defensive magic array. Then they could storm the town and destroy its magic array core and teleportation device. Once those had been destroyed, they would rend the Dark Witch's tower powerless. Zero Wing's coming. What should we do? Meanwhile, the Dark players who had watched the battle from the town's watchtower wore ugly expressions as they gazed at Zero Wing's members. Over 2,000 expert players had died in just a few minutes. To make matters worse, not a single one of them had killed any of Zero Wing's players. This was utterly terrifying. These Dark players had been confident that Zero Wing's members couldn't touch the Dark Witch's tower, much less destroy the town. However, after witnessing the Hell Tank's destructive power and their ridiculous movement speed, they realized that the town's defense turrets and arrow towers would be useless against the enemy war weapons. So, this is the trump card Zero Wing has hidden all this time? Even Veiled Spirit was a little afraid as the 6 tanks approached the town. Although she had prepared a trump card, in the form of a magic array that enhanced players' power, she wasn't certain that any player at this stage of the game could stop those tanks, regardless of their buffs. Not bad. It's no wonder why Zero Wing only sent a 1,000-man elite team here. It turns out that they've prepared such a move. Chapter 1873, Evil Dragon's Power. The appearance of the spatial tear above the Dark Witch's tower immobilized every player inside the town. It was as if time around them had stopped. What kind of monster is in there? Veiled Spirit and the others could not help but be frightened when they felt the horrific pressure flooding out of the spatial tear. They could sense that this horrific pressure did not originate from the spatial tear itself, but from a creature residing inside the spatial tear. Instead, this was a pressure that they had never felt in all the time they'd played God's Domain. They did not doubt that, should the creature inside the spatial tear come out, they would instantly die and disappear just from the pressure the creature exuded. A few seconds after the spatial tear appeared, The two Shadow Claw members standing inside the Crimson Magic Array started screaming in agony, their lung-piercing shrieks giving all who heard them goosebumps. Dust Edge, didn't you say nothing would happen to them? Veiled Spirit questioned, a chilly expression appearing on her face as she glared at Dust Edge. The two members she selected were peak experts of Shadow Claw. They were also one of the few Tier 2 experts the adventurer team had. If their accounts were to get crippled due to this incident, Shadow Claw would sustain a tremendous blow. Relax, they'll be fine. In fact, once the ritual is over, they'll feel much better than before. You can even label them as the strongest players in existence in God's domain right now. Dust Edge explained, laughing as he looked at the two Shadow Claw members in the magic array. Veiled Spirit was utterly confused by Dust Edge's words. Just as she was about to demand a clearer explanation from him, the two people standing inside the magic array suddenly started transforming. Originally, the two people were already tall and robust men. Now, however, their muscles started bulging rapidly like balloons. Very quickly, their bodies lost their human form. A pair of dark gray wings sprouted out of their backs, and silver scales covered their bodies. The transformation process continued for roughly 7 seconds and produced two 10-meter-tall dragons. The two dragons then let loose deafening roars that echoed throughout the town. Dragons? Veiled Spirit and the others could not help but be stupefied by this sight. They could clearly feel that the two dragons before them were different from the pseudo-dragons they had come across before. Although the two dragons before them were only level 56 _ the same level as the players themselves _ they could feel a pressure coming from the dragons that was a result of a difference in life ratings. This meant that the two dragons before them were not pseudo-dragon creatures but real dragons. They're still not at the level of real dragons. However, they have been given new life by the evil god. Although their life ratings are not at the standard of dragons, they should be at the level of archaic species. You can call them evil dragons, Dust Edge said as he looked at the two evil dragons. With a hint of excitement in his tone, he continued, unlike lowly evil demons, evil dragons are players. They are somewhat similar to the dark mutation you guys have, but the transformation is more thorough than dark mutation. Moreover, it is also much stronger. At this moment, they are already at the Tier 3 standard. They possess greater power and life force than even Tier 3 NPCs of the same level. Of course, this is not their peak strength, yet my power is still incomplete right now. I'll need many more resources to unlock my strength. Once I have fully grasped this power, I'll be able to make them even stronger. Evil dragons? Veiled Spirit was shocked as she looked at the massive creatures before her. No wonder Beast Emperor is willing to nurture you at all costs. Dark mutation was something she was very familiar with. However, dark mutation raised only a player's combat power. The improvement was not sufficient for a qualitative transformation. The two players that had turned into evil dragons, however, had undergone a qualitative transformation. Not only had their tiers increased by 1, but even their life ratings now rivaled that of archaic species. In other words, the two players before her already possessed the strength of level 56, Tier 3 archaic species. This was simply frightening. A Tier 3 archaic species was originally already extremely difficult to deal with. After all, the attributes such a monster possessed were simply too much for current players to handle. The only saving grace was that the combat standards of monsters were relatively low on average. They also grasped very few skills. If players cooperated properly, defeating such a monster was still possible. However, a player transformed into a Tier 3 archaic species would be an absolute nightmare for current players. Not to mention, said player would be able to control their new body as if it were their own. Let alone a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts, even a 1,000-man team of Tier 2 experts would be no match for such a player. Just thinking about meeting such a player on a battlefield made Veiled Spirit shudder in fear. The destructive power of such a player would far exceed that of a Tier 4 mythic monster controlled by players. How do you two feel right now? Are you still accustomed to your bodies? Veiled Spirit asked the two evil dragon players curiously. When players transformed their bodies using dark mutation, they would initially have trouble adapting to their new bodies. Now that the two players before her had taken on a form that was nothing like the human body, chances were high that they would have great difficulty controlling their bodies. I've never felt better. Even without concentrating, I can easily grasp the movements in my surroundings. I can even hear the conversation of two players that are hiding behind a wall 200 yards away. Indeed, those two are actually planning to report our actions here to other dark players. Those two players are simply tired of living. After saying so, the two evil dragons flapped their wings, their massive bodies transforming into a powerful gale as they flew toward the two hidden players. By the time the two hidden players noticed the two evil dragons' movements, the latter had already crossed a distance of 30 yards. Before the two expert players could move 30 yards away from their original hiding spot, the two massive evil dragons had already appeared before them and swiped their claws at them. In the next moment, Dust Edge and Veiled Spirit's group heard a loud bang coming from the evil dragon's direction. The ground the two level 55, Tier 2 experts stood on shattered instantly. As for the two experts themselves, they had died on the spot. What power! Veiled Spirit gasped involuntarily. Too strong. Too fast. Two Tier 2 experts were actually killed just like that. Even level 56 mythic monsters weren't capable of executing such a clean and swift attack. Meanwhile, the other Tier 2 experts of Shadow Claw also shrank back reflexively. Their reaction was because they'd imagined themselves in the place of those two Tier 2 experts and realized that they wouldn't fare all that much better than those two players, either. They would almost certainly suffer the same fate as that unfortunate duo. Good. Very good. After witnessing the two evil dragon players killing two Tier 2 experts instantly, Dust Edge turned to look at Veiled Spirit and said proudly, "This is the evil god's temple's true power. What do you think? As long as you all have this power, let alone the Or Empire, even taking control of human empires won't be a problem." Indeed. Veiled Spirit nodded in agreement with Dust Edge's words. She, too, felt that the partnership between Dark Soul and Beast Emperor held great promise. As long as Dark Soul had a large number of evil dragons under its command, removing Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul from the Dark Knight Empire would be a piece of cake. "Alright, now that you two have warmed up, it's about time we go greet our guests," Dust Edge said, smiling as he turned to look at Zero Wings members, who were close to destroying the Dark Witch's Tower's defensive magic array already. At Dust Edge's words, the two evil dragon players promptly turned to look at the approaching hell tanks, sneers appearing on their faces. Previously, they had still felt somewhat fearful of the hell tanks. Now, however, it was a different story. Following which, the two evil dragon players flapped their wings and swiftly flew out of the town's magic barrier and straight toward the hell tanks. Chapter 1874, Evil Dragon vs. Tank. As the two dark gray evil dragons ascended, leaving the Dark Witch's Tower, their massive frames, powerful roaring, and the intense pressure they radiated due to their upgraded life ratings quickly attracted Zero Wings' attention. Are those dragons? How does the Dark Witch's Tower have two dragons? How is this possible? They're actually Great Lord-ranked archaic species. Zero Wings members, who stood some distance behind the hell tanks, watched the two massive beasts fly away from the town with astonished expressions. They could not understand why dragons would be in the Dark Witch's Tower. Tier 3 archaic species were an absolute nightmare for current players, and although the two evil dragons were only level 56, they wouldn't be easy opponents. "Guild leader, what should we do? The dragons are too fast, slightly faster than the hell tanks," the engineers controlling the team's war weapons asked worriedly. As engineers, they were familiar with the hell tanks' flaws. Although the hell tanks were extremely powerful against players, they were fairly useless against monsters. Monsters had much higher HP and defense, and if they pitted a Hell tank against a great lord of the same level, it would take a considerable amount of time to defeat the monster with the Hell cannon and flame spears. Furthermore, a great lord was considered a Tier 3 monster, so it would be more than capable of causing substantial damage to the Hell tank, depleting its durability. If the two level 56 evil dragons were allowed to fight the Hell tanks would definitely lose. Evil dragons? Shi Feng watched the approaching dragons with a strange look. He could feel that these two were not actual dragons, but pseudo-dragon creatures. If they were actual dragons, his heavenly dragon's breath would have given him a massive basic attribute boost. Since the fragmented legendary ring hadn't reacted, he knew that these evil dragons were something else. Moreover, he could sense the evil dragons' human-like emotions. When he looked in their eyes, it was as if the two evil dragons were children that had just found a new toy and were eager to play with it. That wasn't an emotion monsters should experience. Zero Wing, die! The two evil dragons bellowed. The two evil dragons widened their jaws and spat a tornado-like breath attack. Space Tor was the attacks flew towards two of the 6 Hell tanks. Since the attacks had been launched from a close distance, the Hell tanks couldn't dodge in time. Boom! As the two tornadoes dissipated, they revealed the massive craters the attacks had torn in the ground, each encompassing a 50-yard radius with a 5-meter depth. Both of the Hell tanks' magic shields had shattered instantly, and the power of the breath attacks left Zero Wing's members flabbergasted. Impossible! The dragons actually spoke? Are players controlling them? That can't be right. Even if they are controlled by players, they shouldn't be able to speak. Their destructive power is insane. They actually broke the magic shields that not even hundreds of Tier 1 and Tier 2 players could destroy. Everyone was shocked as they watched the Hell tanks' magic shields shatter and the battlefield's new craters. The evil dragon's breath attack was clearly stronger than the Hell tank's Hell cannons, but the watching players were more confused by the dragon's ability to speak. Moreover, the dragon's words had been meant for Zero Wing. NPCs and monsters definitely weren't capable of such a thing. So, this is the power of the evil dragons? Veiled Spirit, who stood in the town's watchtower, was just as shocked by the evil dragon's power. With such great destructive power, these evil dragons would be of immense help when sieging a town or city. If Dust Edge could mass-produce such beings, the evil god's temple would truly be invincible in the Or Empire. Ha! Wonderful! Destroy Zero Wing's tanks and teach those players how foolish they really are. Dust Edge's eyes glowed with excitement as he watched the evil dragons. The two evil dragons were still incomplete, yet they had displayed such frightening prowess. Once he collected the remaining materials and perfected the magic array, he could create even stronger evil dragons. A measly guild like Zero Wing would pose no threat to the evil god's temple, and the temple would claim the Or Empire for its own. The two evil dragons nodded in response to Dust Edge's command, elation filling their hearts. The Hell tanks, which had slaughtered thousands of dark players like helpless sheep, were now at their mercy. This newfound power was intoxicating. The two evil dragons flew toward the two Hell tanks, which had lost their magic shields, and assaulted the war weapons with claw swipes. Crap! They're coming! The engineers controlling the Hell tanks panicked and tried to move out of the dragon's way, but the creatures were too fast before the Hell tanks could adjust their trajectory. The evil dragons had reached them, reaching towards the vehicles with their massive claws. Boom! The earth beneath the two tanks shattered as dust and dirt flew into the air due to the shockwave. As the dust settled, a new shocking scene was revealed. Dust Edge, Veiled Spirit, and their dark companions had assumed that the Hell tanks were finished, but the two tanks were safe and sound. The evil dragon's claws had only left a few white scratches on their armored shells. How are they so tough? The two evil dragons stared at the tanks in astonishment. When their claws struck the Hell tank's armor plating, they felt as if they had scratched an indestructible wall. Their claws even stung from the impact. Even the engineers were stunned. They hadn't realized that the Hell tanks had such ridiculous defense. The evil dragon's claw attacks had only reduced each of the Hell tanks' durability by 2 points. In other words, the evil dragons would have to land 200 claw attacks to destroy the war weapons. Stop daydreaming. All tanks, ignore the Dark Witch's tower and prioritize the evil dragons. Shi Feng suddenly shouted through the team chat. He was not surprised in the least that the evil dragons had failed to do any substantial damage. After all, the Hell Tank's outer shell had been made with Titan Oregon. Normally, it was a material used to craft epic weapons and equipment. It wouldn't be easily destroyed by a Tier 3 archaic species. However, Shi Feng was relieved that he had upgraded the Hell Tank's engines, increasing the vehicle's defensive capabilities. Otherwise, those claw attacks would have reduced the tank's durability by at least 4 points. After hearing Shi Feng's command, the engineers promptly targeted the two monstrous dragons. Without hesitation, the two tanks before the monsters fired their hell cannons at the hovering evil dragons. 2 balls of crimson light then slammed into the evil dragons. Boom! The attacks, which had the power of a peak Tier 3 attack, sent the two monsters flying over 20 yards backward as the evil dragons cried out in pain. The two level 56, Tier 3 evil dragons did not possess as much HP as true Tier 3 archaic species. Each only had 28 million HP. A single hit from the hell cannons had devoured over 3 million HP. While the evil dragons flew back, the two tanks' engineers followed up with their flame spears. 14 flame spears bit into the two evil dragons simultaneously, each dealing over -60,000 damage. After taking all 14 spears, the two monsters had lost nearly 1 million HP. The other 4 hell tanks had reoriented themselves by this time, launching their own attacks. With how fast the hell cannons' projectiles were, the evil dragons had no time to dodge the attack. They were only able to block and dodge the flame spears from the other 4 tanks. In the end, the two evil dragons had lost more than 1/3 of their total HPs after suffering a round of attacks from all 6 hell cannons. To make matters worse, they were now injured, slightly affecting their combat powers. How is this possible? Dust Edge's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw the massive dent in his dragon's HPs and the unscathed hell tanks. Chapter 1875, Zero Wings Guild Leader. Everyone was stunned as they watched the considerably injured evil dragons. Amazing! These hell tanks are so powerful. Now that the evil dragons are injured, we have a chance of winning. If the guild makes the hell tank available for exchange, I'll purchase one even if I have to go bankrupt. That thing is insane. Even a dragon is helpless against it. If I can use this hell tank when grinding and questing in the fields, I won't have to fear other players at all. Zero Wings members cheered as they looked at the two collapsed evil dragons. When they had first seen the evil dragon's prowess, they had thought they were doomed, but they had learned that not only did the hell tanks have the strength to overwhelm players, but the weapons could even contend with the horrific evil dragons. Normally, even a 100-man expert team would have to take the long way around a Tier 3 archaic species, yet these hell tanks had allowed a small number of players to fight two such monsters. They would definitely be invincible in the fields if they had the assistance of a hell tank. They were excited just thinking about it. Meanwhile, Veiled Spirit and the others, who watched from inside the Dark Witch's tower, wore gloomy expressions after the evil dragons had been beaten down. They had witnessed the strength of the evil dragon's strength personally. With those monsters' speed and destructive power, dealing with war weapons should be child's play, yet. Just how did Zero Wing get its hands on those tanks? Their defense is ridiculous. Envy and confusion swam in Veiled Spirit's gaze as she looked at the war weapons. She had never heard of such a war weapon in the game before. In her memory, war weapons had high destructive power but paper-thin defense, yet these tanks' defense was heaven-defying. The hell tanks were godly weapons on a battlefield. Meanwhile, Zero Wing commanded such incredible weapons. You too, hurry and distance yourselves from those tanks. Their movement speed and reaction speed is no match for yours. As long as you fight from a distance, those tanks will be useless. Once Dust Edge recovered from his momentary shock, He commanded his 2 evil dragons to take advantage of the Hell Tank's weaknesses. At the end of the day, the Hell Tanks were simply machines that players drove. Players couldn't control the weapons as smoothly as their own bodies. However, the evil dragons were a different story. These players had full and nimble control of the beasts' bodies. In addition, the evil dragons could fly had higher movement speed than the Hell Tanks. With the evil dragons' capabilities, it was definitely possible to whittle down and destroy the Hell Tanks without taking any damage. At most, doing so would take some time. The 2 evil dragon players were peak experts. They had merely failed to react to the Hell Tank's attacks in time since the war weapons defense had taken them by surprise. Now that they had snapped out of their daze, they did as Dust Edge had instructed and put some distance between them and their targets. Although the strongest weapons of the evil dragons possessed were their breath and claw attacks, their ability to control wind and attack from a distance wasn't to be underestimated. When they flapped their wings, they could create storm blades that carried the power of Tier 3 attacks. Against the Hell Tanks that were incapable of flight and had delayed reactions, these storm blades would be an overwhelming advantage. They responded so quickly. Feng clicked his tongue as the evil dragons moved to attack from a distance. It's a pity that the Hell Cannon's power is only at the peak of Tier 3 and can't inflict severe injuries to these evil dragons. Otherwise, that round of attacks would have ended the battle. Guild leader, what should we do now? One of the engineers, who drove the Hell Tank Feng occupied, asked. At this rate, those monsters will whittle us down until we die. Since the evil dragons had put some distance between them and the Hell Tanks, they could now dodge and block the tank's flame spears easily. The evil dragons could also strike with their storm blades. By the time the drivers noticed the attacks, it would be too late to evade. Now that storm blades bombarded the Hell Tanks, they steadily lost durability. It was only a matter of time before the Hell Tanks ran out. It seems that we can't rely on the Hell Tanks to defeat these 2 monsters. After giving the matter some thought, Feng said, all tanks, group up and take up a defensive formation. Once your Hell Cannon's cooldown has ended, wait for my command to fire. We'll launch a concentrated assault on the evil dragons. The 6 Hell Tanks then circled, using their flame spears to prevent the evil dragon players from landing casual attacks. For a moment, the tank's decreasing durability slowed. However, as the seconds passed by, the vehicle's durability rapidly depleted under the dragon's frenzied assault. 386. 357. 324. I'm pretty surprised with Zero Wing. I didn't think it actually had such a trump card. It's no wonder why it dares to raid the Dark Witch's tower with such a small team. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's luck will end here. I want to see how long those tanks can last against my evil dragons, Dust Edge said, chuckling as he watched the evil dragons suppress the Hell Tanks. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing members watching from a distance were extremely nervous. Although they wanted to help, they were powerless in this situation. The engineers who drove the Hell Tanks sweated with anxiety. 15 seconds had never felt like such a long time. Just as the Hell Cannon's cooldown was about to end, Feng leaped out of the Hell Tank, attracting the attention of everyone present. Guild leader? Zero Wing's members were stupefied as Feng suddenly emerged from his Hell Tank. The Hell Tanks were under heavy fire by the evil dragons, and the shockwave from the creature's attacks was more than enough to kill players, yet Feng had left the relative safety of his Hell Tank, exposing himself to the evil dragon's attacks. Are they trying to surrender now that they know they can't win? Dust Edge joked when he saw someone exit one of the tanks. The Shadow Claw members were similarly surprised. They could not understand why someone would leave the safety of the tank and put themselves in death's path. The evil dragons could even instant kill a Tier 2 player. As everyone chatted about this reckless player quietly, Veiled Spirit watched with a somber expression. Commander, has something happened? A female cleric asked curiously when she noticed the ugly expression on Veiled Spirit's face. Crap, that is Black Flame. Veiled Spirit shouted after getting a closer look at the figure. She hadn't been able to get a clear look at him since the evil dragon's storm blades had kicked up dirt and dust around the hell tanks, but after watching carefully with squinted eyes, she recognized the player. Veiled Spirit could never forget Black Flame's appearance. After all, he was the sole reason that Shadow Claw's ambush on Zero Wing had failed so miserably. When they heard their commander's comment, the other Shadow Claw members grew nervous. In their minds, Black Flame's name was synonymous with monster. The man's most memorable feat was his ability to contend with a mythic monster by himself. Although he had only stood against the monster for a short moment, it was a display of strength that countless experts dreamed of commanding. Oh, he is Black Flame? Hearing Veiled Spirit's warning, Dust Edge squinted his eyes as he looked at Shifeng. Currently, Shifeng stood beside a hell tank, yet the man was utterly unfazed by the evil dragon's frightening aura. It was as if the evil dragons didn't even exist to Shifeng. Sure enough, he really is extraordinary. Unfortunately, even if Zero Wing's guild leader is here, there is no changing the guild's fate here. You two get rid of him. It's time to put an end to Black Flame's undefeated legend. Upon receiving Dust Edge's command, the two evil dragon players licked their lips in anticipation and fanaticism as they watched Shifeng. He was the most famous individual in the Or Empire. Almost no one throughout the Empire or Dark Soul didn't know the name Black Flame. When they had faced off against Black Flame during their previous battle with Zero Wing, their only thought had been of escape. However, this situation was different. They were now in possession of an evil dragon. They wielded strength that no player could hope to rival. Moreover, their superior life ratings elevated their senses to unprecedented levels. Both players had been some distance from the flowing water realm previously, but now, not only had their combat powers reached that realm, but they were also nearly at the void realm. They were confident that they could easily defeat this legendary player. They were also extremely eager to fight Black Flame. Black Flame, hand over your life. The two evil dragon players flapped their wings and flew toward Shifeng, madness filling their eyes. Chapter 1876, Slaying Dragons in One Hit. Upon seeing the two evil dragon players flying toward Shifeng, the engineers controlling the hell tanks grew anxious. Protect the guild leader. Immediately, all 6 hell tanks fired their flame spears to hinder the movements of the two evil dragons. The 84 flame spears shot at the two evil dragons simultaneously. Normally, a Tier 2 player would have no choice but to wait for their death when faced with such an attack. However, dodging these attacks was no problem at all for the two Shadow Claw experts who possessed the physique of an evil dragon. Even if their huge bodies prevented them from evading all the flame spears, they could still rely on their claws to block the ones they couldn't dodge. Very quickly, the two evil dragon players weaved their way through the flame spears and arrived within 15 yards of Shifeng. They then simultaneously swung their massive paws at him, their silver claws tearing space apart as they sped toward Shifeng's head. Just as the two paws were about to hit Shifeng, the sacred sword in his hand suddenly flashed. In the next moment, a massive bolt of lightning cut the space before Shifeng in half, spatial tears appearing in its wake. This move was none other than Lightning Slash, the additional skill of Killing Ray. The moment their claws came into contact with the massive lightning bolt, the two evil dragon players felt as if a truck had just hit them. Their bodies went flying over a dozen yards before crashing heavily into the ground, cratering it. Impossible! Is he really a player? Dust Edge and the others gaped in shock when they saw this scene. They simply could not believe their eyes. Shifeng had actually sent 2 level 56, Tier 3 archaic species flying. The shock they felt from seeing this scene was akin to that from seeing an ant flipping over an elephant. The other dark players hiding within the Dark Witch's tower were also rendered speechless at this scene. They didn't even know what had just happened. After all, everything was too quick. All they saw were the two evil dragons flying toward Shifeng, then a bright, blue flash coming from Shifeng. Before they realized it, the two evil dragons were already tumbling backward. Is he a monster? The two evil dragon players wore looks of horror as they stared at Shifeng. A single slap from them had managed to kill a Tier 2 expert. However, when they tried to do the same thing to Shifeng, not only did they fail to kill him, but they also actually lost in a competition of strength. However, what the two players did not know was that Shifeng's strength already rivaled a great lords of the same level. Meanwhile, after continuously producing the forging components for the hell tanks for the past few days, he was now a level 69, Tier 2 Sword Master, 13 levels higher than the two evil dragon players. Lightning Slash also provided him with a 330% increase to his strength attribute. Although he still couldn't reach the standard of a mythic monster of the same level, his strength was more than enough to deal with level 56, Tier 3 archaic species. No, that's not right. He must have used a skill that increases his strength. He shouldn't be able to use such a skill often. As long as we work together to attack him, he'll definitely fall. That's right. How could a player possibly possess that much strength? He must have used a powerful skill. The two evil dragon players discussed quietly as they looked at Shifeng. Then, they promptly split up and started circling to Shifeng's sides. A lot of powerful skills in God's domain provided a significant boost in attributes. Among these types of skills, berserk skills were the most common. However, there were also certain skills that exceeded one's imagination, such as taboo skills. Such skills were generally kept as a trump card and could not be used frequently. Since that was the case, all they needed to do was continue attacking Shifeng until he exhausted all of his skills. In any case, both of them had a maximum HP of 28 million. They were not afraid of fighting a battle of attrition against players at all. As for the attacks of the hell tanks, they only needed to be wary of the hell cannons. The flame spears posed no problems for them whatsoever. As the two evil dragon players closed in on Shifeng's sides and were about to launch another attack, Shifeng took out a magic scroll from his bag and activated it. Immediately, a golden-haired woman dressed in luxurious purple robes appeared before him. This woman was none other than Anna, Shifeng's personal guard. At this point, she was already a level 85 Yin-Yang saint. As soon as Anna appeared, she lightly tapped the butt of her staff on the ground. Suddenly, a yin-yang barrier spread out with her as the center. Boom! The moment the two evil dragons collided with the yin-yang barrier, they felt a power rivaling Shifeng's lightning slash smash into their bodies. The two evil dragons went flying once again. Everyone, fire at will! Shifeng commanded when he saw the evil dragons tumbling backward. After snapping out of their daze, the engineers simultaneously activated their respective hell tanks, hell cannon, and flame spears. 6 crimson light balls and 84 flame spears flew at the fallen evil dragons right there and then. Boom! A series of explosions shook the battlefield. The HPs of the two evil dragons plummeted, falling below the 25% threshold. Feeling death approaching, the two evil dragon players automatically flapped their wings in an attempt to escape. Shifeng's and Anna's attacks might not pose a massive threat to them, but the attacks of the 6 hell tanks were simply too fierce. If the hell tanks landed another barrage on them, their lives would definitely be forfeit. You wish to run? Do you think you can so easily? Shifeng chuckled when he saw the two evil dragons trying to fly away. Right then, Anna finished chanting an incantation and now pointed her staff at the sky. In the next moment, pitch-black magic arrays appeared around the two evil dragons and shot out pitch-black spears. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black spears stabbed into the bodies of the evil dragons, sealing their movements and sapping their strength. This move was none other than the new overtier spell Anna had learned, Darklock. Due to Darklock, the two evil dragons were unable to move whatsoever. Their attributes had also decreased by 30%, which further reduced their already low HPs. On the verge of ordering the hell tanks to fire the killing blow on these two evil dragons, Shifeng suddenly felt a pulse coming from his bag. What's going on? Just as Shifeng was about to inspect his bag to check which item was producing the humming noise he was hearing right now, a broken sword suddenly flew out of his bag. This broken sword was none other than the evil god's inheritance, the weapon that Shifeng dreaded using. System: faint traces of the evil god's power detected. Do you wish to use the evil god's inheritance to absorb this power? Does this sword want me to use it to kill these evil dragons? As Shifeng looked at the broken sword, he could tell that the evil god's inheritance was riveted by the dying evil dragons. He then clicked to use the weapon in order to see what would happen if he killed the evil dragons with the evil god's inheritance. After Shifeng made his selection, the abyssal blade suddenly vanished from his hand, and taking its place was the evil god's inheritance. At this moment, despite Shifeng not having sacrificed any of his attributes, he was actually able to utilize the full power of the evil god's inheritance, the weapon causing his basic attributes to skyrocket. Although the entire process seemed to take a lot of time, in reality, only 3 seconds had passed since the evil god's inheritance started humming until now. Tightening his grip on the evil god's inheritance, Shifeng activated Instant Strike and appeared above the heads of the 2 evil dragons. He then sent a slash at them. Godslayer. Suddenly, 5 pitch-black sword lights devoured the 2 evil dragon players. Seen from afar, it looked as if a gigantic pitch-black mouth had swallowed the 2 evil dragons whole. As the pitch-black sword lights faded away, the 2 evil dragon players' HPs instantly fell to 0. Their bodies petrified into 2 stone sculptures, which then disintegrated into dust particles that scattered on the wind. A short while later, all traces of the 2 evil dragons had thoroughly disappeared from the battlefield. Chapter 1877, Second Evil God's Mark. As the 5 pitch-black sword lights disappeared, the 2 evil dragons disintegrated into dust and scattered with the wind. The players spectating from the distant watchtower only reacted after the 2 evil dragons had vanished. Hey died. Is Black Flame really a player? Everyone had gasped when they saw Shifeng's sudden attack. Although they understood that the 2 evil dragons had very little HP left, each had held on to over 1,000,000 HP, yet Shifeng had slain both with a single attack. The man's damage was horrific. When the dark players in hiding saw this, they abandoned any thought of killing Shifeng. They now considered the idea laughable and ignorant. It was no exaggeration to say that no player at this stage of the game could survive Shifeng's last attack. Unless they used an invulnerability skill, they would die in an instant if they tried to take on the swordsman. Furthermore, Shifeng had summoned a level 85 personal guard to his side. Anna had only moved her staff slightly, yet she had repelled both evil dragons. With such a personal guard, getting close to Shifeng would be utterly impossible. As for the person responsible for the evil dragon's deaths, he finally snapped out of his daze. What a powerful weapon! Not only was the Godslayer skill was much stronger than before, but the weapon had also granted a much higher boost to his physique. He could feel his strength rival that of a Tier 3 player. Gaining a Tier 3 physique was a qualitative transformation for any player. Once players' physiques reached Tier 2, their 5 senses would sharpen, but when they wielded a Tier 3 physique, their natural response time would also improve. Originally, only talented players possessed the ability. Although ordinary people could improve their neural response time by training, there was a limit in addition. The training process would be intensely arduous, and very few people would be able to endure the hardships that awaited them. However, when players' physique reached Tier 3 in God's domain, their neural response time would improve. Although the improvement was a measly 10% or so, when applied in a high-speed battle between Tier 3 existences, the effects would be significant. For example, if a player with a Tier 2 physique could execute 10 attacks in a fixed time, then a player with a Tier 3 physique and the same basic attributes could execute 11 attacks. This additional attack would allow the player with the Tier 3 physique the chance of landing an attack on their opponent. By relying on the advantage of 1 extra attack, the player with the Tier 3 physique could eventually achieve victory. This was also why reaching Tier 3 was so difficult in God's domain. In the past, Tier 3 had been a threshold to determine whether a player was a true expert or not. Meanwhile, despite the evil god's inheritance being a shadow of its former self, equipping it had nearly boosted Shifeng's physique to the Tier 3 standard. One could easily imagine how powerful the evil god's inheritance was. It definitely wasn't something an ordinary legendary weapon could compare to. After killing the 2 evil dragons, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ears. System, evil god's inheritance has accumulated sufficient life force and recovered the 2nd evil god's mark, activating the 2nd evil god's mark's ability. As the system notification ended, the evil god's inheritance began to transform. The blurry divine runes that covered the broken sword became much clearer. The ambient mana also avoided the broken sword due to these divine runes. Naturally, the broken sword's attributes had changed significantly. Evil god's inheritance, one-handed sword. A treasured sword that the evil god had once used. However, the sword had been destroyed in a battle, shattered into 3 pieces. Although the evil god's treasured sword had been destroyed, the evil god's power within remains intact. As long as one gathers all 3 fragments, it is possible to restore the sword to its past glory. This piece is the sword's broken hilt. By permanently sacrificing 8 points of all attributes, the user may temporarily use the sword's power. Although this sword has been severely damaged, it can still exert 1/10 of its original power. First evil god's mark. Power absorption can increase strength by a maximum of 120%, stamina by 30%, and all resistances by 120%. Second evil god's mark, Soul Devourer, can cause tremendous damage to the target soul. When this fragment is within 3,000 yards of other fragments, the fragments will resonate. Drops upon death. Cannot be traded. Soul Devourer? How tyrannical. Shifeng looked down at the evil god's inheritance in his hand with slight astonishment. In God's domain, items that could attack a person's soul were exceedingly rare. After all, the soul was a creature's foundation. Even if a player's soul only received a small amount of damage, it could double the player's death penalty. Depending on the severity of the damage, the affected player might even be prevented from logging into God's domain for several days. If a player's soul were thoroughly destroyed, they'd be forced to start over. This was why any item that could target a soul was incredibly precious. Superpowers treated these items as ultimate trump cards to deal with peak experts. And Soul Devourer was such a frightening ability. Of course, this ability wasn't without a price. To use the evil god's inheritance, Shifeng still needed to sacrifice 8 points from every basic attribute. Although 8 points weren't cheap, if Shifeng could deal a devastating blow on his enemies, the price would be worth it to him. Following which, Shifeng stored the evil god's inheritance and returned his gaze to the Dark Witch's tower. He then commanded, "The evil dragons are dead. There is no longer anything in our path. All hell tanks, fire at the Dark Witch's tower. Destroy the teleportation device and the town's core magic array." As Shifeng gave the command, the 6 hell tanks advanced as one on the Dark Witch's tower, firing their weapons at the town's defensive magic array. Although the barrier could protect the town from intermediate Tier 3 attacks, the hell tanks dealt bonus damage to magic arrays and constructions. In addition, the hell cannon's attacks were at the peak of Tier 3. Under the bombardment, the defensive magic array's energy reserves visibly drained. "Commander, are we going to continue this fight?" Shadow Claw's members asked Veiled Spirit when they realized that the barrier was near to crumbling. Originally, they had been very confident of defeating Zero Wing. They were also eager to pay back the humiliation they had previously suffered. However, after witnessing the hell tanks and Shifeng's power, they shed the idea that they could annihilate this team from Zero Wing. "Retreat." Veiled Spirit growled in frustration, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes as she watched Shifeng's figure in the distance. There was no point in staying here any longer. They would only get themselves killed if they did. After all, they had no other means of dealing with the hell tanks. Although several hundred NPCs still guarded the Dark Witch's tower, the tank's defense was simply too high. Even the evil dragons, Great Lord-ranked archaic species, were incapable of damaging the vehicles. How could Tier 2 and Tier 3 NPCs fare any better? By the time Tier 3 NPCs destroyed the hell tanks, the latter would have long since destroyed the Dark Witch's tower's teleportation device and core magic array. When they heard Veiled Spirit's decision, Shadow Claw's members breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately retrieved return scrolls from their bags in an attempt to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. If they tarried, they might get caught in the crossfire and lose their lives. Zero Wing. You may enjoy this victory, but the next time we meet, you'll be doomed. Dust Edge said, sneering as he tightened his grip on the two shattered, gray crystal balls in his hands. He had lost this time, but the legacy he had acquired was still incomplete. He still lacked a lot of resources. Hence, the evil dragon crystals he had created were not of sufficient quality. However, now that the evil god's temple had partnered with Blackwater and Dark Soul, he was confident that he could create even stronger evil dragons in the future. At that time, his evil dragons would fall as easily as they had today. Dust Edge then took out his own return scroll and teleported away from the Dark Witch's tower. When the remaining Dark players realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worst, they promptly fled the town. This allowed the Hell tanks to enter the town unhindered after they destroyed the defensive magic array. Meanwhile, only the town's Tier 3 NPCs posed any threat to the Hell tanks. However, with how few Tier 3 NPCs the town had, the Hell tanks endured the attacks as they destroyed the town's teleportation device and core magic array, which, in turn, destroyed the Dark Witch's tower. Once the Dark Witch's tower's core magic array had been obliterated, every player in the Or Empire received a system notification. Or Empire Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for destroying the Dark Witch's tower. Rewarding 20,000 guild popularity and 1 basic teleportation device. The system announcement repeated 3 times, its content echoing in the minds of every player in the Or Empire. Chapter 1878, Dark Witch's Tower Destroyed. Or Empire, Ancient Rock City. A large number of evil beasts and evil demons was currently battering Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members were doing their best to wipe out the monsters attacking them. The 200 miniature ballistas were practically firing non-stop. All kinds of explosions constantly echoed throughout the battlefield outside Ancient Rock City. As for the 5 mythic evil beasts, they were fighting a heated battle with the 3 heavily injured divine magic dragons. The battle between these 8 monstrosities had destroyed the terrain around them. No other monsters or players could get within 300 yards of these 8 mythic monsters. Meanwhile, the players spectating from a distance felt their blood boil as they watched the spectacular battle before them. Amazing! This war is simply amazing. Ancient Rock City really does have a lot of evil beasts and evil demons. With the battle having lasted this long, more than 50,000 monsters must have died already, yet the number of monsters on the battlefield doesn't seem to have decreased in the slightest. It really makes you wonder what gave Zero Wing the courage to attack Ancient Rock City. Hey, Zero Wing is plenty amazing already. Can't you see how many monsters are attacking Zero Wing's army right now? If it were any other large guild in Zero Wing's place, they would have long since drowned in that sea of evil beasts and evil demons already. However, even until now, Zero Wing has yet to suffer a single casualty. Although Zero Wing hasn't suffered any casualties yet, the energy of its magic barrier should be close to depletion already. Once the barrier's energy runs out, Zero Wing's army will be doomed. After all, those evil beasts and evil demons are all level 60 and above, with plenty of level 70+ Great Lords among them. Zero Wing's 100,000 players simply aren't enough to defeat all those monsters. Right now, the only thing I'm wondering is which will zero out first, Zero Wing's magic barrier or ancient rock city's monsters. Many of the spectating players had not expected the battle to escalate to such a point. The evil demons and evil beasts under Beast Emperor's command weren't existences that current players could go up against, however. By relying on its movement-type defensive magic array and miniature ballistas, Zero Wing had actually managed to fight Beast Emperor's forces to a standstill and even shattered Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. These were feats that were beyond most superpowers. The dark players that were originally planning on ambushing Zero Wing's army, in particular, were now standing at the sides and quietly observing the battle, not daring to set foot onto the battlefield. After all, the fusillade of 200 miniature ballistas was simply too powerful. Each volley of arrows could easily kill several hundred evil beasts and evil demons, let alone players. However, while the independent players were surprised by Zero Wing's performance and had their opinions toward the guild changed drastically, the spectating upper echelons of the various superpowers remained very calm. In fact, some even reveled in Zero Wing's current predicament. Zero Wing sure is tenacious. Unfortunately, the outcome of this battle has already been decided. No matter how Zero Wing struggles, nothing will change. That movement-type defensive magic array costs a lot of magic crystals to sustain. However, there are millions of evil demons and evil beasts inside Ancient Rock City. At the end of the day, Zero Wing is simply too immature to try and use Beast Emperor as a stepping stone to rise to power in the Ore Empire. With this, Zero Wing should also understand its limitations. If it still insists on monopolizing the profits of the secret stone fortress, then we'll have no choice but to have Zero Wing disappear from the Ore Empire. However, Zero Wing has really given us a great surprise this time. I never thought that it could force Beast Emperor to use one of his trump cards. When we try to capture Ancient Rock City in the future, we'll have to think of a countermeasure for that attack first. The spectating upper echelons of the various superpowers sneered as they watched Zero Wing's members. Ordinary players might not know much about Zero Wing, but they did. They had done a thorough investigation of Zero Wing already. They even knew how many magic crystals it cost to use the movement-type defensive magic array each time. Hence, they were well aware that Zero Wing would not last very long against Beast Emperor. Although Zero Wing's performance had indeed surpassed their expectations, that still wasn't enough to convince them of Zero Wing's strength. While this level of strength was above average for a first-rate guild, to superpowers like them, be it the army of 100,000 elite and expert players or the 200 miniature ballistas, destroying these things would not be a problem if they really got serious. It was just that they did not wish to pay the enormous price for doing so, unless absolutely necessary. However, the situation right now was also slightly different. If it were simply removing Zero Wing from the Ore Empire, it was definitely doable. After all, there wasn't just one superpower putting pressure on Zero Wing, but multiple instead. After this battle, if Zero Wing still insisted on monopolizing the secret stone fortress, then it would surely end up getting annihilated by the combined forces of the superpowers. At that time, each superpower would only have to pay a small price to get the deed done. In such a case, they definitely wouldn't hesitate to do so. Big Sis Rain, this is bad. Although Zero Wing is trying to prove itself qualified to monopolize the secret stone fortress, according to the reports we've received thus far, several superpowers operating in the Ore Empire have already come to a secret agreement. As long as Zero Wing refuses to become a subordinate guild of one of them, they will remove Zero Wing from the Ore Empire. At that time, even if we try to intervene, the Great Pavilion Master will most likely stop us in fear of the alliance formed by those superpowers. Blue Phoenix, who was observing the battle at Ancient Rock City in person, reported to Phoenix Rain. According to Phoenix Rain's original plan, if Zero Wing really wasn't a match for Beast Emperor, then they would use the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's identity to back up Zero Wing. If they did that, the various superpowers might decide not to take action against Zero Wing. After all, individually, these superpowers couldn't take down the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion easily. Not to mention, if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion gained access to the secret stone fortress via Zero Wing, the superpowers would have an even more difficult time dealing with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing. However, it was a different story if these several superpowers cooperated. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not dare to go up against multiple superpowers simultaneously. Just what is Black Flame trying to do? Phoenix Rain could not help but frown upon hearing Blue Phoenix's words. Meanwhile, inside Ancient Rock City, Beast Emperor likewise received news about the alliance of superpowers. Good. Very good. Beast Emperor's brows arched up in joy when he read the message he just received. Zero Wing, this is your retribution for trying to use me as a stepping stone. I want to see just how you plan on surviving in the Ore Empire now. Although he wished to destroy Zero Wing personally, not having to expend a single troop to destroy Zero Wing was also a good thing for him. Just as Beast Emperor was about to have his subordinates send the two mythic evil demons into battle as well, to put a quick end to the battle, the sound of a system announcement suddenly entered his ears. Or Empire Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for destroying the Dark Witch's Tower. Rewarding 20,000 guild popularity and 1 basic teleportation device. The emotionless voice of the system caused Beast Emperor to fall into a daze. How is this possible? How could the Dark Witch's Tower possibly fall to Zero Wing? Beast Emperor instinctively refused to believe the system announcement. Although the Dark Witch's Tower wasn't an impenetrable fortress, it had several hundred NPC soldiers protecting it, including level 100, Tier 3 NPCs. The town was also well equipped with defensive structures. Most importantly, several thousand dark players resided there. Let alone a 1,000-man team, even an army of 50,000 players wouldn't be able to take down the Dark Witch's Tower. Moreover, he had even dispatched Dust Edge to defend the town. With the evil dragons that Dust Edge created using expert players, he could easily repel even a 1,000-man team of Tier 2 players. Meanwhile, Zero Wing didn't even have that many Tier 2 experts. At this moment, Beast Emperor wasn't the only person surprised by this outcome. Every player in the vicinity of Ancient Rock City was stunned by this announcement. Isn't Zero Wing attacking Ancient Rock City? How did the Dark Witch's Tower become the one captured instead? Did the system make a mistake? Isn't the Dark Witch's Tower a gathering point for dark players? I recall that there should be several hundred dark NPCs guarding it. How could it possibly be destroyed? What did Zero Wing do to the Dark Witch's Tower? The upper echelons of the various superpowers were filled with confusion when they received the system announcement. However, after snapping out of their daze, they promptly had their subordinates investigate into the matter. The Dark Witch's Tower might not be as sturdy as Ancient Rock City, but it was still a location that the superpowers were helpless against. Hence, they found it incredible that Zero Wing had managed to destroy the Dark Witch's Tower. After all, Zero Wing's main army was clearly attacking Ancient Rock City right now. How could Zero Wing have any extra forces to spare to attack the Dark Witch's Tower? Moreover, Zero Wing had even destroyed it. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.